Jehovah, Thank you. Choir, you are doing a good job to keep the audience entertained as we continue waiting for the chair of the session to come in with the guests. We kindly and humbly want to recognize the presence of Professor Chepchieng, the Director, Board of Undergraduate Studies, who is with us here. We recognize Professor George Gilbert Obuyere, the Director, Timetabling at the university. We recognize the presence of Dr. Father Gershon, who will be taking us through the first part of this session by dedicating this event to God. Thank you for being with us. We recognize the presence of Dr. Oscar Donde, karibu sana. We recognize the presence of Professor Matasio, who is with us here, as well as Professor Julius Kipkemboi, the Director, Income Generating Unit of the University. Karibuni sana, mabibi na mabwana, wageni wetu wote ambao mmefika. Tutakuwa tukianza rasmi siku hii ya leo, muda usio wa mbali sana, na karibuni sana. Welcome, thank you, Dr. Beatrice Mureithi from ISIPE, who is with us here. Karibu sana. We also recognize the technical team or the team from Quelib. Thank you for doing a good job. We recognize what you are doing to keep us live in this event. Asanteni na karibuni sana. We also recognize the presence of Dr. Lydia Mareri. Asante na karibu sana. Bas, tutakuwa tunaanza rasmi. The chair of this session, karibu sana. Thank you, choir, maybe one or two numbers, and then we will be ready, maybe one, we will be ready to officially start. Karibuni sana.
Mama sore hamda mama sore hamda sore mama sore hamda mama sore hamda wende karinamna hamda karinamna homereina karinamna hamda karinamna homereina sore mama sore hamda sore mama sore hamda sore mama sore hamda
Thank you, choir. We kindly request that you first resume your seats so that we officially start off this. And we don't go far because you will be taking us through the anthems. Just stand by the side. So, ladies and gentlemen, we humbly and kindly request that you move forward and fill the front rows here, please. All of us participants, kindly please move forward. Please, let us occupy the front. If there is an empty seat in front of you, please move forward. Thank you. As we prepare to start this day, we wish to recognize the presence of all the presenters, all the chair of sessions, all the panel members, both physically and online with us here. Welcome. This is Egerton University, a world-class university for the advancement of humanity. This being the second day of our conference, we also want to recognize our guests who have joined us. Karibuni, karibuni, karibuni sana. And now, through the permission that has been granted to me by the session chair, we wish to officially start this session, and this will be the flow of the events today. Before the opening prayer, we will have the students' choir take us through the anthem, assisted by the technical team from Koelib, and then thereafter we will have the opening prayer led by Reverend Dr. Father Gershon Kuria. So I call upon the university students' choir to kindly come here for the anthems, and as we do the anthems, I kindly request that we will be upstanding, after which I will let you know what follows next. Karibuni, karibuni sana mabibi na mabwana. Hii ni siku ya pili ya kongamano la makala ya 16, kongamano la kitaifa linalofanyika hapa katika chuo kikuu cha Egerton. Karibuni na karibuni sana. Wageni wote wetu ambao mmefika, tunatambua uwepo wenu na tunashukuru sana kwamba mmepata muda wa kuja kuwa nasi kushiriki kitendaji katika kongamano hili. Kwaya mkiwa tayari, karibuni sana. Thank you. Welcome the principal town campus, Professor Ogendi. Karibu sana. Choir, once you are ready, please let me know so that we can call the meeting to order. Let us be on standing.
Mungu twabariki Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Advancement, Egerton University we are. Passion for excellence, devotion to duty, professionalism, that's until in one accord, Egerton University we are. Ushirikiano na haki kwa wote, elimu hakika tunapata, ujuzi wa maendeleo ya kimataifa. Egerton chuo chetu cha hakika, kwa ufanisi, kujitolea, utenda kazi milele, tukiungana kwa pamoja. Egerton chuo chetu cha hakika. In our varsity we set to achieve great opportunities through research and transforming life through quality education. Egerton University we are. Kwa ufanisi, kujitolea, utenda kazi milele, tukiungana kwa pamoja. Egerton chuo chetu cha hakika.
Thank you very much, the Egerton University Students Choir. We now call upon Reverend Dr. Father Gershon to come and take us through a word of prayer. Karibu, Daktari.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, this morning we thank you once more because of the successful day it was yesterday, and today the second day of the 16th Biennial International Conference. You have gathered here these minds, these researchers, and people from all over the world, so that together we can advance sustainable, inclusive, and resilient global societies through agriculture, education, science, technology, and innovation. You call us to find solutions to our problems today, so that the future may be bright and we are not overcome by emerging issues and uncertainties. We thank you because you have given this university the chance to offer solutions to the many problems that are forthcoming in the world. We therefore ask you to continue blessing this conference, to bless the participants, to bless the presenters, to bless all those participating so that better solutions to our problems can be achieved. We ask you to give us a good environment, those here present and those following online, so that at the end of this conference, we may come up with the solutions towards the emerging issues. We ask you, Lord, since you have given us the intellect, the capability to change the world to make it a better place, continue inspiring the speakers, the presenters, the researchers, all institutions involved, and government agencies, that the world may become better than it is today because of the collaboration that is taking place during this conference. We ask you today that you walk with us through this journey to the end. And at the end, we are going to glorify you for what you'll have done for all of us and for the world at large. This prayer I make through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Please be seated. We will allow the students to give us one entertainment, and then we get into the session. Those who are coming in, please, you are most welcome. Karibuni, karibuni sana. Just one entertainment, and then we proceed with the day's activities. Please, let's applaud the university students choir. Please, thank you for a job well done. The session chair, please allow me to recognize the following. We recognize the presence of the principal, Nakuru Town Campus, Professor George Ogendi. Karibu sana. We recognize the presence of the Director Marketing Resource Mobilization, Professor Kitaka. Karibu sana. We recognize the presence of the Director Research, Professor George Owor. Karibu sana sa. We recognize the presence of Professor Chepchieng, the Director Board of Undergraduate Studies. Karibu sana sa. We recognize the presence of Professor Gilbert Obuyere, the Director Timetabling. Karibu sana sa. We recognize the presence of Professor Matasio, wherever you are. Karibu sana sa. We recognize the presence of Professor Julius Kipkemboi, the Director Income Generating Unit. Karibu sana sa. We recognize the presence of the Dean Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Dr. Muluvi. Karibu sana sa, wherever you are. We also recognize the presence of Professor Kimurto, Agro-Science Park. Karibu sana sa. Thank you. We also recognize the Office of the Vice Chancellor, represented here by the personal assistant to the VC. Karibu, karibu sana. We recognize the presence of all the rapporteurs, the chairs, and those who will be making the presentations. Karibuni, karibuni sana. And we also recognize the presence of the chair of this function here with us, Dr. Chirambu. Karibu, karibu, karibu sana. For our guests, we also recognize our sponsors, Coelib Media, wherever you are. We recognize that you are with us here. Karibuni, karibuni sana. We recognize TagDev. Kama mpo tafadhali, tuwapigie makofi. We also recognize the presence of NACOSTI, the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. If there is any representative, asante na karibu sana. Tuwapigie makofi jamani. We recognize Hela Sabili Mobile Capital Limited with their representative, Tuwapigie makofi. They have facilitated and enabled this function. We recognize the Limnology Water Management, LWM, ably represented here. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. We also recognize the Egerton Sacco Limited. Tuwapigie makofi jamani, please. The Egerton alumni, well represented here, makofi kwao. We also have the exhibitors, those are the exhibitors, the Delish Foods, Faida Seeds, Nakuru Living Labs, and Pembe Feeds. Tuwapigie makofi. For the internal exhibitors, we have the Agro-Science Park, represented by the director here, Asante Sana. Sesam, tuwapigie makofi. iHub, Brown X Water Filters, Igalu, In Cities Food, karibuni sana. The Center for Integrated Water and Basin Management, CWAB, karibuni sana. The Applied Community Development Studies, wapo, tuwapigie makofi. And finally, the Engineering Fraternity, asanteni sana. And lastly but not the least, we, the participants, because this hall cannot be a hall without us. Tujipigie makofi. It is now my humble duty to invite Professor George Owora, the Director of Research and Extension, to make his brief remarks and then invite for us the session chair so that he can take over the session. Karibu, and let us have an engaging activity. Karibuni sana.
Thank you very much, MC. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This morning when I woke up and I thought, which and what do I discuss about the opening remarks, I didn't have something to say because all those things I'm going to discuss might be said during the day. But I thought about 5 issues. Before I say them, allow me to request the committee members, because without them, we would not be here, led by Dr. Miriam Charimbo. Please, can you stand? And the vice chair of this committee for the conference is Professor Matasio. Where are our team? I know recognitions were going on, but because I'm the director of research, I think I need to recognize this team. Please, can we give them a heavy clap for the work they have done? I also want to add that in our midst we have partners from the US, Florida A&M, who have joined us with 22 students, and they are here for a week for interaction in relation to agriculture. Please, let's give them a clap. And I think, as it was said, we don't take it for granted that our partners has joined us. And the farmers, you know, when we do most things, they are industry and farmers who are here. I hope that during the chair will be able to recognize all our guests. We have guests from ISIPE, one of former alumni here, Dr. Beatrice Murithi. She will be well introduced later. We have Calro representatives. Please, let's give them a clap, and they'll be in the panel. We have KCB, our mother who keeps us, you know, mothers are the ones who keep for you money. So KCB is represented here by Akidiva Roslin. Thank you very much for all being with us. And allow me to just give a few issues on the opening remarks. Today, in this session, we are going to discuss most issues related to agricultural development in Africa. And I think all of us, we know, and I also discuss sometimes with pharmacists, they tell me the first medicine is food. Is that not true? So if you don't eat food, even if you are given any other medicine, you will not survive. So I think food is the most important medicine. And we are told that Africa, the mainstay for Africa is agriculture. All of us agree. And constitutes 60% of the activities that we do from what I call the bottom to the top of the pyramid. From the farmer, from the village, from middle-level agribusiness and all industries, including the policies that we move towards agricultural development. So food is important for all of us, but I want us to ask ourselves a few questions. And I want you to join me in the chorus. And that chorus at the end, we'll need the panelists and the speakers who are joined us online. I know Professor Wibali is joining us from UK. And also we have CIMIT representative joining us online. These 5 questions we should ask and answer them today. We have said agriculture is the mainstay for African development. Everybody agrees? If you agree, yes. Okay? But I want to give you some data. 2024, IFPRI, International Food and Policy Research Institute, produces a report we call Global Hunger Index. If you go online and check 2024 Global Hunger Index, this is the report. More than 307 million people in Africa experienced hunger in 2024. That is about 20% of the whole population in Africa. Let's ask our question. The chorus is, what are we doing wrong? Don't ask me what we are doing right, isn't it? The question is, what are we doing wrong? Not what we did, What are we doing wrong? That is point number 1. Point number 2, this what we call the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program. Everybody refers to it, called CADEP framework, which is part of the AU Agenda for Agricultural Development in Africa and Food Security. And it also ties very strongly with the African Union Agenda 2063, where we are going, isn't it? This document outlines the strategies that we should use to resolve hunger in Africa. Let's ask the question again. That strategy is there. Is that true? The Agenda 2063 is there. We also have the Kenya one, isn't it? The Vision 2030 is there. Can we ask the question? I ask the question again. What are we doing wrong? Okay? The third point. SDGs. They call them Sustainable Development Goals. This is the report, True Facts. The African Sustainable Development Report indices, just reported last year. It shows that fewer than 6%, less than 6% of the measurable SDGs are currently on track. Most of those, I'm saying less than 6% are on track. How many are not on track? 94%. Most of the SDGs, when you look at them, they cut across education, capacity building, food security, resolving hunger, infrastructure development, all those things that actually make us sustainable and maybe to go to Singapore that we want to go to, isn't it? And we have only been able to make sure in Africa, less than 6% are on track. Let's ask that question again. What is the question? I ask, what are we doing wrong? If you look at the universities, and Egerton is one of them, and today we are here with other universities, we have a unique responsibility of transforming the region, transforming education, instilling. We have already introduced many initiatives. In research, we say research to the table, isn't it? So research, innovation, and outreach. And many institutions in Africa, including Kenya, are now adopting research to innovation to commercialization. The question again is, what are we doing wrong in whatever we are doing? So, I said I didn't want to say much. How many questions have I asked? The same question almost 4-5 times. So, as we discuss today, the issues on the table in the panel, and also our speakers, let's ask ourselves the question, what are we doing wrong? When all these things we are doing, the data shows Africa is still not doing as much as the Asian tigers, as much as what we call the Copa America, as much as we will call the European Union are doing. So what are we doing wrong? With that, I want to welcome the chair, and I welcome everyone. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know whether I'd like to respond to what the previous speakers just talked about, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. You've heard I'll be chairing this session, and my name is Alexander Kahi, and I'm a professor in the Department of Animal Science. And yesterday we had one presenter who mentioned that he's happy he's coming back after 50 years. But with me, I'll say I'm happy because I've been here for approximately 40 years, even before most of us were born. So I'm really happy to be standing before us today and to be given this wonderful opportunity to chair this particular session. You heard from my colleague, what is this that we are doing wrong? And with me, I'll answer that question. I think because we are wrong ourselves. So when you are wrong, it means that whatever you do is also wrong. And that is why we are here. I think I really liked the statistics he presented about all these the different countries in the different regions. I'm also very happy to see the students here when I see them dance. Yeah, I think this reminds me of my days as the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic affairs as well as student affairs. So when you see them dance, I think I really feel happy, and let me take this opportunity to thank the team that is directly in charge of Students Affairs. I think where is Lydia and the MC? Yeah, so I think you're doing a very good job, and you really need to be commended for that, because I remember you did it those days, and we can see the good job that you're doing. So continue like that. When the MC was here, there's something he forgot. He didn't recognize his own presence. I don't know where he is. I think why can't we recognize the MC also? Yeah, I think he's out. Can we clap for the MC? The MC is a lecturer of Kiswahili, and sometimes when it comes to translating a number of issues, yeah, so I always give him competition. But where he defeats me is the fact that I think he has a PhD in Kiswahili, but with me, I think I was born where Kiswahili is spoken. So sometimes we can compete on some of these the interpretations of some of the words. So this is our second day, and always when it comes to conferences, the second day is always the best day, because you are aware, the first day we always have a lot of politics. Yeah, people are here always political, talking about very good things that are never implemented. But when it comes to the second day, this is when we hear now proper science. That if we have proper policies, then we can go a long way in implementing some of the results from some of those different papers that will be presented. So when you look at the program, We have the first session that is supposed to end at 11, but it's just 1 hour to 11. And then after that, we'll be having breakout sessions where we expect to be having a number of presentations in a number of areas within the agricultural field. But for me, what I will do, I will only chair this session until maybe sometime, maybe 11:30 or 12, depending on how it will go. And when you look at the session, we have 3 presentations, 2 of which are keynote addresses, and then 1 we have a guest speaker. And the good thing is that one of the keynotes will be presented here physically, and then there are 2 that will be presented online. And before I proceed, let me just confirm from our technical guys whether Dr. Harish Gandhi from CIMIT is there. Good. And whether the guest speaker, Dr. John Wibali, is there. Nice. So we have all our presenters, the 3 of them. So I will not really waste a lot of time. I will simply go straight to our first presenter, and that is Dr. James Karanja. Dr. Karanja is here. I saw Dr. Karanja. Yeah, Dr. James Karanja. And Dr. James Karanja is a maize breeder, and is from under center director from Calro, Njoro. So Dr. Karanja, I think you have not more than 15 minutes just to make your presentations. And because of time, I'd like to request that we allow all presenters to make their presentations, and then we ask them questions at the end before we bring in the panelists to do the panel discussion, just because of time. Because if we don't do that, then we'll be here until 8 in the night. Because you are aware, when you have 5 people in the panel, we always have very interesting ideas, and I don't want us to lose all these ideas. So Dr. James Karanja, the floor is yours. Yeah, if you can do your presentation, maybe 15 minutes, I'll really be happy as the chair of session. So welcome.
Thank you, Prof, and thank you, the organizers of this conference. I'm humbled to be here and just to share some few areas that we're working and the progress that we are making. We are working to make sure that all the issues the Prof has shared and the question he has asked us this morning, what are we doing? And I think that's the reflection for this conference. What are we doing? And especially in making sure that the science that we are doing, the research that we are doing, by the end of the day, in the evening, it is on the table as food. It is also in the table as a discussion of also empowering and also uplifting our economy and for everyone livelihood. So my name is James Karanja. I'm the Center Director Njoro. By training, I'm a plant breeder and also a biotechnologist. So my reflection will be around the breeding and also the biotech, and more so also on the biotech. What are we doing in this country and what do we need to do so that we can be able to achieve and get the answers for the 5 questions that we are asked. How do we move from the 6% to 60, 70%? Thank you very much. When I looked at the theme of this conference, it's more reflecting on research, innovation, science, market, and also sustainability. So I'll be looking around there, and in the reflection, I looked at the biotech. Why biotech? If you look at the Vision 2030, biotechnology is mentioned. If you look at also the Vision 2063 is also there. If you look at the SDGs, it is also there. What are we doing? Are we in the right track? And also, where are we in Kenya? And I'm giving the case of BT maize, which we should not be discussing about it here. We should be talking about how much is it bringing for the country. What are the challenges? Why are we not getting there? What lessons should we need to learn? And by the end of the day, I'll give you take-home messages. You go and reflect. And tomorrow, when you wake up, see what you are supposed to do. So today's reflection is on biotech, and we are talking about biotech for resilience, future. And we are going to draw the lessons on the BT maize and the adoption in Kenya. Our key focus here is on how do we strengthen innovations. How do we work together as partners? We are here as partners. Are we partnering? Are we partnering, or we are just here today, tomorrow, we go out and we forget the other? Are we discussing about the sustainability? All these technologies that we are developing, are we focusing on the sustainability? 2063. So we will sit back and say, we did this one in 2020, and up to date, we are still on track. That technology will still be there. And as we do all that, we need to ask ourselves, the innovations that we are developing, are they serving our customers? In agriculture, our customer is the farmer, is the one who is feeding us. Or, by the end of the day, are we coming up with the technology and we leave the farmer worse than we found him or her? When you look at the science, we are looking at how do we make things faster? How do we achieve? And in a breeding, if you look at the normal breeding, if you want to do the process to get that one trait without affecting the others, it's not a simple task. You need 7-8 years. But when you look at the biotechnology, it is helping us to go to that trait, that innovations, that value that we need to add without affecting what was there. So that by the end of the day, we have a better than what we had yesterday. And that is biotech is all about. That's why I used those two cartoons to show that. If you look at Kenya, we have done well. As we speak, we are proud. BT cotton is already in the market. So, but the question we should ask ourselves, is the seed reaching each and every farmer? Is the seed affordable to the farmer? The benefits are there, but is everybody accessing that technology of the BT cotton? As the farmer also grows that BT cotton, what have we done? Is the industry ready to take that raw material to the farmer at a good price so that the farmer can also benefit and uplift his or her life? Those are the questions we should ask ourselves. As we look at the maize, we started with the stem borers. As we speak today, we have 3 varieties that have already been released in this country. Work done by our own scientists. Work done by our own in partnership. Why are the varieties not in the market? Why are the farmers still using chemicals? Why are our farmers still toiling with the health issues when they are using the pesticide? Yet, we have the technology that can save them against that. What are we missing? As also we speak, we are in the process of now getting the fall armyworm tolerant variety. Even the one we have, 60% pest reduction. So we can be able to move from the 6% to 60%. We don't want to get to the 100%. What are we doing to make sure that also we bring also the issue of the drought? The other day we are talking about drought. Today we are talking about too much rain. Our technology is able to overcome this. So what are we doing? Biotech is there and in helping us to do that. And also making sure the quality of the seed, the food that we are eating is good. Look at the cassava. We have the brown streak virus. We have the mosaic virus. We have cassava that has been released, almost 8 variety actually. Why are they not with the farmers? What is stopping them to get to the farmer? To make sure that they get clean, so that by the end of the day, the food that also we are eating, we are assured of quality. We are using the genome editing. It is the technology of today. So we have the maize rhizome necrosis disease. It has been with us here for decades. The farmers from Bomet, up to date, they are still crying. Today as we speak, I was being told today there is a lot of MRN in Kitale. What are we doing? We have the technology. It is coming. Maybe in the next 2 years, it will be the market. The farmers from Westerns, they keep on crying about the striker. We have these technologies. We are using the science to make sure that we avail this technology. On the issue of the livestock, we have the vaccines. Why are we not making noise when we are vaccinating our chicken? Why are we not making noise when we are vaccinating our cattle? Why do we make noise when it comes to the crop and getting the food? Why did we not make noise when we were vaccinated against COVID-19? So, as the case study for the BT maize, you look at the BT cotton, nothing new. These are just naturally occurring protection tools that are readily available. I challenge all of us, go and look for a maize that is well eaten by the fall armyworm. Scoop some soil just from where that crop is. Put it on that crop, the maize, and tomorrow come and tell me whether the fall armyworm will have died. Is it because it is suffocated? No. Because in the soil, there is a treatment. That is the treatment, that is the bacteria the scientists have taken and put that protection in the crop. The BT cotton, the BT maize, the Bacillus thuringiensis. So when we talk about its health, it is risk. Is it risk? All of us, we come from the field, we come from the farms. We have taken raw cassava, we have taken raw sweet potato, we have taken raw carrots. Did we suffer? No. When we take that and we put it in the crop to protect and stop the farmer using the chemical, protecting that farmer, protecting that environment, why is it a big issue? Look at the benefits the farmer is getting. Talking about fewer pesticides, what are we doing? Tunainua mkulima. Ile pesa angetumia kupiga, the money that he could have used to spray, he uses it for something else. We are uplifting the livelihood, we are uplifting the economy. Health crop. When you look at the maize that we are harvesting after they have been eaten by the fall armyworm. Have you realized nowadays we have a lot of cases of the aflatoxin? There is a high correlation between aflatoxin and the insect damage. What are we doing? And we have the technology. We are talking about better harvest. When the farmer doesn't use, and all of us, we are a farmer, plant maize, don't spray against the fall armor. Your yield will be reduced by almost 60, 70%. So, in short, what we are saying is that science, it's not just about science. It is about bringing everybody as one. All the farmers can access that technology. It's about the resilient, and it's about the sustainability. The innovation we are talking about, how is it closing the gap? How are we using this biotechnology to make sure that we close the gap of the maize productivity? The other day I hear we are importing maize. Why are we importing? Can we give the farmers the resilient, the climate smart varieties, which we have worked on as researchers, scientists? Can we get them to the farmers? And not keep widening the gap. So in the maize, we just looked at, of course, we want better varieties. We want varieties that are drought tolerant. Next year, the 17th conference, I'll be here, and I'll now talk about how we are integrating the BT and the drought together. And I'll show you results here. And that is what we should be discussing. Next year, you should be asking me, where are the varieties? And once we release the variety, we should make sure the varieties get to the farmers. So, but we cannot do all this without partnership. Partnership is very important. That is why if you look at the maize, if you look at the biotech, if you look at all this maize that I'm talking, we have been working with the partnership. Public, we are there, all of us. Private, we are there. Internationals, nationals, all of them, we must come together. And that is the beauty of us, all us being here. By the end of the day, you must start from somewhere. Do we need to come up with new innovation every day? But how does that innovation that you created yesterday, that's also going to make sure that tomorrow you don't come up with a new one. Build the one that you did yesterday. And that is what we are doing. The protection that the variety that we released, how do we put the protection? How do we put drought? How do we put that without changing so that we are building up, we are increasing the impact. So we must work closely with the regulators. We have done that one very well. But this is the challenge that the speaker talked about. This is the challenge that we have in us. The road is not straight. How do we remove all this? How do we get rid of all these corners, the meanders? Is our policies there? Are we implementing them? Are we following them to the letter? That's the question we should ask ourselves. And then, if we ask ourselves that question, then we should have these varieties with that yield, that 3% yield, getting to the farmers. That is why also we should talk about, when it comes to the drought, we should be able to get, you can see 63%. When the rain disappears before the crops flowers, you are able to get that. So, in other words, and also you look at, and we are not saying is everybody must follow this route. Let's give freedom. That's why we show that. Everybody, biotechnology is there, but you still a choice. There is a freedom of choice. We have too much rains. Do you know what is happening now? Go to the agrovet. The most highly sold chemical are herbicide. What are we doing? Can't we get crops that are herbicide tolerant? We are working on that. So the challenges are there. There are also the delays. We know we have a court case. That is why we cannot have the 3 varieties in the market. That is why we cannot have the cassava. And that is why we cannot have even the potato getting to the market. The potato that is blight resistant. Right now, ask the farmers who are growing potato. They are spraying day and night the potatoes. We have a technologies. We have tested. It is working. Why can't we avail it to the farmers tomorrow? So these are my key messages. We cannot succeed if we go alone. We must work as together if we want to again any food transformation. Government, private, NGOs, and the universities, and including the farmers, we must come together. Partnership is the backbone of scaling out these innovations. We must work with everybody, and we must co-create together. And we are not here for competition. We are here with one purpose: getting a technology that will serve all of us. And we must make sure that we have good policies. We have the policies, we have biosafety regulations. Where is the gap? That is what we should be discussing by the end of this conference. Where do we have the gap? 5 key point takeaway. Policy, hapa tuko na shida, we have this gap, let's work here, we unlock this technology. Otherwise, thank you very much. We need to move from where we are today, and we need to go to where we need to be tomorrow, and we must dialogue. Let's continue talking, let's continue collaborating, let's continue taking action together so that we can have efficiently conclude and make the sustainability. As I close, we have the open week for Karo Njoro. We have all these innovations. We are not showing them from the lab. We are not showing them. We have planted them in the field. We are inviting all of you as collaborators, as partners, come, see the technologies, and let's have a dialogue. Let's discuss and see what are we missing. And more so, the farmers and all the industries are invited. Karibuni sana. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation, and also for keeping time. So I'd like to recommend that let us listen, and if there is anything that you really want, just jot it down, because I'll give you time to ask your questions. And before that, I will also have maybe an opportunity to provide you with a summary of what has been presented by our 3 presenters, so that we can then ask them questions. So let's go straight to the next presenter. I think this one is online, Dr. Harish Gandhi from CIMIT. Dr. Harish Gandhi, the floor is yours. Technical team. Okay. Dr. Gandhi, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes. Sound, please. Can we get some sound?
Testing. Hello.
Listen to playlists based on your mood on the U2 Music app.
You can hear me? Shall I go ahead?
Yeah.
All right, please confirm if I should go ahead.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, great.
Okay.
Thank you so much. A really nice talk, Dr. James Karanja. So nice to see your talk and hear about it. And some of the message I'm going to share are quite similar to what Dr. Karanja said a few minutes back. Before I start, first of all, let me thank for inviting me to give this keynote address in front of the distinguished audience there. And also I'd like to thank the Vice Chancellor of Egerton University, the Director of Research, and the other distinguished colleagues, and the Chair of the Organizing Committee, our Miriam. She is a member of ATSEAN, and I'm going to talk about what we do in ATSEAN, and also my dear friend and collaborator, Dr. Paul Kumarto, for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts on how we can bring the impact. And as the beginning of the session, we talked about, the food security in Africa. Before I get into, how we can work together to ensure food security, let me give a bit of a background about myself. Since I see there are many students in the audience there, and I like to, talk about the journey, I had over the last 20 years across 3 different continents. I started my education with a bachelor's and master's in agriculture in India, and then I later on moved on to do my PhD in crop science and postdoc at US at Oregon State University. Then I worked in private sector for about 12 years, working on various technologies, including the one Dr. Karanja mentioned about, and also using some of the native traits technologies in various crops. And in 2019, I started working with ICRISAT, moved into the public domain and in international agriculture space. And currently I'm working in Kenya since last 4 years, with CIMMYT in dryland crops. I come from a very humble background, grew up in an agriculture community in India, in village. And so in my journey, what I really found, when science is done in a partnership, that's what creates the greatest impact. Okay, and I think that's sort of echo the message from previous presenter, Dr. Karanja, that you cannot ensure food security unless we all work together. In those last 20 years, I focused my work on breeding science, applying latest technologies in breeding, integrating those technologies in breeding, such as, molecular markers, high throughput phenotyping, various data management system, application of, as recently, in the last couple of years, application of AI and other applications in breeding. And, I work with 25 different countries, at least in 3 different continents. And I led a multi-institutional program, especially the CGNARS network, which I'm really, really proud of. And Egerton is part of that network. And I'm so happy to be here and talk about it. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person, but I'm so glad that, I had this opportunity to share some of my thoughts. So during those 20 years, I worked with various crops and managed, as I mentioned, the various research program and generated resources, to do work in the public domain. As the session chair and the master of ceremony of this event mentioned earlier, there is a huge challenge ahead of us. I'm just checking, making sure you can hear me. Okay, good. There's a huge challenge ahead of us. The weather pattern has been playing with us. We hear about drought in Kenya, and then we hear about floods in Kenya. This has a huge impact on intensity of the various stresses our cropland experience, our farmers experience. That includes various biotic and abiotic stress. And then there's a huge pressure on agriculture to produce this food sustainably. Our soils are not doing very well, and there's a huge pressure to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, from agriculture as well. So there is that pressure coming on agriculture in the last, 10 years or so. And one thing we are noticing, we are not doing so well generally worldwide, and particularly in Africa, in terms of our diets. Our sources of nutrition has been reduced to only few commodities. And that is, we are finding now, medical science is telling us that is not good for us, that is not good for our society. So basically, it's a volatile situation also around us. The geopolitical situations. We are hearing what's all happening in 2022 when the war between Ukraine and Russia broke out, and as recently as 3 weeks ago, the war between Iran and the other countries, and that has reduced the movement of the surplus production, and also what we are hearing due to this recent war, the movement of the fertilizers, globally has reduced. So we have been quite, challenged with the way, as on one side we're trying to ensure the food security, and on the other side, we have these constraints, we are working with. I think when we had when at CIMIT, we started working on these crops, these dryland crops, which includes sorghum, pearl millet, groundnut, chickpea, pigeon pea, finger millet. We started thinking about, what is the future is going to look like. And in 2023, we designed a study where we surveyed 588 agriculture researchers, mainly from Africa. And we talked about 6 crops, which are mentioned there. And we asked them what factors are likely to drive changes in crop agronomy or cropping system for future climate. And what you see here in this table are some of the responses. First of all, what you notice is almost for all of these factors, people are expecting going to drive the changes in agriculture, especially in the crop agronomy and cropping systems. Because most of the respondents says the climate change, for example, in terms of rainfall scarcity, yes, will drive, 45% of respondents said very high and 37% said high. But I think the something which really struck you all is the rainfall scarcity, temperature, population growth, and the emerging pests and diseases and the high temperature are going to be the major problem for all of us to, and that's going to even create more pressure on food security. Just to continue on my this theme here, if you look at the annual growth of population in Africa over last 23 years, between 2000 and 2023, which is the population growth here, is about 2.52% annually. And if you look at how the various crops yields have increased over last 23 years, what you notice is, none of the crop is keeping up in the pace with the population growth. And some of the crops are highly affected, such as millets and sorghum and cassava. So I think we need to adopt technologies, as previous speaker mentioned. We need to move towards more new technologies. I think for example, hybrids adoption in sorghum and millet really could shift this tremendously in Africa, in Kenya, and all around the world. But even that sounds very pessimistic view, right? That sounds like we are not doing so well. Yes, the SDGs will tell you we are not doing so well, but there's a lot of hope. And the hope really comes from various technologies. And I'm going to talk about plant breeding, because that's the work I do. I believe the plant breeding has resulted in food security all around the world since 1960s. And there are many, many different examples. And there's been examples coming from all different crops, coming from public contribution of public sector and private sector. And impact of plant breeders remain huge, on ensuring food and nutrition security for humankind. So if you see a plant breeder next to you, please thank them. Next time you meet them, please thank them, because they have really, really worked hard over last, 40 years at least to ensure this food security around the world. And what you see here is the data coming from India on the wheat genetic gains for various traits, tiller number, grains per spike, thousands grain per weight. And what you see here is grain yield. The slope of this line is 24 kilogram per hectare yield increase annually in the last, 100 years or so in India alone. So what I'm trying to say is, even though the picture, what I presented before, looks bleak, looks challenging, but I think if we apply ourselves, if we work together, we will really achieve the food security we need. So the plant breeding is constrained by many factors though, right? The inherent biology of the crop, the reproduction systems. We are trying to develop the products for future environments. We have too many targets. Even though we would like to pursue the demand-led breeding, but when you pursue demand-led breeding, you have various stakeholders which are giving you various trade targets, and it's costly, and it takes time. Therefore, I like to challenge you all that we need to reinvent ourselves. We need to apply new innovative approaches, something a previous speaker mentioned about. And we need to really work internally. I would really, really challenge to work internally within the institutions and also externally through the partnership. And we need to have a culture where we are continuously improving ourselves and making sure we work with cross-disciplinary teams. So keeping that in mind, in 2023, when CIMIT started working on this crop, we really consulted several partners all around Africa and asked them, how should we work together? How do we address this challenge of dryland crops? The productivity of dryland crop is very low, as you saw in the previous slide. So we felt in order for us to be sustained for next 10, 20, 30 years, we can't do this alone. We need to work with the partners. And we established this network. We call it now the Africa Dryland Crops Improvement Network, which has over 200 scientists from 19 different countries and 3 CGIAR institutions, which bring expertise from various agricultural disciplines. I'm happy to say, Egerton, as I mentioned earlier, is a member, and CalRO, the main agriculture research body of Kenya, is also a member of this network. And we focus on 7 different crops, which are listed there. So AdSyn is about joint crop improvement research, working together to leverage each other's strengths. If Egerton can do a good job with the chickpea disease screening, we would like Egerton to do it and not reinvent the wheel and do it somewhere else. We would, believe in the distributed decision making, as opposed to 1 or 2 institutions or few people, deciding on the direction of the research going forward. And we believe in that every institution has a role to play, and they need. Every institution needs to develop their own capacity, and we will work together to develop each other's capacity. And this network is governed by a steering committee coming from both the regions of, one is in Western Central Africa and Eastern Southern Africa. So what really drives us in AdSyn? And this goes back to the comment at the beginning of the session. The 50% of the households in Sub-Saharan Africa are food insecure. This is the statistics coming from 2023. And only 20% of the households, have access to the improved varieties. That's, if you think about, the number of products which have been come through the breeding pipelines, number of products which have been released through the breeding pipelines. Alone in Kenya alone, Dr. James Karanja mentioned, there are 7 varieties released for cassava. But if you look at their adoption, is something he also challenged all of us, is quite low. And that's what we are really, really trying to improve. And we believe if we improve the adoption of these varieties, we'll improve the food security in Africa. So we started working on these three major areas. And as I mentioned earlier, that we would like to leverage the institutional strength. If this is what you see on the top of this slide, is a process how you deliver the varieties. And what you see on the bottom here are the different institutions. Like a Calro could be here, a Egerton could be here, a CIMIT is here, the innovation labs or the universities coming from all around the world are here, the private sector is here. How, in order to deliver a product from point A to the point Z, how do we really work together as a network, and how we can leverage each other's institutional strength to ensure that we are not, first of all, we are not duplicating the work, and we are maximizing on the available capacity we have available in the region. So since 2023, we have co-created the directions for these breeding programs for these 7 crops. We define the market segments, we define the product profiles at both country level, at the regional levels. At the country level, we formed 56 product design teams, which were basically in each country, and with the various stakeholders. We had a stakeholder discussions to determine, what should we really be breeding for let's say for pigeon pea or for chickpea or for other crops. These 56 product design teams consist of 892 PDT members across those 19 countries. And so they define 92 market segments. The market segments essentially suggest or indicates what kind of products we need to breed for what purpose, we are breeding those products for. And that resulted finally into 47 market segments at the regional, at the continent level for these 6 crops. Then we really worked with the partnerships to determine how we're going to share the workload, and also how we're going to be our breeding strategy to address these market segments and these breeding programs. So we had 28 different breeding pipelines. Basically, let's say for chickpea, Kabuli type chickpea in Kenya, that breeding pipeline work is happening with Egerton University, with Dr. Paul Kimartho and Miriam there, where, so that is one of the market segment, that is one of the breeding pipeline. And that has, if you look at across all the crops, we have 28 breeding pipelines, and those are shared with the 48 population development centers coming from both CG institution, NAFS institutions, the universities. And this allowed us to really expand our testing network to 160 testing locations across these 6 crops. And so this is an example of a sorghum, and where we agreed to develop a breeding program together with the Zambia Agriculture Research Institution, CIMIT, and Ethiopia Agriculture Research Institutions. So this is for one of the market segment. There's another market segment where we are working with Calro, we are working with Uganda and CIMIT together to develop this breeding material and these breeding pipelines, which will be available for the whole network, essentially in the region. So as you know, we can't essentially develop just a breeding material. We need to screen for this breeding material. And I mentioned that due to climate change, the biotic and abiotic stresses have increased over the time. And so in the network, we have identified a pathology plant health screening sites, or let's call them phenotyping hubs. And one of the hub, is at Egerton for Ascocata bite for chickpea. And there, we screen, in these phenotyping hubs, we screen for 17 different biotic stresses at these 47 screening locations. And so far, we screened more than 3,000 germplasm lines across Africa. And what you see here on the map are how distributed these phenotyping hubs are for these various plant diseases for these 6 crops. And I mentioned earlier, I'm a big champion of applying technologies in the breeding program. So one of the things we did for all this breeding program is to apply molecular markers and do a discovery of using the molecular marker technologies. And I'm happy to report, 75,000 samples across the 6 crops are sent for QA/QC using markers. And that has resulted into understanding, what are some of the challenges we face in the various breeding program in terms of quality assurance and, and quality check. We fingerprinted, more than 5,500 lines, to understand the diversity of the material and whether, we have enough strength, enough robustness, among our material. And we are working with 18 different NARS scientists, to do a discovery for various traits across Africa. So these are my last few slides. So how do we partner with Egerton? You were wondering, okay, yes, partnership is key, but what have we done with Egerton? And I'm happy to report, Dr. Paul Kimorto, I mentioned his name earlier, Miriam, who is there, we have been working with them on chickpea and pigeon pea. We have been working with them in various counties of Kenya, including right next to you, Nakuru and Baringo and other counties. And we have been working with them since 2023. Egerton is our tier 1 partner, especially for chickpea work in the region. And they have done a really tremendous job. I really like to thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for them achieving really great work where, they have produced a foundation seed for chickpea, and they have done on-farm trials in 3 counties with 180 farmers, and they have been training students in the region, in Kenya. So with that, I'd like to leave you with my final thought. This, which is in no single institution, no single country, or with that, in no single scientist, can solve the food insecurity alone. But together we can, and we already are doing it. I think the previous speaker already, showed a great example of how we are solving the food insecurity problem together. But here is a message for students, who are out there, and young scientists who are out there. Plant breeding is just not a science. It's, to me, more I think about it, becomes a moral responsibility, because the varieties we develop, will feed millions. And I really, really want you to really master the fundamentals of this science and the genetics, data science, agronomy, and then really, really integrate them boldly. Don't follow the normal path. Think about how can I do differently, and really partner across institutions and borders. The next breakthrough, will come from working in a network, and not in isolation. And I've been living in Kenya for the last 4 years. This country has an exceptional scientific talent, and really we are looking forward to work with that talent in that scene to really deploy that talent, not only for Kenya, but also for the region, also for whole Africa. I think the future really belongs to those scientists where you can link the lab work to the farm and to the policy. And for all the leaders who are in the audience, I really, really sincerely and humble request, let's continue to invest in agriculture research. Let's support such regional coordination networks or consortiums or partnerships like AdSeen. And really think about how can we accelerate the variety release pathways, and how do we fund some of these capacities we need, to really make sure such models, we have developed and AdSeen can replicate and scale. And I really, really believe that Kenya could be a regional hub for dryland crop science in East and Southern Africa. And I like to leave with the thought that, the networks such as AdSeen or Africa Dryland Crops Improvement Network is a proof that, when you combine science, the partnership, it really, really works. And so I really urge you to build that future for Kenya, for Africa, and for the world. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we clap for Dr. Gandhi for that wonderful presentation? I think we go to our next presenter, Dr. John Wibali.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. The floor is yours. You have 15
Very
minutes.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. Continue.
Are you hearing me clearly enough?
Yeah, we can hear.
You can hear.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Well, it's very good to be with you. I have here my book of 1979, our Tropical Agriculture Handbook, published with my late colleague Derek Joy, based on our work at that time. And I'm very tempted to talk about all the crops that you've just been speaking about, and about my career in crops, because I studied crop science, soil microbiology, and have worked, as you mentioned, with the public, the private, and the entrepreneurial sectors particularly, and especially with farmers. We started a farmers group at the Royal Agricultural University in 1977, which is still working together, and I produced a paper about that in Canada last year, which looks back over 47 years. We've just had our 47th harvest post-mortem together. And what is interesting is, of course, that farmers have moved to a position of regenerative and more complex systems, having gone through a period in the 70s and 80s of trending towards monocultures. And the real challenge is to work towards food security. And that has been really the central theme of the work I have sought to do with farmers, both in Africa and in other parts of the world, including India, but here in the UK too. And I think, I'm billed to talk about something much wider, but I just wanted to mention the whole crop area. The other thing that I'm about to produce is a book review of this book, Weed Management in Conservation Agriculture Systems. Again, this movement has really risen fairly dramatically. And farmers who have been farming organically in Africa and other parts of the world are being seen as the go-to for real field experience on how these systems work together. We did work on sorghum actually exactly 50 years ago now in Nigeria, comparing the traditional varieties that farmers were using with improved short kara sorghum, with and without weeding. And the impact of the change in variety was important, but the impact of 2 to 3 times weeding was even greater. Not perhaps very good news when in the early days of agricultural education, some unwise educators used weeding as a punishment. Actually, it's a huge benefit for farmers to weed their crops, and it's something within their control. One of my concerns, and perhaps it can be debated, is the loss of farmer sovereignty, farmer managerial sovereignty. But that is something that I noted in the last presentation. You are offering royalty-free varieties. That is very important. Anyway, to my theme, could I have my slides, please? Are you able to put up the screen, please? Thank you. I'm speaking from the southwest of England. I'm a visiting professor at the University of Reading and at the Royal Agricultural University in Cirencester, where I was previously head of agriculture until 1989, when I set up my own business to enable me to do some things for something, some for nothing, like this morning, and some for a commercial normal rate. And so put on the bread on the table for my wife, my 2 sons, and now we have 6 grandchildren who are all grown and flown. And I did have the joy of writing a joint paper on beekeeping as a livelihood option for farmers in East and Southern Africa with my granddaughter, who studied beekeeping in Kenya as part of her studies at the University of Reading 5 years ago. I hope the screen is now available for me to take you through my brief slides. Are you able to put up the screen, please, technologists?
Hello, Professor.
Hello?
Looking for are you able to share your screen?
Yuko hapo kwa please.
Yes.
What?
We got the presentation.
Have you found it?
Yes, we have.
Max.
Hooray! Karibu. That's the one. Are you able to give it a full screen treatment? That's it. Thank you very much. Yeah, when Professor Owour asked me to make this contribution, I thought we are all in our world today, our world in turmoil, hearing a lot about the ethical deal. Can we stick on the first slide, please? Thank you. We have all heard a lot from the President of the United States, and we know about his book, which actually he apparently didn't write. He paid somebody else to write it in 1987, The Art of the Deal. And the deal has made many of us, I'm sure, in Kenya and in other parts of the world, cringe when it comes to proposals to take over Greenland. Anyway, for the moment, that seems to have passed by in the turmoil of other events. But for a deal to be a true deal, it must be an ethical deal. It must ask the questions, what is good, what is right, and what is fair. As Dr. Gandhi said in his paper just now, plant breeding is a moral issue, actually, and all our involvements with farming and food are a moral issue, not just for farmers and rural communities now, but for the whole of society and for future generations. So we're in the business of an ethical deal between farmers who have a business to run, but also the environment from which we derive our livelihoods. These pictures here, actually this lady was in a farmers group in South Africa in KwaZulu-Natal in 1988, and I said to her, what does it mean to you to be working in your farmers group together? She held out her hands and said, now we can work for our own development with our own hands. And that is what we want to do, is to help farmers to help themselves. And are you hearing me okay? Hello? Are you hearing?
Can hear you.
You can, good. So may we proceed to the next slide then, please? I first visited Egerton actually in 1983, and I thought you'd be interested in these quick pictures. The then principal, later the first vice-chancellor of the university in 1987, was Professor Richard S. Musangi. There he is on the left, and Dr. Nefat Kathuri, who later became head of agricultural education. There's a sunflower crop on the college farm, which was impressive in those days. And then on the other side is the brand new refectory in which I had my lunch. Next. Now this question is on the side wall of our local research station, which is part of Rothamsted in the UK. And this is a question that researchers all over the world are asking: how can we balance ecology, economy, and environment? And that is the heart of ethical questions. Taking you back to first principles, for many years economists talked about land, labour, and capital being engaged together in a balanced way to produce results. Actually, can we keep that slide, please? The last slide, thank you. Entrepreneurship has not been formally taught, and in fact it's lagged behind and still does lag behind. Some of the private universities, like the Royal Agricultural College and now the Royal Agricultural University, have always taught entrepreneurship. And I want to talk about a university in Costa Rica briefly later on. But entrepreneurship is absolutely key, and we should be teaching it, and we should be encouraging it, and we should be championing it amongst farmer groups also. Next. What we're really trying to do is not to turn agriculture into an industrial process like an assembly line in a motor factory or a tractor factory, but actually we are dealing with a cycle, please click, which integrates ecology, economy, and of course employment. And one of the issues which you talked about yesterday, and thank you by the way for yesterday, I hugely enjoyed on both mornings the choir and their contribution. Hooray, terrific, keep it up. But also the question of AI. We'll touch on that briefly later. It's a massive subject, but many people are concerned about the impact on jobs and the employment factor. But what we're trying to do, previous slide please. Please leave on the previous slide and we'll move on. We're not trying to turn it into a linear process, we're trying to expand the cyclical nature of agricultural production. That's the core of agroecology. Next. And one of many examples of that would be here. This is Senda cow in Uganda, and the cow has been supplied not only with water continuously, but also Caliandra, solar dried there, and then all the urine is collected. Natural pesticide is made and used to treat the bananas, protect against banana weevil, the most serious pest in many parts of East Africa. And then the surplus urine and dung is made into compost, and the compost used to produce vegetables. A completely cyclical, integral resource management system. Okay. Now, in 1980, I worked in South Africa. We were actually doing survey work on a large estate to try to grow blueberries. And we surveyed the soils and recommended blueberry cultivation, and there are now blueberries widely grown in South Africa. But our employer then was the South African Businessman of the Year. He was actually a Lithuanian Jew who described his early life as a barefoot boy who came out of the Karoo, he said to me, and he went into the rag trade, and he became the proprietor of Edgar's Stores, which is still a fairly large store in South Africa. But in his acceptance speech of the South African Businessman of the Year, he said, "Management is the greatest of the arts because its medium is human talent itself." The Chichewa in Malawi have a proverb, Mufunu kulima, mulime kuye murida wamutu. You can read it there, probably better than I can. But what it means is, if you are to farm, first cultivate the garden in your head. And we need to be very careful not to bypass the human brain and the human thinking. And this is the big challenge of AI, both in terms of plagiarism and in terms of maintaining our own capacity for independent thought and interaction together at a human level. Now, you know these statistics, they're very broad statistics, but Africa has 20% of world land, slightly more, and something nearer to 17% probably now of global population, but produces less than 3% of world GDP. And this is a massive challenge, and it offers huge scope and opportunity. We need to make sure that the opportunity is harnessed by African communities and African leaders themselves.
John, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, please. So, an interesting point in all this is that in Kenya, it's reckoned that women do 70% of farming, but they are said to own less than 5% of land. How accurate that statistic is, I don't know, but the World Bank reckon that women-run farms show an increase on average of 25% yields, according to World Bank data. And that's a lot of food for thought, because when it comes to food security at the margins, I have found over a career of more than 50 years in the tropics and here that women farmers are hugely successful. I was privileged to visit one of the top 100 companies of all sorts in the UK very recently, run by a woman who started producing hens when she was 12. She's now nearly 50. She's in the top business category, and that is actually free-range eggs sourced from 56 business-to-business arrangements around farms throughout the UK. AI, we have to look at its impact and use it intelligently. Very important in monitoring agricultural biosecurity issues, very important in things like selective spraying for herbicides, monitoring livestock health, and so on. But there is no substitute for the farmer's boot and the observant farmer's eye. We need to balance our screen time and our field time. And that goes even for the most specialized scientists working on the most specialized research. Next. And the vital spark is entrepreneurship. And we will glean that from within farmers' groups. Farmers worldwide, in my experience and research in many countries, prefer to learn from other farmers. Surprise, surprise. Nurses prefer to learn from other nurses. Researchers probably prefer to learn from other researchers. That is the value of conferences like the one you're having today. Next. Here is Agnes, an entrepreneur in Uganda. She was doing well with her chickens and people said, keep more chickens. No, she said, I'm going to use the profits to put in a water tank. I'm spending 2.5 hours a day collecting water. I'm going to capture roof water. Then I'm going to use my chicken manure to produce, because that's where it started, but it also is involved with crop products. And it was started by Dr. Christy Peacock, who used to run Farm Africa and who is very keen to encourage entrepreneurship in Kenya and other surrounding countries. Next. Here is a Turkana lady I photographed in the 1970s. She is harvesting cilantro. That actually is a seed crop which sheds its seed very easily. It needs harvesting every day. It's high value. It's grown in that area because of disease resistance, of course, but it's actually used as a pasture legume, as you can see on the right, down country, around Egerton and other areas. Purple bush bean. A good example of an integrated system where we're collaborating together in different regions of the country. Next.
1 minute, John.
Solar drying, adding value to products, very important. Solar drying various fruits there. Next. And this Gambian farmer, recognizing his agricultural education, his Greenland vegetable garden, he's making from beeswax and various herbs products to sell directly to customers passing on the neighboring road. Next. And here we are, Earth University in Costa Rica, a private university. You can see on the left, the entrepreneurial mentality is one of the 4 pillars of its educational system. And every student at Earth University, the aerial view looks not unlike Egerton in areas, but anyway, each student has to start a small business as a part of their course, and it has to be costed properly and developed and marketed. Next. So there are 7 C's I want to sum up now. The basis of farm management for family farmers in Africa. Keep an eye on the cash flow, absolutely crucial for any business. Collaborate with other producers, collaborate with consumers, use common sense and keep your feet on the ground and your eyes observant. Next, competent skills, keep learning and value the community. Be aware of the benefits and the downsides of the cyber world in which we all now live. Finally, in Africa, here's a proverb: wise people learn from their mistakes, wiser people learn from the mistakes of others. Look around not only for success but for mistakes. And last of all, the Bible book of Proverbs advises the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. And John, I think you are Kenyan. Because,
well, I have several Kenyan names. I'm privileged to have several Kenyan names.
Yeah,
yes.
because I saw your tie. I think
yes.
It has our Kenyan colors, yeah?
I was given this by a very dear man called Shadrach Apoti in 1980. When I visited him at Soy.
So that was...
He was the founder of Soy Village Polytechnic.
Maybe I think that tie belonged to a political party, KANU.
Well, it used to, but actually it hasn't got any emblems except the national emblem.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Just remain online.
I put it on
because
especially for you, George. And also I put up my Marseillais shuka behind me.
Okay, so just remain online because I think we have some questions for you and we'll request you to respond to them later. But before that, just to remind all of us, I think that was a session where we've had presentation from 3 very important scientists with a lot of experience. And when I was listening to the first 2 presentations in plant breeding, I thought of myself. I am an animal breeder, yeah. So whatever you are presenting, I can resonate very well with it. So when you look at the presentation that was done by Dr. Karanja from Calro, he talked about breeding and also biotechnology, where he mentioned biotechnology as an avenue that we can use to come up with resilient futures. And he went to the extent of drawing some lessons from BT maize adoption. And I liked what he mentioned later. He talked about strengthening innovation, looking at partnerships and also sustainability in the agri-food system. And he mentioned that we should really ensure that whatever innovation we have in some of our laboratories, these innovations, at the end of it, are adopted by our small-scale farmers because we just have a lot of innovations. He talked about 6, I think, varieties that have been released in maize that are resistant to some of the plant health issues. He also talked about 3 varieties, I think, cassava. He mentioned something to do with the genome editing. I was expecting him to mention the method they are using to edit some of this genome. He talked about breeding for resistance, and then talked about BT cotton and maize, and why is it that we are not really adopting some of this technology when we know very well that when these technologies are adopted, we'll go a long way in reducing losses and improving yields. And he also mentioned an aspect of aflatoxins and stressed the importance of partnership, that is between public and private, and that we must come together. And then there were some challenges that he mentioned, and even went to the extent of projecting some of those policies in blue letters, policies to do with implementing some of these new technologies. And then he gave an example. I think it was from a project, WEMA. I didn't get it quite well. And then he talked about crops that are herbicide tolerant, because we are all aware that we are really using a lot of herbicides in our production systems. And then finally, he stressed the point that we have to work together. We should not really compete, but we work together, because it is only through that we can come up with technologies that will serve all of us. And then you are all invited to a field day at Njoro. I don't know when it will be, 23rd of March, yeah? So we are all invited to Njoro just to have a look at what Njoro Calro station is doing. And then there was this other presentation from our colleagues from CIMIT. Dr. Gandhi also talked about breeding for impact, science, partnership, and food security in Africa. And he also stressed the fact that we should ensure food security. And this can only happen if we work together. He also talked about the issue of alpaca-assisted selection, and also the introduction of artificial insemination, artificial intelligence. When you talk about AI, us in the animal science, AI to us is artificial insemination. Because artificial insemination came earlier than artificial intelligence. So we always confuse ourselves. When we talk about AI, to us AI is artificial insemination. But here it is artificial intelligence in breeding. And then he also talked about some challenges that we are facing. There is the drought, and then we have floods. And I can translate this to, there is a scenario where we don't have water, we complain. And then when there is water, we also complain. And then we always ask ourselves, what is the problem with us? Because we always complain. So what is wrong with us? Yeah? So I don't know. And then talked about the intensities of stress as some challenges. And then there was this issue of reduced diversity in our diets. I think for Kenya, I think we don't have diversity in our diets. I don't know whether you've noted. If I were to visit maybe Professor Warrior, I know what he will prepare for me. It's either ugali, rice, nothing more. And then he will either do nyama choma or chicken or beef. Nothing more. So when you look at our diets are not that diverse. And I remember I used to challenge students from the Department of Food Science. Yeah, and I was asking them, why should we be serving ugali just as a mountain? Can't you think of other ways of serving ugali? Maybe frying ugali together with ice cream. Yeah, with maybe some salad or something. Yeah, why should it just be the same way? The same way we served ugali a number of years ago, that is how we are serving ugali. And the same way we attacked ugali those years, that is how we attack the ugali. So why can't we change? And then he talked about volatility when it comes to geopolitics. I think we are all aware of all this. And then there was the aspect of redesigning crop varieties because of the fact that the climate is changing. He told us something about some studies where they did some survey in a number of countries in Africa. And then he also talked about what plant breeding has resulted in. It has resulted in food security, and that the breeders have developed improved varieties and germplasm, and that the impacts are huge on food and nutrition security for all of us. And then he even mentioned different factors that constrain plant breeding and the need to really think of how we are going to reinvent ourselves. And then there was the introduction to the African Dairyland Crops Improvement Network. And what I was waiting to hear is whether Egerton is a member, Professor Kimurto. And I was happy to hear that Egerton is a member. And then at the end of it, it talked about if we stay together, we be able to solve food security issues. And he challenged our students, because we know there is a talent within, and we should be looking forward and working together so that we build a better future, because the future belongs to the student, and also the future belongs to those who will link well with the farmers. And he posed a question on who is going to fund some of these activities. And then there was this final presentation by Professor John Wibali. And John Wibali is, I think he's Kenyan and Egertonian, because we saw the photos, some of those old photos. Some of us never saw Professor Musangi, and we saw photos of Professor Musangi. And then some of us never knew that we used to take our lunch from the student mess. And he mentioned that is where he took his lunch. at the student mess. And then he talked about breeding, being a moral issue for farmers and the whole of society and the future generation. And I liked his presentation on the ethical dimensions involving farmers and farmers' business and the environment. And then there were some quotes, and these are very important quotes, like the one from Malawi. If you are to farm, first cultivate the garden in your head. If you are to find out what is wrong with us, please just find out what is wrong with you in your head. I think that is how I was thinking about that particular question. And then he also talked about this other saying that management is the greatest of the arts because it's a medium. Its medium is human talent itself. If you don't treat this well, it will really be difficult for you to understand. And then he gave an example of a company that is doing well in Kenya, and these are companies that we should look for. I think he mentioned which company this is, and we should think of maybe coming up with some partnerships with this company. And then there is the 7C basis of farm management, which he really presented well. So that is just a summary, just to remind ourselves about what was presented by the three presenters. So it is now time for questions. I don't know whether do we have any question for the first presenter? Okay, so let me just, for the first presenter, I'm seeing 2 hands. And then for the second presenter, none. For the third presenter, so we'll allow only 2. Only 2 presentations here, but just take note of the fact that the first presenter is here, and you can still ask your questions. And then the other 2 who are online, we have their contacts. So if there is anything you want to ask them, I think you are free. You can simply either WhatsApp or just email them, So we'll only allow 2 questions. So the first one, Dr. James Jenga.
Thank you very much. I am by name TPL Suleiman Tanko Kende. I'm from Kebbi State University of Science and Technology, Aleru, Nigeria. So my question goes to the first presenter, where he talked about plant resilience against herbicide. That is where my question come up. So in the process of protecting or improving the productivity on agricultural yield, yes, of course, the crops are being destroyed by herbicide and other chemicals. So how can a modern technology introduce some precision mechanism in order to curtail this kind of negative effects against plants, not only plants and also human, in terms of application of herbicide and other chemical agent? That is my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The second and the last.
Hello, Protocol Observe. Good morning. My name is Peter Charles Saponyo. I'm a PhD student taking dry land agriculture here at Egerton. So I have some few questions for the first presenter. First and foremost, I want to thank him for the wonderful presentation. He was very passionate about empowering the lives of the farmers. So I would like first to ask him, in his own understanding, does he believe that biotechnology, most especially GMOs, is a silver bullet to food insecurity in African continent? Then, in most of the African countries, there is a negative perception about the GMOs because of the certain reasons that farmers and policymakers have. How can African continent adopt these technologies, if at all they can solve our problems completely? Then in other countries, I've read about this GBT maize. For example, in the US, it was reported that much as it showed resistance to fall armyworm, but later on in the state of Puerto Rico, this BT maize was recalled because of the breakdown in the resistance. So do we have other alternatives in case of the breakdown of the resistance? Then also in South Africa, the same BT maize in 2007 to 2013, it also broke in resistance. So are we taking into consideration these setbacks as we try to adopt these modern technologies? Then the other question is...
I think you'll ask maybe later. Let's give him an opportunity to respond, and then maybe during a coffee break, the other question, maybe you can follow it up with him. Just
okay, thank you very much.
Good, thank you. Dr. James Jenga.
Yeah, thank you very much for the two questions that came across. I think the first question was on the issue of the use of the herbicide and the effect. Let me use the word to the non-target. Of course, you are spraying to kill the weeds. And that's why we have this forum here, so that we can be able also to answer some of these questions. As the scientists, we are looking at all that. By the time we say this technology is good, we have looked at all those questions. On the use of the herbicide, we are implementing that technology in two sites. One on the lower eastern, and the other one on the upper eastern, or on the highlands. In the highlands, this is where farmers' fall armyworm is not a big issue because the rains are there. Their main problems are the weeds. And if you go there, that's why they use a lot of herbicides. So what are we checking? We are checking at all those questions. We are applying the herbicide. We will kill all the weeds. But before we apply, we take the diversity. Not only the weeds, including the microbiomes. And then we apply. And then we start monitoring the weeds as they germinate, so that we see, are we eliminating something forever? Are we going to have something new? And we have done that one for 2 seasons. And I said, if you talk to me, we have the results on that, including the microbiomes. Before we sprayed, after we sprayed, and by the end, and we apply the second spray in the same spot, does anything change? The answer is no. We even go to the extent of looking even the grain, looking the stovers, looking even those weeds. How is the residue of this herbicide? We are collecting all that data, so that by the end of the day, when I come and present here, and I say this technology is working, I'm speaking with confidence and with the data. Science is about data. We are doing that. On the adoption of the GMO, BT maize, in Nigeria, my colleague is here. Talk to him. He found us in the technology, working for the technology since 2018. They just came in 2021. And they said, Kenyans, you have done this. We have the result. Show us the data. We showed them the data. This is the second year they are commercializing the same varieties that we are not commercializing. If you speak to them, you can check online and you can see the impact Nigeria has made in maize. Ethiopia has also done the same. My worry is, this guy, they have joined us. They found us on the way. They have learned a lot of lessons from us. They have adopted our policies. And now, in the next 2 years, we are sitting on the technology. We will start importing maize from Nigeria and from Ethiopia. Is that the route we want to go? On the issue of the resistant development, issue of stewardship, very important. The management of the refugia, the use of the refugia in managing the insect-resistant development. That was the gap. Those are the lessons we keep on learning. And that is why it was learned in Costa Rica, it was learned in South Africa. Today, it is not an issue. Look at the Vision 2030, look at the Vision 2063, look at the SDGs. Zero hunger, biotechnology is the tool for the future. It is not a silver bullet. It is just one of the many tools within our toolbox in making sure we are sustainably food and economically stable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we clap for Dr. James? And thank you for responding to those questions. I think we are done with that particular session. But before that, there is something that you mentioned about breakdown in resistance. As an animal breeder, we also suffer from the same, but with us, the way we explain it is that always, if there is no proper management of whatever genetic material is provided, then we always end up with what we call a breakdown of favorable recombinations. It's just like, if you may give an example, and I know that's what happened in that particular scenario. If you were to pick a broiler, the broiler chicken, or let's say the layer is a terminal, the same way like with the BT cotton that we are using. It is a terminal generation. It is meant for production, and then after that you slaughter and you go get something else. But what we see happen is that you'll find someone trying to breed the layers, getting an indigenous chicken and indigenous cock, mating it with a layer, and then at the end of it all, you'll end up with depressed performance. Why? Because of the fact that that layer is terminal, that broiler is terminal. The BT cotton, that seed is terminal, because at the end of each production cycle, you cannot plant the same seed. You must go and buy that seed. So if you plant the same seed, then you end up with all these breakdowns in resistance due to a breakdown in what we call favorable recombinations. For those who know genetics, I think they understand what I mean by that. So when you look at this session, the last part is a panel discussion, and I will make it very, very short because of time. I know some of us, the glucose levels have gone down, and we really want to take some break. So we had a number of questions that our panelists were supposed to respond to, so we might maybe reduce them, or maybe think of just having one panelist responding to one question. So just prepare yourself. So I'm just happy to be requested to also chair this panel, because with me earlier, I thought that I'll just chair and then there'll be a moderator for this panel discussion, but I was told, no, you are the one to moderate. So I think I'm very happy, and let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers for the opportunity that they have really provided, so that we can discuss how we can work with the youth. Because when I saw the questions, they were dealing with the youth, how we can work with the youth to scale climate smart agri-food innovations. And I'm really excited because of what we are just about to hear, because I know our speakers, these are speakers with resourceful knowledge, and they really have a passion for this particular course. And during this discussion, we should really expect a very insightful session and ideas that will position us to instigate reforms based on the outputs of the session. But before I introduce our speakers, I know we don't know them, but it's better that way. Before I introduce them, I'd like to say that climate-smart agricultural technologies and innovation, they range from all this precision and digital tools, drought, and pest-tolerant seed varieties. We've already talked about that. Climate-resilient livestock practices, to circular bioeconomy approaches. They really offer a very powerful pathway to increase productivity, reduce all these greenhouse gas emissions, and also strengthen our resilience across agri-food systems. And when you look at some of these technologies and bearing in mind that the youth are tech savvy, I think this is where we feel that they can find their own niche. Last semester and this semester I'm teaching, I taught and now I'm teaching also a very interesting unit that deals with emerging technologies in agriculture, and one that deals with, I think, precision livestock farming. When I looked at the levels of interest amongst the students, they were really interested, to the extent that at the end of it all, when I saw their grades, the mean grade was 76%. So meaning that all of them scored A's. Even a student who is weak in the other subjects, this student scored an A. Why? Because of the fact that they really love technology. And because of that, then it will also be very vital upon us to ensure that we really use what they love to ensure that they really contribute positively to agricultural development. So the young people are both key beneficiaries as well as they're also vital agents of change. And they bring that technological fluency, entrepreneurial drive, and openness to any new business model. And to realize their potential, their potential, it's always very important to include them in whatever thing we do. So, when you look at what they need, sometimes we can talk of what is this that they need. They really need interventions that they can really afford, that will help them to really improve their skills, that interventions that are less risky, and that interventions that will ensure that they go around some of the barriers that currently limit their participation in whatever activity we do. So we have maybe finance. There is the issue of insurance, and we've been talking about partnership, and then we'll also be talking about whether there is need for enabling policies to ensure that some of these climate-smart solutions are attractive and are also viable for the next generation of farmers. So this panel discussion will really yield solutions that can be acted upon by a number of stakeholders to ensure the long-term viability of innovations within the agri-food sector. Now, after the panel discussion, I think we really have some time for questions, I hope, and answer. And I'd like just to recommend that use this time just to listen, jot down your questions, and keep them somewhere. And when you'll be asking your questions, just be brief. If it is one question, let it be one question. So just be brief so that we can get to everyone's question. So I don't want to really waste our time, but please just join me in welcoming our panelists. And our panelists represent an insurance company. There's a bank, university, there is a government, and an international research organization. So join me in welcoming the following 5 panelists, with Jacqueline Kitinga, the regional manager, Britam Insurance. Can we clap for Jack? Just sit anywhere. Okay, climb from here. Watch your steps. And then join me in welcoming Roslyn Akidiva, Branch Manager, Kenya Commercial Bank, Egerton University Branch. I think, Roslyn, we should give you a position within the university. Maybe an adjunct lecturer, professor. Join me welcoming Professor George Award, Director, Research and Extension. Dr. Fred Agutu from Calro. Can we clap for Agutu? And then we have Dr. Beatrice Mureithi from ISIPE. And as you adjust to the environment on stage, it's always hot sometimes. Let me just take this opportunity to really thank you for contributing your time and also effort to make this panel discussion possible. So, I think you've now adjusted. Yeah, the exam is very easy. Yeah, it is not that difficult because it deals with technology. And we are all of us tech savvy. Yeah? So I'd just like to ask you, maybe Dr. Beatrice Mureithi, yeah, from ISIPE. What emerging climate smart technologies and innovations have really great potential to transform the agri-food sector? And how can these solutions be made accessible and attractive to the youth of Kenya?
Okay, good morning, everyone. As I've been introduced, I'm Beatrice Mureithi. I'm from ISIPE. ISIPE is the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology. We do insect science, insect of all kind. And I'm delighted this morning for the invitation, especially to my former lecturer, my friend, my teacher, Professor Wall, for the invitation, and to share what ISIPE is doing, especially on the emerging climate-smart technologies and innovation. And I want to just point two of them because of, I know, Prof, you'll be on my side, and I can talk a lot about what ISIPE is doing. I want to align with the research agenda from ISIPE. Two of the emerging climate-smart technologies that ISIPE is working on. First of all is insect for food and feed. And as we all know, organic waste in Kenya and also worldwide is a big problem. And actually, just looking at Nairobi alone, Nairobi is producing an average of 1,800 tons of organic waste daily. So by using insects such as black soldier fly, we are transforming, we're bringing the transformation potential of converting that organic waste to very high protein for animals, and which replaces the most expensive component of feed, which is protein, crude protein. And of course, we are reducing also the greenhouse emissions and creating employment. And how can we encourage the youth? I want to just one example of the many youths that we are involving in production of black soldier fly. And this is a company called Zahanga by two young men, fresh graduates from, or rather graduates from USIU, two young men who came together and formed Zahanga company. And they came to ISIPE trained them, built capacity, gave them some starter packs, and from there, since 2020, they are able to produce about 1,000 1.2 to 1.5 tons of black soldier larvae every week that they sell, to feed producers. And they have also, employed many other young graduates like themselves. And the other thing they are producing is fertilizer, organic fertilizer. So this is a whole circular economy that such a technology has created. And we have many more examples. We have many youths who are also producing poultry. So they are also using the insect, the black soldier fly, to produce feed for their poultry enterprises. So I can point many more others, but allow me to also point out the second climate smart technology, which is the nature-based pest management, use of biologicals, biological control, and biopesticide. Our speaker from Carroll talked about high residue levels for synthetic chemicals. And how can we reduce that? Is to bring the nature-based pest management solutions. And of course, we have seen in the recent past, climate change has really brought, intensified, insect outbreaks. So shifting pest distribution and also, of course, threatening our food security. So ICIPE is also involved in producing biopesticide to replace the chemical pesticide, also bringing natural enemies, parasitoids, right from the source of some of these invasive pests, so that we have, and we have used, we have also involved youth in producing some of the biopesticide. Therefore, of course, we addressing the issues of environment and health risks, but also strengthening our agroecology resilience in the farming system. And last but not least, Prof, allow me just pick one more climate smart technology, which is also emerging, is the use of pollination technologies. And here we have promoted bee keeping in a very big way, apiculture. And we have, just to point out, one of our biggest projects in Ethiopia, which was called Moyesh, or More Young Enterprises, Entrepreneurs in Silk and Honey, between 2019 and 2023. And we were able to reach 102 and 500 youths. Because youth wants to see, to make money and to make money quickly. So we gave them starter packs, which is also one of the solutions to involve the youth in production of these climate smart technologies. And we were able to, this project made an impact of generated about 7.6 million USD between those 5 years. So those are a few examples, but I can give more given time.
And how are you making these technologies accessible and attractive to the young farmers?
So how we are doing it, and I think this is also, our previous speakers have talked a lot about partnerships, co-creation, co-development, co-implementation. We cannot do this alone. Mm-hmm. As researchers, we have to involve the government, so that we can have policies that support, for instance, registration of biopesticide. We also have to involve the private sector. Right from the beginning, the private sector, ICIPE does not commercialize technologies. All our technologies must be passed over to the private sector. So we partner with the private sector right from the onset of the design of the project. And last but not least, we also bring the financiers. I'm happy the bankers are here, and the insurance. We also bring them on board, as well as the NGOs and farmers. And of course, big time, we need resources. So the development partners are also part of this partnership. So working together through partnership, collaboration, we are able to design. And by the way, we are also bringing the youth now to the table, having their voices, not just listening, but also putting their voice in the design of some of these technologies.
Okay, good. Thank you. I like what you mentioned about partnerships, because when you talk about partnerships, what comes in my mind is the issue of maybe coming up with affordable business models.
Correct.
And also maybe coming up with what I know you're doing, and even KCB, we are also doing it, maybe youth-centric training and sort of incubation of some models of these new technologies. So thank you very much for your response. I think we talked about, I think, finance. You mentioned something to do with the finance. So when you look at finance, sometimes finance is always linked to insurance, and I'm happy that the finance sector and the insurance sector, they are represented in this panel discussion. So to, I think, Roslyn and Jacqueline, yeah? How can your respective companies design inclusive financing and risk management products that will go a long way in supporting youth participation and also enable farmers adopt some of these climate smart technologies? Maybe we start with what comes first, money or insurance? Money comes first, okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor. It's a great honor to join you during this 16th biannual conference. And on behalf of KCB, I would like to sincerely thank the organizers for inviting us to contribute on this particular important theme. Direct your question, at KCB, what we are doing is we know that agriculture is the, to GDP, it's more than 60% that is contributed by agriculture, and we have involved our youth, and in every county we have ensured that we are involving youth through the youth groups at the ground level. And the products that we have, one of it is the youth accounts. The farmers' accounts are not having charges. Number two, the innovations we sponsor and partnering with the global funds, we partner with the Green Climate Fund to encourage our youth and attract them to agriculture, and by ensuring that we give them affordable financing, their loans. And anytime we partner with them, we ensure that the partners we bring on board are giving in the training, the right practices. And in terms of insurance, we have a portion of that loan that ensures that if the youth perhaps is doing with farming, for instance, I'll give an example of potato. We did potato in this area of Molo and Mount Narok. And we went to a lower, we were funding even half an acre, and we know most youth don't have their own title deed, so we encourage them to lease land, and then we put partners on board to give them the advice on what they need, the inputs and all that. And then we had a portion of it for the insurance, and it was to take care of in the event, in the unfortunate event the climate changes and the harvest fails, the insurance portion was taking part of that, so that the youth don't go back to their pocket to pay for it. And we also made sure that we are also having off-takers of their products, so that at the end of the period, once the harvest is done, is when the loan was being repaid. And we made sure that this youth remain with some money at the end of that. So those are some of the things that we are doing with the youth to make sure that it's affordable for them, and that the crop yield is high, and the risk issues that arise because of climate issues are also taken care of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Insurance?
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for the invitation on behalf of Britam. My name is Jackie, as you heard. Just to add on what my friend Roslyn has said, insurance, we seem to do almost the same things that the bank is doing, but we have provided a mobile app for our clients, and that takes care of the youth, because the youth are very good on or in digital platform. So we provide a mobile app for our clients, and on that mobile app, we have all kinds of products that we have provided. And among them is insurance for livestock and crops. But before I look at insurance for livestock and crops, we also have provided a lot of member education, both on the mobile app and physically, which we do for our clients. And a member education, we try to expose our clients to the opportunities that are there, and especially in agriculture, because we are looking forward to having them have a lot of agricultural products or agricultural activities so that we can provide the good insurance. So on that mobile app platform where young people cherish, we provide a lot of information, we provide mentorship, we provide even sometimes showcasting of successful people who have succeeded in agriculture, and especially young people who have done agriculture and succeeded. We'll do that both online, and we'll also do it physically when we are doing our member education. So a lot of education going around to the youth, to the young people, and everybody else who is able to access that. And then, of course, we do financing. In financing, if you have a product with us, you're able to take a loan against your product, which can help you in capital when you want to do your farming or your agricultural products. We also do investments, and in investments, we allow you invest with us with very good returns, and your funds are accessible anytime. So in an event of you wanting some monies for your farming and so on, you're able to access it anytime. And we advise that every farmer needs to have an emergency fund, because we are living in times when anything can come up anytime and you need to access your funds quickly. So you need to have an emergency fund. So we encourage you, save, get good returns for your money, and in an event of you needing money, you can be able to access it anytime. And then, of course, we also encourage insurance, and under insurance we have several types, but in this case we'll talk about the matter at hand, that is agriculture. So we will also insure your crops. We'll insure your crops against drought, we will insure your crops against fire, we will insure your crops against frost damage, against fire, against excessive rains, against flooding, against windstorm, against malicious damage, against uncontrolled pests, and many other things that come along. Some of them are natural, others are artificial, that would affect your crops. And then we also insure your livestock, and on livestock we look at accidental death. In an event of a livestock maybe dying because of lightning, because of external or internal injuries, because of fire, because of windstorm, because of snake bites, in an event of flooding, in an event of transit, you are transporting your livestock from one area to another, and in case of death caused by accident, that is insured. We'll also insure things like emergency slaughter, in case your veterinary officer advises that you need to slaughter your animals immediately because of probably something that is coming up, we will ensure that. Diverse diseases that are terminal are also insured. Loss of milk from a cow, maybe that has died, we'll take care of that. In an event of such happening, we'll take care of it. In case of theft and so on, and that is it. So we will look at the side of insurance, we look at the side of finances, how do we finance you to be able to begin up your farming and so on. And then we'll also look at the side of how can you progress well with your education, and in terms of just exposing you to the facilities that are there available to help you enhance your education or your knowledge on farming and so on. So we'll look at some of the innovative or innovations that are coming up, and we have farmers among us in insurance who are professionals, or if we don't have, then we outsource, who are able to come and help you learn on that and just strengthening your farming skills. Thank you so much.
Good. Thank you for that elaborate response. And when I was listening to you, I think there's a word that came. I think you used that word, partnership. Even you also talked about partnership. You also talked about partnership. And when I look at Professor George Owor, I think you are heading a directorate within the university that is really in charge of partnerships. Yeah. So, what partnership models between all these different organizations? We have maybe the government represented, we have research institution, we have financial organization, and also international partners. So what partnership models can effectively empower youth and scale climate smart innovation across the agri-food sector? What models?
Thank you. I think I want to share what has worked and some of the ones that we are trying to work on. The easier ones are academic-related partnerships with the local, regional, and international universities. These are obviously through MOUs, and the youths tend to benefit through research exchanges as well as academic exchanges. That has not been a big problem for many years for Egerton and many other universities. But from the research perspective, one of the nagging one is a partnership with industry. The industry are very sensitive in terms of coming up with a memorandum or a legal memorandum of understanding. So the approach we use from research, from innovations, and also related science work is we engage in what we call gentleman's agreements. And we have engaged our legal office to try to tone down the legality of the MOUs, because most private sector are not keen to have so much legal statements in our agreements.
Yeah.
And the benefits the youths get is through internships. That's also a government thing, but also innovations. And so in that approach, the industry are able to work with us in co-creation, co-innovation, and also commercialization of some of our innovations. The last one is the one on international research organizations, as well as the local ones like CALRO. With ISIPE, for example, Dr. Beatrice here, we have been working for a very long period since she now became also a mentor of others after I mentored her, plus other CGI. They are very easy to work with, and they don't go so much on terms of the MOU. In fact, what you need is just a general agreement, and they are able to host your students. And they also do co-supervision. That's a very common thing for research organizations, because they want the publications that the students and you come up with, they are also part of that publications. And they fund most of those opportunities. Just one thing about the challenge. We need to find easier ways of encouraging our youths to engage in innovations. What we have done at the Division of Research is that we have created a separate innovation club, what we call Students Innovation Club, and where we allow them to freely innovate. You can just be a mentor as a researcher or as a lecturer. That way they start up very easily, and in fact they are even exhibiting here. That way you are able to reach out and they do very good innovation. The second thing is that after they innovate, you try to connect them to industry without you. So the university actually has set a small portion of fund for students' innovation hub to support students, innovators, to move and protect their innovations, of course through the university, and also doing the work of sharing the benefits. So that's what we are doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we've talked about issues to do with the respective technologies, and then we've looked at matters to do with the finance, insurance, and then we have a partnership. But you're all aware that all this cannot really work if we really don't have the requisite policies and the institutional frameworks. So maybe Dr. Fred Agutu, from a government or a national research organization, but you're also representing Professor Boulier, who is an advisor, yeah? Which means you are representing the government. So what policy and institutional frameworks do we really need to strengthen youth engagement, maybe to support some of the technologies, to support climate smart agriculture, and to ensure inclusive and sustainable transformation of the agri-food system?
Thank you, Prof, and thank you, everyone. It's always a honor to come back at Egerton. When I sit in front of my lecturers, I feel great, and thank you for teaching me well. And now back to the question, what policies that are needed? At national level, we really need to create or even to build policies that provide an enabling environment for the young people to venture into agriculture. Here we are talking about policies, just like Prof mentioned, viable policies that can be able to attract the young people in terms of their engagement or even involvement in agriculture. Here we also need to strengthen the youth involvement, and by this one, the young people are mostly attracted to the ICT sector. So how can we draw in the ICT into agriculture? The young people are mostly involved in most of these online platforms. So if we create an enabling environment that the young people can be able to access or even to utilize in terms of making viable either business or even agricultural activities, they'll be enticed to join most of these platforms. Here we are talking about policies that make the young people, for example, registration of companies or even organizations. We all know that there are certain barriers that are currently existing. So if we can maybe reduce some of these barriers so that we enable the young people to be able to offer very good platforms for them to begin business or even to begin companies that they can venture into agriculture. We also need to create policies that create jobs, pathways, and even resilience, so that the young people can be able to be the lead role in some of these activities. Finally, we also need to have policies that ensure equity and gender safeguards, so that not everyone, there's no one that is being left out during this transformation agenda, so that we'll be able to access. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, good. Thank you very much for your presentation. I know we just have a lot to share, but always time is not on our side. So what I will do, I will only allow maybe one question to the panelists, just one question, and then we move from there. Just one, yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. You need the mic. Just one question. Yeah. Mike.
Being we have so many or numerous finance experts or participants on the board or on the session, please I want us to, or I want the financial participant or expert to throw more light on green financing. Green financing is addressing a current global challenge on climate changes associated with greenhouse gases and other emission, which is directly or indirectly affecting agricultural development. Please, what can you say about the greenhouse financing? Green financing. Thank you.
Okay, just very, very brief. Anything on green financing?
Okay, we have participated in green financing. One, we have supported our farmers and even now the youth to embrace the solar technology on their farms. Like we have a group that was doing chicken. They're rearing chicken, and we helped them to install the solar. So that is, we're really pushing for that. And even right now in our schools, we are transiting schools to solar technology. And that is now on a very, very large scale. So far, we are starting with over 1,300 schools. Another thing that maybe apart from your question that maybe I didn't mention, Prof, as KCB a bank, we are supporting those students, like the students who would wish or get that chance to go for internship in diaspora. As a bank, we, through especially the department, the Faculty of Animal Science, I think there is Professor Matasio here, Professor Ndieki. Last year, we managed to support students who had an internship to go to the US and I think Europe. And I'm here to encourage, if there is any at this university or any other universities, please bring them to our attention. We'll be able to support them with their cost, air ticket, and maybe the money they need to just enable them to settle there. So we are doing all those things, and we particularly did for the animal science department. I think that is where a large number is coming from. So don't shy. Let those students come. We have managed to get concessionary exemptions for them. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy that my department was mentioned. Okay, I think what we really need to do now, as they presented, there were some notes that I was making, and what I've noted is that if we really want to scale climate smart agri-food transformation, this requires a coordinated youth-centered approach that combines different technologies with the tailored finance, inclusive risk management. We need strong partnership as well as very supportive policies. So we really need some practical steps, and some of them include maybe thinking of how can we co-design some of this technology with the youth users. Because you remember there was a time, and the youth keep on complaining that we always say youth empowerment, but kazi kwa vijana na pesa kwa nani? So that is what the youth don't want. They want us to co-design those technologies with them. And then we should really think of offering blended, and this to our finance group and insurance, offering blended and staged financing and micro insurance products. And then let us not forget to also invest in what the youth like. When you talk about digital, they really like that. So as agriculturists, we should think of investing in digital extension, because that is what I want. I want to be able to access my farm just using my mobile phone. And then we should also invest in maybe incubation of young entrepreneurs. And then think of also building what I will call cross-sectorial platforms that will link the government, that will link research, that will link finance as well as other international partners. And let us not forget about policy. We need policy frameworks, and these frameworks should really lower the entry barriers. I know you know what I mean. When you go for a loan in a bank, they will ask for a collateral, which could be in a form of a title deed. But most of our farms, of our young people, they don't have these title deeds. I think they belong to their parents or maybe to their great-grandparents. So let us think of some frameworks that should really lower entry barriers, and then we really try to incentivize the adoption of climate-smart technologies. And whenever we think of anything, we should prioritize the youth representation in decision-making processes. So by really aligning the incentives that I've talked about, maybe de-risking the adoption pathways, strengthening institutional capacity, what I believe in is that stakeholders, and all of us, we are stakeholders, we can empower the youth to really lead resilient, to lead equitable and sustainable transformation of the agri-food system. When I look at the discussion, it has really been very valuable, and I'm just happy that we've been able to achieve our own objective. So to the panelists, I'm happy that you have given us some great tips and techniques, and can we take this opportunity to appreciate them just by clapping for them, audience. And sometimes you can have members of a panel, and when there are no participants, then it means the panel becomes useless. Yeah? So audience and participants, let me take this opportunity to thank you for participating and also for some of your thoughts. I know there are some that you could not really ask, but during coffee time, I know you'll be able to get in touch with the panelists and maybe ask some of your questions. And please just help me to once again, as they leave the stage, to once again appreciate our panelists. So thank you very much. So finance. So over to the MC. And let me thank all the participants who are online, including the presenters. So MC, over to you.
A hearty clap to the session chair. Thank you very much, Professor, for having taken us through that session. Thank you very much. Dear participants, it is my duty now to make the following announcements. Once we are done with the session here, all our invited guests will use the exit to my right, and the others will use the one to my left. Then we will have a group photo, and I request Mr. Kurian, wherever he is, to kindly make that arrangement. And then we will be having tea, and I have been requested to request you, please pick your tea and kindly move with the cup of tea to the breakout rooms so that you are able to try and catch up with time. For our dear farmers, the student guide is waiting for you out there. He will be able to take you to the place where you are supposed to take your tea, and then there is a tour for you, the farmers. All the rest, we will be taking our tea here, and our guests will be proceeding to the exhibition place before they are taken to the place where they should be having their tea. As we do that, please, I want to invite here the principal town campus to be accompanied by the session chair, because we have a small gift for the invited panelists who came from far to come and be with us here. And we request the people who are in charge of the photo to come and do that for us. So kindly, Professor George Ogendi and the session chair, Professor A. Kahi, to kindly come. And as we call our guests, please come and take your gift. We are happy that you are able to be with us here. Thank you. So we start with Mr. James Karanja, Center Director, Caro. Thank you very much. Karibu sana. Okay. We need. Dr. Beatrice Mureithi, please.
Allow me to just encourage the young students in this room. I'm an alumni of this university, class 00. Thank you very much.
Then we have Miss Jacqueline Kitinga. Kindly come on stage. She will be followed by Miss Rosaline Akidiva, please. Thank you. And lastly, and not in any order of preference, Dr. Agutu Fred. Karibu sa. Thank you very much, Professor Jojo Gendi, the principal, and Professor Ekahi, Director Quelib, and the session chair for that activity. We will request those guests to line up here for a group photo, all of them, and as they come here, it is also my duty to announce that we are requested to pick our meal cards. We are nearing the lunchtime hour, so as we take tea, the meal cards will also be supplied to you, please.
From Panama, I watch the ocean blue. De Panama, je regarde la mer.
Thank you. As they leave this stage, we will request that our guests will be accompanied by Professor Kitaka, and the other person to accompany them is Dr. Nancy Matheri to the exhibition, and as it has been stated, all our guests will use the door to my right. The participants, we will be a bit patient so that you can use the door to the left. And then I have been requested to announce that as we go to our breakout rooms. Here, PST 5, the chair of the session will be Professor Wagara, and the rapporteur will be Dr. Milka Wambua. PST 2, we will be having Dr. Oyo, and the rapporteur will be Dr. Murerwa. All the others remain as it had been scheduled. Thank you very much. We wish you a blessed cup of tea, and also as you pick your meal card, we request that we get to the breakout rooms to continue with the next session. Our guests will take their tea after the exhibition. They will be properly guided by Professor Kitaka. Please let us allow our guests to leave using the door to my right, please.
not Nancy Mungai. Here on her behalf. And then we have our rapporteur, Elizabeth Milka Bogwa. So we will start, we will go as per the program. And in the interest of time, because we have to be out of here by 2, we will reduce the presentations to 7 minutes. Please give us your title, your objectives, your results, and your conclusions or recommendations. We first establish who is here. Is the first presenter Wajiko et al. Here? So you'll be the first one. You can already be preparing. Is Bamao? I think this one will present online. ICT desk? Banao? No. Maraba? Cheral? Cheral is here. Medugu? Awoke? Joroge? Joroge? Chair? Nyanga and Karanja? Wabua? Oh, here you are. Nabuire? So we start with Wajiko. Please welcome. So you keep time, 7 minutes, so that we have time for engagement.
Good morning. It's afternoon, sorry. My name is Pauline Wanjiku, a student from University of Eldoret. I'm honored to be here today to present my thesis. I don't know whether, okay. Yes. To present my thesis entitled Morphoagronomic Diversity of Finger Millet Germplasm for Yield and Adaptation for Improvement in Kenya. First, we go to slide 1. Finger millet is a very important food security crop and also a very nutritious crop. It plays a good role in food security, whereby it helps in providing food. It's also a very nutritious crop, whereby it's mostly used by vulnerable group, that is pregnant women, and also to feed children. Despite its nutritious importance, it faces many challenges. That is biotic and abiotic challenges, and these challenges has led to a reduction, or it has led to a yield gap of the actual yield up to now. It's 1 tons per hectare versus the potential yield of it of 8.0 tons per hectare. So I did my study to evaluate two groups of finger millet, whereby I was evaluating early duration and medium duration. I had 2 objectives. That is to determine the agromorphic diversity of this germplasm, and also to evaluate the growth and yield performance of this germplasm. I conducted my experiment in Kwaibatek and Chepsirei region for 1 season. So this data I am presenting today is for 1 season, as the research is still continuing. I used a randomized complete block RCBD with 3 replication. As I told you earlier, I was using 36 breeding lines. The seed source, I got my seeds from ICRISAT. Some seeds I also got from Egerton University, and some I got from Cardo. For the data collection, I was collecting on 24 traits. That was grouped into morphological traits. I was also grouping into pest and diseases, yield and yield-related traits. But for today, I'll be presenting on only 4 traits due to time. That is days to flowering, and also days to physiological maturity, blast and yield. These are my results. We first of all look at the early duration yield variation in Koibatek. Yes, that one. For the yield variation in Koibatek, as you can see from my box plot there, it had significant difference in terms of genotypes, with the first genotype producing about 3,554 kg tons per hectare, and least genotype producing 257 kg per hectare. This is now Chepsirei region of early kit, whereby we had the first or the best performer in terms of yield at 1,729 kg per hectare. And also it showed significant difference in terms of genotypes in terms of yield. This is a complete now comparison of the 2 sites. That is Chepsirei and Koibatek. As you can see, if we can take just the first one, that is Kakisemi 5, in Koibatek it had a yield of 3,534 as compared to Chepsirei, which had a yield of 1,663 kg per hectare. You can see the difference, yet it's the same variety performing differently under 2 environments. In terms of blast had significant difference in both sides, although in Koibatek it was not as much as in Chepsirei. Flowering in Chepsirei, numbers to flowering were lesser than numbers to flowering in Koibatek, which is the same as to the number of maturity to physiological maturity. That is from the time of planting to the time of harvesting. Now we shift our attention to the medium duration, and we start with Koibatek site. Here also, it had a significant difference in terms of yield and genotypes, whereby we had the highest yield at 3,781. That was a cross between Maseno and P224. We go to medium duration kit in Chepsirei. It also had significant difference in terms of yield between those different genotypes. And this is now a performance comparison. Next slide. Yes, this is now a comparison of performance of these genotypes on different sites, whereby the first genotype, that is F43, a cross between Maseno and PP224, it had a yield of 3781 kg per hectare, and Chepsirei had a yield of 1,510. That you can show the difference between production of the same variety, showing that it has difference because of the site or the environment, being that Chepsirei it's a bit harsher or warmer than Koibatek. In terms of blast, Koibatek had no significant difference as compared to Chepsirei. In terms of flowering, Koibatek were flowered a bit later than Chepsirei, and which was the same case as in terms of maturity. Now on my discussion, it was clearly shown that in terms of yield, days to flowering and days to maturity, there was significant difference between between these 18 genotypes. Also, there was also genotype to environment interaction, whereby some genotypes could perform well in Koibatek, but the same genotype taken to Chepsirei was not performing the same. And we were able also to get some stable genotypes across the different locations. Yeah. And I would like to acknowledge my supervisor from Egerton University. And also I'd like to acknowledge Chris Hart for the project, and also my university, University of Eldoret. Thank you.
Thank you for the nice presentation.
Welcome.
We can now engage her, and I will start.
Okay.
Why did you pick on the two sites?
Actually, I did my study in 4 sites. I had Koibatek, that is Baringo County. I had Kerio Valley, and also I had Makueni County, and also I had Busia County. But today I'm only presenting the results from the 2. Yeah.
Then in terms of breast, are any of these areas a hotspot for breast?
Yes, yes. Actually, Chepsirei is a hotspot for blast. If we look at like a genotype by the name KNE 741, in Chepsirei it recorded the highest in terms of blast, but when you go to the same case in Koibatek, it was not affected by blast. Actually, if I said that, in Koibatek, blast had no significant difference, but in Chepsirei, there was significant difference in terms of blast and genotypes.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Anyone? Okay. We start with him, and please keep your questions direct and short. Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, thanks a lot for your presentation. I want to be brief as quickly as possible. Okay. You had talked about morpho-agronomic diversity of finger millet, but in your methodology, I don't know how you collected morphological data. I expected you to have looked at the descriptor guides for classifying the different diversity within the finger millet. Okay. Then also, the yield of finger millet in Kenya, what are the current yields? And based on your figures, what you got, I saw you recorded 3,500 something kilograms per hectare. Is that really attainable in the Kenyan conditions? And in conclusion, what's the take-home message from your study for the farmers? Thank you.
What's the last question?
What is the take-home message from your study? Okay. Thanks.
Maybe a quick one, Prof.
Let her answer that, and then we'll come to you.
Okay. On the first question about you said the descriptors of morpho-agronomics. Okay. To look at that, I had 24 traits that I was concentrating on. I had like plant vigor, plant height, plant tillers, number of fingers, but today I only presented on 4. But on the field, I had all those traits which I was measuring so that they can they can make sense to morphological. Because morphological traits are those that you can see and measure. So in the field, I did all the 24 traits, but today I only presented on 4. The take home to farmers today, I think I'll just tell farmers today that if you are planting finger millet in maybe, let's say like Chepsirei, you don't just plant any finger millet. As we can see that, like for that KNE 741, if you plant, like for instance, that crop in Chepsirei, you will not harvest anything. So you plant what? It's site specific to to your location so that to maximize on yield. And also for that of 35, you said a question about if 3,554 it's attainable. Yes, it's very attainable. With good agronomic practices and you watch out for everything that you are supposed to do, the spacing and the weeding and the disease management, yes, it's manageable.
Okay, thank you. Just one question.
Yes.
Then we move to the next presentation. And please, I'm advised by these people that we need to move in front so that they can take some good pictures. The way we are, they will not get very good pictures, isn't it? Yes.
So my question is this. Can your study be generalized?
Yes.
You are looking at a case study. How well can it be generalized to inform other areas about the study you are carrying out?
Come again.
How well can it be generalized, right? To other areas that you are not including in your research?
Okay, I don't know whether I get your question well. How well can I generalize my study to other what? Come again.
How representative, isn't it? Yes.
Or how representative is my study to other? I think my study it's well representative to others because if we can be producing location-wise varieties, it will be good and it will maximize on production.
I think what I got from your presentation, you are just presenting for 2 sites.
Yes.
You have many other sites. So maybe the next time she's presenting, that will be more representative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe a quick one. In her presentation on the methodology, I didn't hear her talk about the control measures that she was taking place because the result that you are getting could be as a result of various factors that are leading to actually the yield production.
There were no control measures. We just planted normally. If I get your question well, the treatments that we used in Kwebatek are the treatments that we used for the whole site. So whatever, the only key playing factor here is now the environment across the different locations. So I think maybe environment had an issue in terms of production or in terms of yield.
Okay, let's appreciate her. We will continue to engage even during lunchtime. We now welcome Cheral, Socio-economic and institutional factors affecting the adoption of rice production. Is she around? I thought someone lifted her hand. Cheral. Okay, then we move on to Awoke. And the desk can also inform us who is online, any presenter online, so that we schedule them. Yeah, after this.
Okay, good afternoon everyone.
I'm Rahel from Ethiopia. Currently, I'm a student here in Egerton. So I'm going to present one of my paper entitled Screening-Based Performing Herbicide for Groundnut Weed Management in Arid and Semi-Arid Lands of Kenya. I'm present on behalf of all the authors, Professor Paul Kimurto and Dr. Dixon Okello. Kindly to move to introduction. Okay, thank you. So, groundnut is the third largest oilseed crop and the 13th most important food crop worldwide. And it is cultivated on around 26.4 million hectares of land and a total production of around 37 million metric ton. And it is a highly contributed for food security and income, especially for smallholder farmers. And when you come to Kenya, it is a fourth suitable crop, oil crop, especially for semi-arid and arid lands. In Africa, including Kenya, groundnut production has been constrained by many biotic and abiotic factors, like disease, weeds, limited access of agricultural technology, drought, and also poor agronomic practices. Due to this, there is a high yield gap in Kenya in groundnut production, and thus weed control is one of the critical production factor. Moving to problem statement, in groundnut production, weed infestation at seedling, pegging, and pod bearing stage leads to a significant yield reduction. It may cause to 13 to 100% yield loss, depending on the season, cultivar, and also the duration of crop to weed competition. Currently, farmers are using a manual weeding, which is very labor intensive and also costly. To date, there is no known registered herbicide for groundnut weed control in Kenya. This poses a significant challenge for commercialization. So the aim of the study is to screen and determine the efficacy of selected herbicide and establish their effectiveness for groundnut weed control in arid and semi-arid lands of Kenya. So materials and methods, the study was conducted in 2 counties, Baringo and Siaya County, and 2 varieties were used, Ndovu and Loco. Ndovu was obtained from Egerton University, which is larger inside and very good for oil production. And it takes around 3 to 4 months for maturity, while the Loco, which is a small red, which takes around 3 to 4 months, relatively shorter duration. These are the treatments used for the study. Around 9 treatments plus 2 control were used. 3 were a pre-emergent, while 6 were a post-emergent treatments. So the experimental design was randomized complete block design with 3 reps, and the plot size were 2 meter by 2 meter, and data were analyzed using mixed effect model using our software. Sorry, kindly go to next. One step behind, 1 step, okay. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay, sorry, it's okay. Just next, one next. Down, next. Okay, thank you. So result and discussion. The first is plant stand. Plant stand were significantly affected by variety, treatment, and sites, and there was a significant variation among treatments and also between sites. In Baringo, around 93% plant stand was recorded, and CIA, it was around 83%. As you can see from the figure, there's also a significant variation among treatments in effect on plant stand. Next one. Next. Thank you. The next parameter is weed density. Weed density means, as this case means the number of weeds per unit area. I used a 50 by 50 centimeter quadrant for weed density, and all the weeds inside the quadrant were counted and divided by the area. So accordingly, treatment and site were significantly affected with density. So in CIR, comparatively, there was a high weed density, which was around 115 weeds per meter square, while in Baringo, 85 weeds per meter square, and 32 weed species were found in CIR, while 30 in Baringo. And there was a significant variation among treatments in weed density, and all the treatments were significantly varied from the control, which has high weed density, in all evaluation stages. Next. Next. One step back. One step back. Yes. Here is weed biomass. Weed biomass also evaluated at 3 stages, at 35, 55, and 90 days after planting, to see the progress of change. So as you see from here, weed biomass has been increased from time to time, 35, 55 to 90 days. And there is a significant, high significant variation among treatments in weed biomass. This is because the weed control efficacy of the treatment were significantly, it was declined from time to time, so that the weed biomass increases from stage to stage. So that means as the weed biomass increases, the weed control efficacy of the treatment were declining. Next. So weed control efficacy also evaluated in 3 times, and there was a significant treatment and site were significantly affected with control efficacy of the treatment. And from the table you can see that there was a significant variation among treatments in weed control efficacy. So the treatment was highlighted in red. They have high percentage of weed control efficacy, but when you see a single treatment, its weed control efficacy has been declined from time to time. This is because the reason why the weed control efficacy of the treatment were declined is that mainly because of 2 reasons. The first one is the active ingredient concentration of the treatment were declining from time to time. And the next is the presence of weed seed bank in the soil. Some weeds, they have high weed seed bank in the soil. So by the time they get a favorable condition in the soil, they start to sprouting. So the weed biomass increases while the weed control efficacy of the treatment declines. That means weed control efficacy and weed biomass, they have inverse relationship. Down. Next. And next is phytotoxicity. Phytotoxicity means it is an important parameter for screening. It means the side effect or toxic effect of the treatment on the plant. I used a 10-point rating scale according to the German phytotoxicity rating scale. So accordingly, treatment site and variety were significantly affected phytotoxicity of the treatment. And there is, as you see, there is a significant variation among treatments. The treatment with the red color were severely toxic for the plant, and others they have medium, and the one with the blue color, which is Clitoridum, has a very low phytotoxicity effect. The next is site with treatment interaction effects. The effect of some treatments were significantly varied between sites. This is mainly because of pH value and soil type. From my own baseline analysis, the soil pH in CII, it was around 4.19. That means it's more acidic than in Baringo, which was 5.72. So evidence also shows that the phytotoxicity or the effect of the treatment on phytotoxicity were significantly affected by soil pH. Next. The next is yield. Yield was significantly varied or affected by variety site and treatment. And the figure shows that there is a high significant variation among treatments in yield effect. Next. So our conclusion from here is that farmers practice with two-hand weeding consistently produce a high yield, which is 1078 kg per hectare, while clitorium 1075.5 kg per hectare. But it was highly toxic and causes a high yield reduction in CIR. Next.
Please conclude.
Recommendation. So our recommendation is it is site specific because of some treatments have a variation between yield. So the first one is acetochulo, which should be based in Baringo and related agroecologies. And the second clitorium, which can be used for arid and semi-arid lands in Kenya. And supplementing this treatment with one-hand weeding is very best for easier harvesting, proper pegging, and also high yield. So my acknowledgement goes to my supervisors and Climate Smart and Agri-Food System project under the European Union, and food safety projects, Egerton University and Harame University, which is my university back home. Thank you very much for listening. Next.
Thank you, Awoke. Let's appreciate her. We only take 2 questions for her, then we can continue to engage her at lunch time. My question, did you focus on particular weeds or it's just weeds in general?
Okay, thank you for the question. For this research, actually, the part of this research is still going on in the field. This one it's not specifically for a specific weed, for generally because we are doing a screening. So we are screening on using all weeds, not for a specific weed. But the next experiment, still the one which is going on the field, is specifically for rates and some specific weeds which was very resistant for some herbicides. So the part is still going on the field. Thank you.
Any question? Just one question, please. Well, the next presenter will be Grace online, so she can be preparing.
Okay, thank you, Rahil, for the presentation. My only concern is on the yields. I don't know when you compare what you obtain from your studies when you're using herbicides vis-a-vis what farmers are getting right now. Does it make economic sense? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it has the yield. There's a high variation between the yield, and it has also an economic. Actually, I'm going to do a cost-benefit analysis for those treatments that are used for the experiment. So we need to see how the economic variation for the cost-benefit analysis for this treatment is used for in the field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's appreciate her again. So, Grace, online. Grace, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello, Grace.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, welcome.
I'm just okay.
You have 7 minutes for your presentation, please. And welcome.
All right. Okay, I'm sharing now. Can you see? Hello?
Can, but put it in presentation mode.
Okay, there it is. So, is it now clear? Can I start?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grace Jerotich Kirui. I'm a PhD student at Mo University, and I'm presenting my research on determining the gene action and combining ability for yield and yield-related traits in chickpea under dryland areas. This work was done with supervision of Dr. Ramkat, my supervisors, and Professor Kimurto. Okay, chickpea is the third most important legume globally, and here in Kenya, it is mainly grown in Eastern and the Rift Valley, and it is mainly rain-fed, and that is why it is facing a lot of drought stress in this region. Chickpea production in Kenya has been documented to be 0.65 tons per hectare by Rao et al. 2024, and the global production is 1.014 tons per hectare. And the reason why we have this disparity is because of drought and also lack of resilient varieties. There's also an issue for the local genotypes. We don't have the gene action that actually they have not. There is no much information on the gene action that controls yield. So therefore, in this study, I endeavored to identify genotypes with high yield under drought conditions and also determine the gene action for yield inheritance. The objective of the study was to select chickpea genotypes with high yield performance under field drought conditions in the ASAL areas, and again to determine the gene action involved in the inheritance of yield and yield components. The study was done in Kerio Valley in 2 sites, in Kimwarer and Koimur, and the second one on the breeding was done in UOE in a greenhouse. There were 23 genotypes that were under study from Australia, Egerton, and also Ecrisat. The breeding lines were selected from the study in the field, and it included Amethyst, BBS Slash, and BBS Striker. We also had the testers from Ecrisat. Okay, the design in the field was split plot in RCBD, in split plot in RCBD. They were, the main plots were the water stress and the non-water stress. That was drought stress and supplementary irrigation. So one was treated, one just relied on the prevailing rain in the area, and the other one was supplemental irrigation was done. There were 3 reps. The subplots in these were the genotypes and also the reps. And there were 3 reps in each case, in each of the water treatments. The data that was collected in the field experiment included the phenological phases, which include like days to flower, to 50% flowering, and also days to physiological maturity. There was also vegetative traits that were collected, which included plant height, the diameter of the plant, and there was also yield and yield-related traits, which included the number of pods, the 100 seed weight, and also the yield. The analysis that was done was using R, and ANOVA was done, and also percentage drought tolerance efficiency, percentage broad-based index, and also relative reduction was also calculated or computed from the data, and also PCA was analyzed from this data. Experiment 2 was, which was done in the greenhouse, was actually the method that was done using the line by tester method design. And the F1, there were two males, which were the testers, and there were 3 females, which were the lines in this case. So the F1 crosses, the total number of crosses that are obtained, the F1 crosses were So they were all planted in a 40 by 40 centimeter pot in RCD design, and one was stressed, one there was stressing, and some were applied water, so that is non-stress. So NS for non-stress and S for the stressed. And for the one which was stressed, is that it was applied 1 liter per week, and the other one was 1 liter every 2 days, the non-stress. The data that was collected from this were also phenological traits, vegetative growth, and also yield. The analysis that was done on this was ANOVA, combining ability analysis, which included the general combining ability and specific combining ability. Now, the data for the rainfall, these are the results. The rainfall was sourced from satellite Terra climate model, and you can see that Kimwarer is having higher temperature and low rainfall than Koimur. Then this is the ANOVA, these are the results, this is the ANOVA, and it is showing that there is a significant difference for all the traits for the genotypes, sites, not sites, but treatment, genotype by site, and also genotype versus treatment interaction. Now, this what was computed. This is a table that is showing us yield for drought stress. This is the mean for the genotypes, for the drought stress, and the mean for the supplemental irrigation. Also, relative reduction was also calculated for each genotype, and also percentage drought tolerance efficiency, and for both sides, for Kimwarer and Koimur. That's the continuation of the same. Now, from this, you can see that Amethyst was doing very well in under supplemental irrigation in both sides, and at the same time, we also had other genotypes like BBS slasher and BBS striker that were doing well in both sides, again under supplemental irrigation. But there were genotypes that were also doing well under drought stress, which included Chania 1 and Chania 2, Chania DC2, and also ICCV 4958. So generally, there was a drought impact of around it impacted yield, and the yield fell by around 70% in both in Kimwarer and 67% in Koimur. Now, Desi outperformed Kabuli. In our case, we had two Kabulis, which was Sina K1 and Flip 094. And if you check the performance, is that it is lower than the Desi ones. The rest were Desi. And then those ones that were performing very well, and they were selected to be doing very well in under drought conditions, were ICCV 4958, Chania 2, and Chania 1.
Grace,
the ones which were
Grace,
okay. Yes.
You have 1 minute to conclude, please.
Okay, heritability index is showing that the environment, the variance of the genotype is more than the one for the environment. So, and generally there was 30% heritability, over 30% heritability. And in this, we have principal component analysis. We have, it is showing us that the genotypes that were associated more to the yield and yield parameters included ICC 49, 58, Chania 2, and Chania 1. We have, for the combining ability, we have from the analysis of variance, it is showing that GCA variance was more, GCA variance for SCA, that is specific combining ability, was more than GCA. Again, these are the genotypes that, these are the genotypes that proved to be more superior in terms of GCA for yield. That was PBS slash and striker. For the testers, it was ICCV 4958. SCA, the hybrids that were noted to be contributing more to yield was BBS slasher versus ICCV 4958. The conclusion from this study is that these are the genotypes, Chania 1, ICCV 4958, and Chania 1 were identified as doing very well in those regions. And then based on CA, the best genotype that could bring more varieties for drought tolerance was BBS/SHA and ICCV 4958. And then SCA variance was greater than CGA variance. Therefore, the genes that were playing in most of the traits in that study, in all the traits in that study, were non-additive genes. And the recommendations from this study is that the selected genotypes ICCV 4958 and the others were now recommended for release to the farmers in the Kenya's arid and semi-arid areas. And also, a recommendation is made that to prioritize hybrids with strong SCA effects, like the ones I had mentioned earlier on. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Let's appreciate her. We will take 2 questions. Meanwhile, the next presenter will be Ochiel to be getting ready.
Yes, Grace.
Yes.
First, can you get me?
Yes, I can get you.
Well, they normally say statistics is only important to the person who wants to use the statistics. So from experiment 1 and experiment 2, maybe if you can just backslide a bit. You used drought stress and non-drought stress, and the experimentation tool statistical was ANOVA. So this work at PhD level, I expected in experiment 2 you could use another statistical tool like ANCOVA. There is MANCOVA. Why did you just use ANOVA, reinventing the wheel? My second question, where I come from is Mumias. So suppose you want to explain to a farmer there that genotype ICCV 4958 is the right one. How will you basically explain variance? What do you understand by variance? Maybe to make it clear so that this farmer can purchase that genotype. Thank you.
Okay, so I can answer that alone. I thought maybe I was taking up all the questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can answer that.
Okay. So the analysis of variance was able to give me, was just, maybe for the sake of this presentation is that I used more because if you realize from my study, I also used heritability index. I also used the principal component analysis, of course, apart from the ANOVA. So I did not only concentrate on the ANOVA, but I also did other. Other analytic. I used to also use data analysis to analyze my data. To prove that ICCV 4958 for the farmers is it is demonstrated on its performance in the field. And actually, this variety here is if you realize that it is one of the males that I used in my breeding because it is carrying the drought tolerance, and it is also well adapted to most regions in Kenya. So even if you talk of Mumias, this particular variety will do well there. And the performance is good from the data that I've showed on the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Meanwhile, there is an announcement. The owner of vehicle KDM 462G, KDM 462G, go to your vehicle and attend to an issue there. Any other question? Our next presenter is Chiel Nyanga Karanja. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing it well. That's why I'm reading the other names. So welcome, you have strictly 7 minutes. We are supposed to be out of here at 2, and we still have 2 more presentations. And if there is any presenter online, would wish to know so that we schedule you.
Yes, I'm online.
Who is online?
Sharon Priska is online.
Okay, we will tell you when to present.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Rose Ochier, and my supervisors are Dr. Jen Nyanga, Karanja, and Smaus. My title, I'm going to take you through effects of black soldier fly, Lavifras, on black bean aphid, effects of black soldier fly, Lavifras, on black bean aphid, Apis fabae, population dynamics, and damage severity in African nightshade. Presentation outline. Now the introduction. Sub-Saharan Africa is characterized by high global population growth rate with high food demand, and this has led to food insecurity, malnutrition, and starvation. 40% of population lives in urban and peri-urban areas, and this depends on food from rural areas. So diets are often energy-rich but nutrition poor. Therefore, organic farming can improve nutrition and reduce environmental impacts. So therefore, we have nutritional benefits of African nightshade to solve the situation. African nightshade is an indigenous leafy vegetable which is rich in antioxidant, anti-cancer, diabetes management, and has high level of calcium, iron, zinc, and other nutritional content. So production constraints of African nightshade, it has faced soil fertility problem, moisture deficit, pest and disease outbreaks, bean aphid being one of the pests that is really notorious and cause high damage up to 84 to 96%. So therefore, there is a need for sustainable alternative to manage these, to manage bean aphid and soil fertility. Black soldier fly, FRAS, which is an organic fertilizer and plant biostimulant. It is undigested food, particles, and insect excrement, abundance in nutrients, chitin, antimicrobial peptides, and beneficial microorganisms.
When you need the slides to be moved, you can just say, then they will move them.
Okay, thank you. BSF RAS in bioponic. So we have recycling waste, growing food, and securing nutrition. Environmental merits of BSF RAS with bioponic system. It encourages recyclation of organic waste, promotes urban farming, promotes food nutrition. Next slide. Next slide, please. So, objective of my study is to determine the effect of BSF laviferans application rate on aphid population dynamics and damage severity in African nightshade. Next slide. Statement of the problem. So the main problem we have here is reduced African nightshade leaf yield. And this one is subjected by aphid pressure on the plant, which leads to aphid disease and vector caused on the plant. And this one leads to overuse of synthetic pesticides by the farmers. And after that, now what next? Pesticide resistant by the aphid and food security constraints, and the cycle continue. Material and methods. The location of the research was at the Horticultural Research Demonstration Field, Egerton University, for the 2 growth cycle. And the experimental area was as shown, and the average greenhouse range was between 26.6 to 21.1 degrees centigrade for trial 2 and trial 1, and trial 2 was 27 to 22. Aphid rearing and infestation. So to get clean aphid population, method by Nyanga et al. 2012 was used with modification. Aphids were collected from infested plant, that's African nightshade in the field, maintained in the petri dish on fresh leaf section in the lab, and the condition was 21 plus or minus 1 degrees and 65 relative humidity. So 3 first instar nymphs were separately transferred onto 3 potted African nightshade plants in a greenhouse cage and allowed to multiply to form a colony. Next. Transplanting was done, and black soldier fly transplanting was done on the 16th of November for the first cycle, 2024, and the second one was on the 1st of January 2025 for the second one. So that was for seedling establishment, and the transplanting was done on the 4th week of the planting. So black soldier fly biostimulant was applied at the rate of 1.2 liters per plot, and the plot contained 12 population of African nightshade. NPK fertilizer was applied for control, that is negative and positive control, because pumice was used. Aphid infestation was done at 2 weeks. Please, the next slide. Aphid infestation was done at 2 weeks after transplanting, where 10 aphids transferred onto each cage plant, monitored for 10 days. Data collection.
Please go to your results and then conclusion.
So the next slide up to the results. Aphid population dynamics. Slide 16. So the results were obtained as shown in the graph, and aphid population differed significantly among treatments, with a value of alpha value of 0.05 in trial 1 and trial 2. Next slide. A highly significant treatment effect was observed at p-value of 0.0001, and BSF1, that is 0%, recorded the highest aphid population, and the lowest aphid population was recorded in treatment L6, which is positive control. Treatments BSF3, 75% concentration, and BSF4, 100% concentration applied after 10 days, and BSF5, 100% concentration applied after every 5 days, maintained lower aphid population compared with the untreated control, which is BSF1. Next slide. Aphid damage. Aphid damage severity. So aphid damage severity differed significantly among treatments, with the alpha value of 0.05 for both trial 1 and 2.
Please conclude. We have been given 15 minutes and we have 2 more presentations.
So for the conclusion, we move to the next slide, slide 22. Aphid population suppression reduced feeding, and also there was an altered aphid behavior, reproduction of alert aphids. Those ones are the winged aphid, converging at the corner of the insect net cage, and some were wandering on the plant leaf surface without feeding. This one contributes to the effective aphid management. BSF biostimulant, therefore, is a sustainable, eco-friendly alternative to chemical insecticide. So my acknowledgement goes to Egerton University, Insightis Food Circular Project, which is the project that sponsored my education, CSAM, and finally to my supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rose. Sorry for rushing you up, but this is where we are. We take one question, and please note we can still continue to engage her during lunchtime or even later in the afternoon. Any question or comment? Maybe one. We have farmers here. So what is the take-home message for them in a simplified way?
So my take-home message to our farmers and everyone is that black soldier fly frass is an effective biostimulant which promotes both nutritional condition of the plant as well as insect control, especially for aphid fabae. Thank you so much.
For the wonderful research. I'm sure I'll follow you up. We are here together. Sharon, who is online?
Yes.
Please present. You have exactly 7 minutes. If you exceed, we just have to disconnect.
Thank you very much. My name is Sharon Priska Naguire. I'm here to present my research paper. I'm a student of Egerton University, plant breeding. So the title of today's paper is Evaluation of Advanced Groundnut Lines for Resistance to Leaf Spot Disease and Yield. This will be my presentation outline. And to quickly rush to introduction, groundnut is one of the vital oil crops, and worldwide it is grown, with China being the largest producer, and in Africa the largest producer is Nigeria, which contributes to about 39% of Africa's total. And Uganda produces 185,000 tons from 260,000 hectares. Groundnut consumption in Uganda is 251,000 tons above its production. Groundnut being a highly nutritious crop due to its oil content and then also having the value of food security.
Sharon, Sharon,
hello?
May I interrupt? Please go to your objectives, your results, and conclusion.
So this is the objective, to identify the novel sources of resistance to late leaf spot disease, and to also identify the yield performance across locations. So these are the materials and methods. I'll rush direct to the results. Now, these results here are the analysis on Pearson correlation showed a significant negative correlation between the area under disease progress curve and all the yield component, with the strongest negative correlation observed for seed weight at p-value 0.001, and then the yield traits showed positively correlation to each other, with the highest correlation observed at dry pod yield and the fresh pod yield. So when the heritability analysis was done, we observed that there was a very high genetic variance and broad sense heritability of 0.977, while the seed weight and the dry pod yield also had a high heritability. Looking at the whole yield and the fresh pod yield, they exhibited moderate genetic variance and heritability as shown in the table. And the days to emergency and the flowering days had a low heritability, as we can see in the table. Now, when the superiority measure was performed, the analysis showed that there was a significant genetic differences between variety named as ICGV 1605, which was ranked first for late leaf spot resistance due to its low AUDPC, and then also the superiority score. And then genotype 16615, 16597, and others shows a consistent low disease severity and high superiority index, indicating a stable performance and minimal G/E interaction. Looking at genotype 16598 and then JL24 as displayed on the table, they showed a negative PI score, indicating that they are susceptible to late leaf spot disease. Sorry. Now, in conclusion, this study identified 3 varieties, that is the 16605, 16615, and then 16602, which showed that they were highly resistant to late leaf spot. And then they also had a high genetic variance with a broad sense heritability of 0.977, as we saw in the table, the previous table. Then the G/E interactions showed variability in disease resistance, stressing the need for multi-environment trials to select a stable and high-performing genotype. So the recommendation from this would be to prioritize the genotypes that showed resistance in the breeding programs for better disease resistance, and then also test these genotypes across other different locations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharon. Let's appreciate her. We welcome one question. Meanwhile, Sharon.
Yes.
We have farmers here, and some of them are groundnut farmers. So, in a simplified way, what are you telling them? Meanwhile,
what What I'm telling them is that we've actually got a solution to their problems in terms of late leaf spot. We have some germplasm from this research or study that have showed greater resistance to the disease.
Are these already released varieties which they can get and plant?
Yeah, these are advanced lines. These are advanced lines. Yeah.
Okay. Any question? Yeah. Prof, go ahead.
Yeah,
Beg your pardon?
yeah, thank you so much for the nice presentation. You focused on late leaf spot. I was just wondering how you separated the early leaf spot and whether there would be correlation between any resistance in the early leaf spot and late leaf spot, or the genotypes you looked at could be only for one resistance.
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. I actually focused on late leaf spot because it's the most devastating and economically important compared to the early leaf spot, especially in Uganda. So the early leaf spot appears, but only disappears at about 2 weeks. So when we look at my study, I collected data starting from 4 weeks, which was only capturing the late leaf spot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. Now, may I find out if there is anyone here who was to present and has not presented? Okay, good. So we welcome Milka Wabua. We have one more presentation. So Milka, you have been here on the seat, so 7 minutes, please.
So good afternoon. So welcome to my presentation. Maybe you can put it on. And I'm going to talk about the variation in alpha tocopherol content of groundnuts from different regions in Kenya. And because majority of us has introduced what groundnuts are, but in other words it's peanut, and we call it in Kenya njugu karanga. And in Kenya they are grown mainly in the western part, Nyanza, Rift Valley, and also some regions in Central. And there are two types of the groundnut variety, that is the runners type and also the bunch type. And those are the photos of some of the groundnuts we are talking about. And they are different. You can see there are some which are a bit red, others a bit dark purplish, and also a bit light. And that will also base our discussion today. Next, when we talk of the nutritional importance of groundnuts, we are saying groundnuts are rich in oils. That is 45% of groundnuts is oil, and it is called the unsaturated fatty acid. We have the oleic acid, that is the monosaturated, and also the linoleic acid, that is polyunsaturated. And these are good oils for the heart and assist in reducing the issues of cholesterol. And also groundnuts are rich in protein. 20% of groundnuts is protein. And this forms a really good source of food for the ready-to-use therapeutic foods, especially for kids who are suffering from hunger. And one of the products, as you can see, is the plumbing nut that is used by most of the NGOs to treat issues of malnutrition. It's also a good source of vitamins and also minerals. And the other compound that we talk of in the groundnuts is the bioactive compounds. It has the phytochemicals, as you can see, and also the vitamin E. And as I said in my topic, we're talking of alpha tocopherol is a component of the vitamin E that we looked at. And there are two types of vitamin E in groundnuts. The tocopherol, there are 4 types, and also the tocotriones. And when we talk of vitamins, especially when we measure vitamin E in the recommended daily allowance, we are talking of the alpha tocopherol. And this is because it's the most abundant form and is also the most highly biological active compound or component of the vitamin E. And we are saying the role of vitamin E is that it is an antioxidant, helps with protect the cell membrane from oxidative damage. And there is a study, one of the objectives that we are supposed to do in this research is to determine if the vitamin E, we are talking of the alpha tocopherol as an effect on reducing the inhibitory or inhibiting accumulation of aflatoxin. One of the challenges of groundnuts, of course, is the aflatoxin, and there is some studies that show that antioxidants have the potential of inhibiting the accumulation of aflatoxin in groundnuts or any other crop, and maybe they could not might not affect the growth of the aspergillus, but could have an effect on the aflatoxin accumulation. So that is the gap actually we are talking about, that we have limited information on the levels of vitamin E in our Kenyan groundnuts, and also the relationship between the alpha tocopherol in inhibiting the aflatoxin production in groundnuts. So for this, actually the study that I'm going to present, the results I'm going to present today is on the determination of the levels of alpha tocopherol content in the groundnuts that we have in Kenya, and also assess the influence of the seed characteristics, as I mentioned, in terms of size and color on the alpha tocopherol levels. And we collected, when we talk of the sample collection, we collected 72 groundnut samples across Kenya from different markets and also from farmers in different regions, Siaya, Elgeyo Marakwet, and also some varieties we got from outside Kenya. We had some varieties from Ethiopia and Uganda. When we talk of the differences in the color and also the size, we were able to categorize them in those different types. The small red, the large light red, the medium red, and as you can see, there is medium brown. Medium brown means in terms of size, and the color is brown. And when we talk of large size, it's relative to the small size. And also the color, when you talk of, there is the black purple, there is also the purple that is light purple, and also we had the zebra red, and that we got from Uganda. The sample preparation for alpha tocopherol, we analyze using an HPLC, and there is the method of preparation. That is the preparation. I don't want to talk much about it. Then the extraction process, where you are extracting the vitamin E through a process called saponification, because vitamin E is a fat-soluble vitamin. Then analysis using the HPLC. Those are some of the curves that we got, and this was able to assist us to get and calculate the amount of vitamin E in the groundnuts. The results, the varieties, all the 72 varieties we got of all the different groundnuts we got from different markets was highly significant in terms of the alpha tocopherol, and also the color, then the size also affected the levels of alpha tocopherol. But we saw that the market source didn't have any effect on the alpha tocopherol. Those are some of the places, the source market, and also the sizes. We have majorly the mediums. Red had the highest alpha tocopherol at 18.12, and it was gotten from Naivasha market. We can see Kawangware also had the medium red. Most of the varieties in those markets were the medium red and were high in alpha tocopherol. From this table, you can see the medium red had a bit of the alpha tocopherol at higher levels. Then we have also the lowest, which was around 0.67 in the medium light. So from this study, as we are saying that there is a link between the color of the groundnuts and the amount of alpha tocopherol in the groundnuts. So the medium red showed that it had higher. Then the small red also had moderate tocopherol, and then the brown and light red seeds had lower concentration of alpha tocopherol. And it is shown in that, I don't know, next. I think next. Next. Sorry, I went ahead. but I hope you are able to get something from what I'm saying.
Yeah, please just give us your conclusion.
Yeah. So on my conclusion is that alpha tocopherol, which is the vitamin E we are talking about, varies widely in the Kenyan groundnuts we grow. And the size and color also significantly affects the levels of vitamin E. And I would recommend the red-seeded variety because it showed very high levels of vitamin E, which is a very good source of antioxidant. And these findings support breeding and selection of superior varieties that we can grow. And the next chapter of this study will be seeing and correlating the levels of the high concentration of vitamin E as opposed to the accumulation of aflatoxin. Thank you.
Very much. Milka, for being brief and for the very interesting study. A quick one. The black ones are from where? I've never seen black groundnuts. Siaya. Okay. I like the small red, but you say they have a lower concentration than the bigger.
But the medium are very good levels.
Okay. So let's appreciate her. One question, a very quick one. Meanwhile, Joroge, this will be a final presentation. You can be preparing.
Okay, thank you, Milka, for the good presentation. I would just like to know what is the relationship between the levels of vitamin E and the seed color of groundnuts. Thank you.
The seed color?
Yes, you said that the red ones had high. Could you be knowing what is responsible? Why do those ones specifically have high amounts of vitamin E? Thanks.
Okay, that was very interesting study that we got. I didn't expect it to be like that, but maybe because of we're talking of the phytochemicals, and maybe when it is darker, then maybe the vitamins are high, and also because, yeah, I think it's maybe the phytochemicals and yes. But I need to maybe find out more why we love the darker red having more of the vitamins. But also because vitamin E is a fat-soluble vitamins. And one of the results that are not here is that also the red-seeded add very high levels of oil. So I will think maybe it's still also related.
Okay, thank you very much. We can continue to engage her for lunch time. So we have our last presentation. Please, 7 minutes. I'm sure these people are hungry. They want to go for lunch and also to open up for the next session.
That's okay. I'm also hungry. I'm James Njoroge, and I'm based at Karonjoro. I'm also a student here. And I'm presenting on stability analysis for soybean. Yield across diverse environments. I think we have talked much about the other oil crop. Let's hear about soybean. It will go through from introduction to the acknowledgements, but soybean is an important legume, and this is due to its economic value. And this comes from its nutritional value, that is the level of protein, fats, and the carbohydrates. It has also enzymes, vitamins, minerals, and essential amino acids with a high degree of solubility and nutrition. And its use for processing of foods, feeds, biodiesel, and other industrial applications. It's also good in biological nitrogen fixation, and it can also help mitigate against water pollution and reduce the cost and use of fertilizers. The demand for soybean products and is due to the demand that is related to animal feeds, which has increased steadily, largely due to the growing population. And also there is a change in the dietary habits that has created the need for cheaper sources of energy and nutrient-dense food alternatives. Now, globally, Brazil leads. In Africa, we have South Africa. But in Kenya, we don't meet our demand, which is around 200,000 metric tons, and thus we depend on imports, and that's why we need to grow soybean. In this case, presenting on yield. Yield is a polygenic trait influenced by genetic and environmental factors. And evaluation of yield and its components is done in environmental trials. The conditions for growing soybean, it doesn't like high altitudes, but it can grow from the coast up to 2,200 meters above sea level. It is not, it can grow in a wide range of soils with a pH of 5.8 to 6.8. And with 500 to 1,200 millimeters, you can be able to grow it. Now, temperature is between 10 and 30 degrees. That it means it does well in the warm areas. And from the suitability map, you can see it grows mostly in the western region and also a bit of the coast. Of course, it can grow outside these limits where we have irrigation. And in all those areas, we can grow soybean and meet our demand. Those that have to grow in our region don't have to be sensitive to the photo period. Now, the areas, the materials that are used for this experiment, there are about 48 genotypes, and this was sourced from Caro Sidico, Genetic Research Institute, ITA, United States Department of Agriculture, and that's where all that collection came from. The experimental sites were based here in Nakuru, that is in Joro here. We have Kakamega and also Mabanga ATC, which is based in Bungoma. And the design was an alpha lattice and represented double O's, 2 meters long, spaced at 45 centimeters by 10 centimeters, which is the recommended spacing, and then the trials replicated 3 times. It was planted in 2 seasons, therefore for the 2 seasons we had 6 environment based on year location combination. The seed rate was 75 kilograms per hectare, and the ammonium phosphate was applied as a basal fertilizer, and which were controlled using metribuzin, that is Senka. And also there is this disease called soybean rust. It was controlled using that chemical. In the trade name is SCORE, but you can get other names. Now, data was collected on maturity, plant height, number of pods per plant, grain yield, and 1,000 seed weight. Data analysis was done by mixed model analysis and using the residual maximum likelihood estimate procedure. That was the model, and the genotypes were considered fixed and the environments random. The GGE interaction analysis was deployed to evaluate the genotype, main effects, and genotype by environment interactions. And in the case we used GenStat.
I will interrupt you. Please go to your main resort. I see the presenters for the next session are already here.
Yeah, so there was significant differences among the genotypes for seed yield, under seed weight, plant height, and pods per plant. And also the traits were also significantly influenced by the environment, genotype, and their interactions. The yield ranged from 0.3 to 1.5 tons per hectare because of the range of genotypes we had, and the mean yield for the genotypes in the short range of that first season, that is 2021, was higher in Joro at 1.5 tons than what we had in Mambanga. Now, this just explains what I've just said, but in Kenya, we have about 12 genotypes that are already ready for commercial production. And these are yields for specific areas, that is in Kakamega, SB8, which is already a commercial variety, could yield as high as 0.1 tons per hectare, and the other one could also yield as high as 3 tons per hectare. Now, that is also the yields in the different environments. And the 100 seed weight across the size also range from 10.6 to 21.2. That means we had small seeded and large seeded. And also there was correlation that was done, and in this case yield was correlated to the 100 seed weight, maturity, plant age, and also pods per plant. On genotype by environment interactions, the first and second principal components explained about 67% of the net difference caused by the genotype and genotype by environment interaction, which is indicated in the figure below. And from this we can tell that the vectors that were along, that is for Joro in the short range and Joro also in the long range, can be able to discriminate then genotypes against yield. And when you have acute angles between the vectors, then that tells the environments are correlated. Now, that is the GGE byproducts indicating what I've just said. And then there is stability issues which we were addressing, and this stability of the genotypes, we found that there is genotype G48, G39, and also G34 was stable as their vectors were close to the AEC line and their yield was above average. That is what you look for when you're looking for that. The other genotypes, even if they are stable and they are low yielding, they cannot be of much help. That is the
Please
GGA
give
byproduct.
us the conclusion.
Okay.
Yes.
The conclusion that the genotype by and genotype by environment effects explain more than 50% of the variation in CDL, indicating substantial variation in the traits that we looked at. And then genotypes perform better in the long range than in the short range. And the study also identified high-leading stable genotypes, for example, G48, which can be improved further by improving their quality aspects, which is protein and oil content. And this can be commercialized so that they can be able to fit in the food and feed industry. I acknowledge CISAM, Karo, and Mabanga ETC for allowing us to use the funds and also the environments for the study.
Okay, let's appreciate him. Thank you. Sorry for rushing you up. Any question? Yes, please, a brief one. And meanwhile, I didn't know soybean can help to mitigate water pollution.
Yeah, that is because there is now reduced N usage, which is the one that flows to the rivers and pollutes.
Well, thank you, presenter. Just a quick one, because of time. Where is the trust? Where is the trust of this research? Where is the trust? Because what I can see you're presenting is more of, you have done quite a lot on your literature, but there is very little to show in, let's say, I don't expect the genotype variation of groundnut production in Kakamega to vary so much from Mabanga. I come from Western. Supposing maybe you are presenting to somebody from Malawi, he could buy that. But I would like to see maybe where are the statistical tools you've used, you have employed to show the variation in those genotypes. Because we do not just expect to read literature and expect that there is something new for that farmer in Mpeketoni who would like to use this research to improve his farming. Thank you.
You can respond, and then you can follow up with him during lunchtime.
Yes, we can do that. from what even in the byproducts, what we observed is that there is not much difference in the two environments. And that's why the angles between the vectors of Kakamega and Mabanga were acute. And in this case now, the difference that you can see now is between what we have in Joro and what we have in those two other environments.
You can follow up the discussion as we go for lunch. Let's give ourselves a hearty clap. We have been very patient. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, our presenters. You are much appreciated. We rushed you up because of time, but your research and your findings are very important for us. Thank you so much. So we can proceed for lunch. We have to eat like chicken very fast because I can see the other presenters are already coming for the next session. Thank you very much.
members who should be speaking to us. Kindly and thank you na karibuni sana.
Thank you, Co-MC. Welcome to the afternoon session. This is the Sesame Insights FS4 Africa side event. You are all welcomed, and we want to start. Those who are outside, we invite you so that we can begin and finish on time. So to start us this session, I want to invite the Director, Research and Extension, Egerton University, Professor Jojo Wall, to give the opening remarks. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Our protocol subs, our Director, Higher Education, Dr. Darius Ogutu Mogaka, who is going to be our chair for this session. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to Egerton University. We are going to be joined by our DVC, Administration, Finance and Planning, who is representing the Vice Chancellor, as our Vice Chancellor has taken some leave because he's bereaved. We also don't have the DVC, Academic Research and Extension, who has joined the Vice Chancellor for what I've just mentioned. So before I start, I want to appreciate our partners. You allow me to recognize our partners at the Center of Excellence in Sustainable Agriculture and Agribusiness, in our Insights project, that is circular food systems, and in our project on food safety for Africa. So in the food safety for all these projects, we have the team from Sesame. I want them just to stand, headed by Professor Mwonga. Is he in? Just stand and greet people so that they know who is in the house. Professor Mwonga is my co-PI in the Center of Excellence. That is the World Bank funded Center of Excellence. And the director here is actually the coordinator for the regional centers of excellence in Kenya and in the region. So I want also to recognize Insights team. Those who are working on Insights, Dr. Karanja, sisters, where are they? Charity, that team. Oh, they don't know one another. That is the Insights team. Have a seat. And then I'm doing this for the benefit of the chair. And then we have the Food Safety for Africa project. And we have a co-PI. My co-PI is Professor Kimurto and the team. Please stand so that we can recognize you. So that is the Food Safety for Africa, people who are working in Africa on aflatoxins management. Thank you. They will be presenting. And we have our partners in the Center of Excellence, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, the longest name. They are here. Professor Andika, can you stand? They see you. The guy of Insects for Food. If you ate some biscuits, those are cricket biscuits. They taste very nice. I took a whole packet. And they taste nice. They are 60% protein, for those who know protein. So you can't suffer from, children won't suffer from marasmus. And then I want also to recognize partners, Insights partners. Industry partners, farmers, where are you? Insights farmers, are you there? Musimame tu wakulima wa Insights. Hawako hapa? And Egerton Living Lab, Nakuru Living Lab, these are all our farmers director who participate in our circular food system. That is where we grow black soldier fly, feed the fish, and remain with organic fertilizer for vegetables. So you see, that's a very good system. You don't throw anything. Once you eat the fish on the table, you feed it again to the black soldier fly. So you throw nothing. And then we have a team, the Insights team. We have But in CITES, we have a partner, Insect Pro. Where is Talash? Has she arrived? Not yet. She will be arriving from Nairobi to join us. She's our industry partner. And then we have the partners for food safety for Africa, people from Groundnut. The Groundnut team, also led by Delish Nutri-Foods. Delish, please stand, we see you. This is, if you are eating or you use peanut butter, I think you might be taking a lot of his peanut butter. So he's based in Nairobi. He will be able to talk to you briefly. So those are the people working on delicious food. You hear the word delish, eh? Delicious food. So, ladies and gentlemen, these three projects, why I'm introducing is that I ended up being a coordinator, and also we wrote this proposal together with the teams, and we are working in Africa in all those projects, the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. But for black soldier fly, we are even supporting Northern Africa. So there's a team here that supports, I know when we talk about North Africa, we go even to Middle East, Jordan, and they train in Jordan. So those areas, the insects grow very well. So for these projects, we are trying to address food security and circular food system and food safety issues. So we have several students who are in the house who have been supported by this. And today, we are going to listen to our students and some of our faculties who have some results from the project. So this is an initiative that is also addressing the Kenyan government, the bottom-up transformation agenda, which means we work with the farmers and all the way we discuss with policymakers. That's why the director is also here to hear from you what are your challenges and what you are doing on the ground. In terms of the Center of Excellence, we have supported 270 master's and PhD students, 80% from Kenya and 20% from the region, and some of them are here. Those, you say a student who have not finished, are you here? The SESAM students, in some way, you can rise up, some of them are finished. So director, you can see very few. This one, I see another one somewhere there. And some of them are, of course, finished. So some are already, even some who are sitting here in the morning are part of that team. So we want to appreciate the government of Kenya because that was a grant to the university, but it was a loan to the government. You know, the World Bank is a bank. So when we are given money, we do good use of it. But we want also to appreciate the support that we have gotten from the government of Kenya. I don't want to make this as a presentation, but this is just an opening remarks to enlighten you on what we are doing in the project. And for food safety, we are responsible for Kenya, and we are working in about 6 counties in Kenya where groundnuts grows. And now, you know, we need also to export groundnuts. For you to export a groundnuts, it must, Delish will tell you, for industry and also export market, the aflatoxin level must be less than 5 parts per billion. Is that correct, Professor Kimuto? Yes. I am not an aflatoxin expert, but I know that issue that is very key. So with that, I want to return back to the MC to invite the next person. Otherwise, I welcome you to this session, and we look forward for more. Just one thing before I leave. There is someone who has joined us online. MC, if you allow me. We have the African representative for the International Food Policy Research Institute in Washington. And he was formerly in Egerton. He's Dr. Steve Were Omamo. He said he would like to say just 2 things on opportunities that are there for you and me in the International Food Policy Research. It's based in Washington. So I asked he join online. I don't know whether it's a time, exactly at 3:30. So if those who are online, who are managing the Zoom, if you find Steve Were or Mama online, please, MC, you can give me 5 minutes. You can give him 5 minutes as we progress. Thank you very much.
A hearty clap for Professor George Owor. Thank you very much, sir, for those remarks. I have been requested to acknowledge the presence of these people. Madam Anne Odur from the county government of Nakuru, Plant Protection. Please feel appreciated, and if you are here, please stand for recognition. The second, thank you na karibu sana. Tunashukuru kwamba uko na sisi hapa. The next person is Margaret Karaoke, again from the county government of Nakuru. Ulipo, tafadhali simama. Thank you na karibu sana. And lastly, we have Madam Nancy Njogu, again from the county government, the Ministry of Agriculture, wherever you are. Asante, karibu sana. As it has been alluded to, this is a very exciting session, and we intend to have very engaging conversations, interactions, and we call upon all of us to be very active in those engagements. I now invite the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Dr. John Nduku, to take over the mic and lead us in the next session. Karibu, Daktari.
Thank you, MC. I now want to start the next session. The session will be chaired by Dr. Darius Mogaka, as you have been told, is the Director of Higher Education in the Ministry of Education. So I want us to welcome with 3 claps. So welcome, Daktari, to chair this afternoon session.
The Vice Chancellor, Professor Kibwage, represented here by the DVC, all senior officials of Egerton University, Professor George Oduor, the Director of Research and Extension, and part of the SESAM team, Professor Mwonga and others, senior officials from the county government of Nakuru, my fellow colleagues from the Ministry of Education, researchers from Egerton University, key partners, and the farmers. Good morning. Good morning. You know, when you have got dimmed lights and the clouds are gathering, you may be mistaken to be in the morning and it's already heading to evening. Good afternoon. I'm very glad to be here. Earlier, I expected Professor Owor to also introduce the consumers. You know, he introduced the researchers, the partners, the various entities. He introduced Food Safety for Africa. He introduced INCITES, even Insect Pro and others, and the farmers. But then the consumers, where are the consumers? Those of us who are not introduced, we are the consumers. And I think a number of consumers should be filling the seats in front here, but maybe they are still consuming some of the products. But very glad to be here. Allow me to congratulate Egerton University for a commendable job, first for hosting this conference and this side event, but more so for the work they've been doing on research. Glad to note that we have students from IUCA, I represent Kenya on the board of IUCA, and a number of times I call Professor Owor, Professor Andika, and other colleagues from MOI to give me the numbers, because we have to report to the heads of state on how many students came into our institutions, our centers of excellence, at what stage are they, how many have graduated successfully, and what are they engaged in. Part of the success story is that the graduates from this program are able to get into business, serious business, out of their research, and out of that, they are able to showcase what the research has done and how they impact community. Some of them have actually gone ahead to form startups that are already in business to support farmers and consumers alike. So glad to be here. I'm also, as a consumer and a participant, ready to listen and get to hear what the presenters have to present to us. I can see Professor Paul Kimurto is already in the room. Mike Githinji, are you there? Mike? Great. Dr. Bernard Karanja? Excellent. Professor Kimurto, you may want to sit next to me in front there. Then Ms. Talash? Talash? She's almost coming. Miss Charity Kelsey, come in front, please. Somewhere here next to Professor Owor. Sister Rose Ochiel, please join Professor Owor in front as well. Sister Monica Omondi. Sister Monica, most welcome. Treslin Jayo, move in front, Treslin. Of course, Professor Mwonga is somewhere where I can see. And we'll try and, as much as possible, to make sure we are done with this program before the rains come down. So if we have any rainmakers in the room, do your thing so that you hold the clouds a little bit longer. And without... Milka Wambua, where are you? Milka Wambua? Okay, as soon as Milka Wambua comes, maybe ask her to move to the front seats. Milka Wambua? Great, great. Most welcome. So allow me to welcome Dr. Steve Were. Dr. Steve Were Omamo, part of Egerton University, but now working in the international space. Dr. Steve Were, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Great, we can hear you. We're glad to have you. You've got 5 minutes. If you could go ahead and let us know more about what you're doing.
Thanks so much, Professor, and very good afternoon to you all. I'm really pleased and really honored to have this opportunity to make a little presentation about the International Food Policy Research Institute where I work. Can I share my screen so that I have a little presentation here? Is this showing? Okay. What I was asked to do was to make a brief introduction to IFPRI, our work in particular in Africa. My role at IFPRI is I serve as the Global Director for Development Strategies and Governance, and then I also serve as the Director for Africa. The Development Strategies and Governance team is the one where our country and regional offices are housed, and including several in Africa. So If I can just give a brief outline of the work that we are doing, our overall corporate strategy, and then the work that we are doing here in Africa. So our vision is of a sustainable world free of poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. And our mission is to work with partners to provide research-based policy solutions that improve food security, nutrition, and livelihoods, but also contribute to the empowerment for all and promote sustainable and climate-resilient food systems. Now, we do this through a research approach which is quite holistic. We have 4 broad pillars. The first is to clarify the situation and outlook. So this is where we look forward, trying to understand what is happening in different trends facing vulnerable people, but at multiple levels, global, national, global, regional, national, and subnational. So there's an area of work on clarifying the situation and outlook. We also do work on testing and scaling solutions. So different technological, institutional, and policy innovations, trying to evaluate them and understand their impact, costs, and distribution outcomes, really the aim of that is to ensure that these are actually achieving the objectives that they are intended. We also work with partners to understand and shape enabling environments. So this has to do with strengthening the capabilities of institutions in the policy systems within which we work. And finally, a lot of work on strengthening tools, methods, and capacity. So this is trying to, actually these are switched, I'm very sorry. This should be supporting the governance is what is understanding and shaping the enabling environment. And then this is down here. I'm sorry, I got those mixed up, but I hope you see that these are the 4 pillars that that underpin our approach. And then our research themes do 2 things. First, they span the food system. So we have a research theme on resilient and sustainable food production, fair and efficient markets, and sustainable healthy diets. So this is covering the entire food system. But because food systems are impacted by the macroeconomy and also affect macro outcomes, we do a lot of work on inclusive growth and transformation. And then also, because many groups are left out of the mainstream, we try to understand what is driving poverty, what is driving hunger and inequality, and therefore identify innovations that empower these groups. So these are our themes, the food system perspective, but also looking out at the overall economy and looking inward to the populations that are affected. We have offices across 16 countries, so these are the offices that fall under the Development Strategies and Governance team. The bulk of them, as you can see, are in Africa. And we have developed an Africa strategy that has a few pillars, and these are really important given the conference that we are in today. First of all, partnering for impact, so really co-developing solutions with African institutions, undertaking cutting-edge research and analysis, again, strengthening the policy system capacity and effectiveness. And then very importantly, because we need, policy results are important only to the extent that they are used, we invest in innovations in communication and outreach. And then finally, in terms of our research priorities, these spring out from a very careful look at continental and regional documents, the CADAP, the Kampala CADAP Declaration, and other major continental and regional initiatives. And as you can see, they span, again, from the macro issues through trade, system transformation, a strong emphasis on youth and jobs. We know that urban areas are increasing, growing very fast, and there are major implications for food security and nutrition. Digitization and AI, these are making profound changes in the system, in agri-food systems. I won't go through them all, but as you can see, these speak very, very strongly to a range of issues that are affecting the continent. And let me end just with some reflections on the conference. I really thank Professor Ward for the invitation to come back to Egerton, indeed in this virtual way, because it's so important to me personally, but also to the country and and more broadly. I think this agenda really is extraordinarily relevant. We at IFPRI really feel that we are very ready to and hope that we will be able to find ways to work with Egerton and other organizations here toward our common objective of strengthening evidence, policy systems, and transformative change. We think that there's really important, great opportunity for research and policy dialogue and capacity development. There's a big gap there, and I think this opportunities such as this really help to fill that gap, and we look forward to carrying forward the kinds of partnership opportunities that might emerge. So just to end with saying thank you very much for the invitation, and just to confirm we couldn't be more ready and more willing and more excited at the opportunity to work with Egerton and other partners to do our part in furthering the transformation that we all seek. So thank you very much.
A round of applause for Dr. Were. And Dr. Were, coming from government, I noticed that one of your mandates is to strengthen tools, methods, and capacity, and that part of your research themes is sustainable healthy diets and nutrition. Do you have your footprints as IFPRI in Kenya?
Yes, we do. We do have a Kenya office. It's growing. We've had this office since about 2017, and so it is still a small but growing team. We work very closely with Kipra. That is our main partner in the country. We support and partner with them on a range of modeling-based examinations of investment priorities and growth trajectories. And within that, of course, one of the outcomes that we examine very closely are nutrition and poverty outcomes. And so that is central to our work. We do hope that we can do more with partners such as Egerton and others. But we do have a small but very active team in the country working closely with Kipra in particular.
Thank you very much. We'll hold Professor Owor responsible. 6 months down the line, we'll be finding out from Professor Owor whether you're back in a big way or we are still waiting for another 6 months. Having said that, kindly hang on as we get other presenters, and hopefully you'll be able to respond to some of the queries that may come up. Allow me to invite Professor Paul Kimurto. Professor Paul, if you can take 10 minutes, that would be a great addition to our time bank.
Thank you so much, Chair. Colleagues, good afternoon. Yes, I will be talking about the food safety project, which is really a project that is a mix of research and also development. It is a project that is done in Africa. That's why it's called Food Safety in Africa. And it cuts across several value chains, from vegetables to some work also in Nigeria. They are working on aflatoxin in humans. So our work in Kenya is focused on groundnuts. We are looking at sustainable aflatoxin management by just focusing on 3 areas. One is to look for potential resistant sources in groundnuts. The theory is not proved, but we are trying to see whether it is possible to do resistance against aflatoxin. We're also looking at microbiome, and this is a product that has been developed by Calro, which is an atoxic. It's an atoxic part of the fungi that causes aflatoxin. This is the one that doesn't cause aflatoxin. It produces poison, but the poison is not poisonous. So it has been actually synthesized and made into an aflasafe product that can be applied to the fields in the farms to reduce aflatoxin contamination on farm. And we're also looking at capacity of the value chain actors. So we are a team. George Owori is our PI, is a coordinator of the project. I am the co-PI, and we have Miriam, Jarimbu, Paul Kahenya, James, Peter, Tracy Chayo, Milka, and Pupa, who finally finished his master's, and he has gone back to Gambia. So we have several partners. I wish I can see the screen from this side. So we have partners from Europe, because the project is European Union funded. And you know, European Union projects are led by, in most cases, Africans, but very strong collaboration from the European partners. So we have partners from Wageningen University, we have partners from Munich University in Germany, and we also have a partner in McGill, Canada, who are closely working with South Africans. The project is in East and Western Africa, basically South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana. Of course, when you look at the groundnut, the largest producer in Africa is actually Nigeria. So it's one of the leading in terms of initiatives of the management of aflatoxin. When you look at groundnut in Kenya, what are its own problems? It has several problems. One of them is that you only produce a half a ton. In our production systems, the small scale, we only produce between 500, at most 700 kilos, very few bags. We also have problems of varieties and seed that is not certified. We have low soil fertility, including fertility that it could be fertile, but it could be having a lot of aflatoxin. So sometimes when you look at the production areas in Kenya, both led by Western Kenya and Nyanza, some bit of Rift Valley and Eastern, the soils could be good, but it could be having a lot of aflatoxin. So that is limiting export of groundnuts in Kenya. And when you even look at processors like Delish here, you will give them a chance, you'll be surprised that the contamination levels of our groundnuts, our farmers, is very high. There is also disease. And this morning, quite a number of diseases by our students who have been presented, including rosette. And of course, the technical efficiency of groundnut is actually not 100%, it is zero. There is nowhere, currently where there is complete application of machinery. We are trying to import machinery. The only bit, so I think it's around 80% or 20% technical efficient, where it is at the end of the value chain, the processing. The rest is use of manual labor. So these are some of the challenges that is making it very difficult to actually develop. This project is actually based on some old or previous studies. We had collaboration with FAO. We also had collaboration with AGRA and with ICRISA some time back, where we introduced good varieties. In one of the counties, Elgeyo Marakwet, there was one variety called Cheblambus. And when we did a seed replacement ratio, we found it was 10 years. There was no seed that had gone into that production system for 10 years. So that makes productivity very low. So we recycle rosette, we recycle low quality seed, and when we introduced the high-yielding varieties, the Mwangasa, the Ndofu that you can see, from 2014 to 2025, you can see the yields have gone to at least more than a ton, and the prices also were a problem. The market was actually very small in this county, where we worked in, the boundary between Baringo and Elgeyo Marakwet. There were only 2 aggregators at that time. The market was very small, starting from 9 to 12, and then in the afternoon, those traders retire, and in the afternoon our prices change because they had to go and cook for their children at lunchtime. So the prices started, was actually not more than 60 shillings. It was not going beyond 60. If you ask Delis today, he's buying groundnut at 200 shillings, shelled. The unshelled one is around 100 to 120. So because of market access, so the intervention was to actually bring multi-stakeholder, including Green Forest. The Green Forest was the first processor that worked with the university, and let alone now Delish and others like the Queen Millers came in and the volume started increasing and the farmers began to benefit. The average price now is actually around 150. Threshing is one of the things that I talked about. But when Delish came in, he brought a sheller on site. That was one of the biggest transformation that happened. Because initially, Green Forest used to take groundnut in lorries to his factory in Nairobi. And there were challenges there because the prices were varying. Farmers were also very clever. They used to add stones into their produce. And then the processor was actually trying to, he started complaining about the prices. But when the sheller was brought on site, things now are changing and we are seeing increased up to, even this year, some of the farmers are here, maybe they are selling up to 100 tons. You can see transformation in Baringo, same story. And also in Turkana, there was no groundnut some time back. When we worked and introduced the good varieties working with FAO, we saw increase in yield and even adoption of the groundnut. So across the board, we saw increase in yield. As the productivity was increasing, the grain quality started reducing. Aflatoxin was 4 parts per billion sometime, and then you could see them going up to 17, and sometimes Green Forest had to run away in some of the areas because he was no longer getting good quality produce. So when we met with George, we agreed to write this proposal on food safety. So the basis of this is because of increase in productivity. There is expanded processors coming into play, and the regulators also is coming to now regulate the processors. And there is, among the farmers, if they are producing 3 or 4 bags, now they are 18, 20. It means the stores that they had were small. They used to dry on the soil. And now we need to have post-harvest technologies to support them to dry them on time. We have also seen expansion into non-traditional areas. And these non-traditional areas could be wet areas or extremely dry areas. And you know, aflatoxin is triggered by extremes of weather. If it is too dry, then there is a possibility of damage or destruction of the pods by insects, and then aflatoxins comes in. And that is where we are now seeing it is no longer the 6-7 parts per billion, it is going to more than 10%, 10 parts per billion. So this project, therefore, has some few key KPIs. One of them is stakeholders. To map them, because you can't sell groundnut without a processor. And if the quality of the produce is low, the transporters are adding water in the groundnut when they harvest so that they increase the weight. So that and then if it is in the lorry, then aflatoxin, spatula species start to grow. By the time they reach Nairobi, even if we sampled and did analysis on site, you realize the processor will get more contaminated produce. So I think Delish was one of the, in our opinion, one of the most wisest processor because he came to process on site and he eliminated the value chain challenges. Green Forest and some other processors from Kisumu are still facing those problems because the aggregators, the middlemen, will always buy dry groundnut and shelled, and they add water, maybe 10 liters, 20 liters, to increase the weight. By the time the processor receives, then it is already contaminated and it is already getting spoiled. So that is one of the stakeholder engagement, is one of the key activities in this project. The other one is exploitation of biodiversity. I've already mentioned this. We are trying to look at bundling. In studies in Nigeria, they have only applied aplasive. We are increasing the diversity. One of our PhD students developed a very nice trichoderma species plus aplasive. We want to see whether we can have an integrated resistance plus competition and elimination of the aspergillus species in the soil by more active microbial species of Trichoderma and Aflasave. Of course, Aflasave is commercial. It's already released, and from our finding, it is doing quite well. It is eliminating aflatoxin by 10% in some areas 12, 15, up to 30. But it is not enough, especially in areas where there is poor agronomic practice. We are also looking at development of, or rather, enhancing vitamin E. One of the students will talk about this, because vitamin E is related to phytolexins. And you know phytolexins are the ones that give immunity to the grain. So we have already done quite a lot of germplasm collection. I think Milka will talk about this. And we are seeing very good levels. We just want to see the correlation between the infestation, both in the lab, in the field, and also with the industry. We are also working with the stakeholders, post-harvest, and at the same time, looking at the living lab. We want to learn from INCITES. INCITES are very successful in terms of the living lab on the development of the black soja products. We also want to see how the INCITES team is working to ensure that we also get a food safety living lab. We are looking at CI already. We've talked to the community, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, and also Meru. We are working with a processor in Meru to see whether we can have an integrated information system that works well for the management of aflatoxin. So we have achieved quite a number of things. The students have done the work. We are in the middle of the project. We are finishing the project in 2028. And we think by that time, together with the pesticide in South Africa, we are also learning from them, residues, and other activities that are in the project, we should be able to contribute and really manage aflatoxin. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Kimurto. A round of applause for Professor Kimurto. Kindly take your seat. We'll have feedback later. After we listen to the CEO, Nutri and Delish. I hope he has a response for the aflatoxin in the groundnuts. Bwana Mike Githinji. 5 to 10 minutes?
10 or
okay,
5,
10
yeah.
minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm the CEO in court because I'm representing my CEO, who is Dr. James Muturi, who is not here with us today. So leo si nimepewa power. Yeah? Leo si niko na power. So I want to thank the organizers of the event because for inviting us here to represent private sector, especially more for those who are dealing with groundnuts, like myself. And I want to introduce myself. My name is Michael Githinji Juguna, like it is written in the program. And Delish and Nutri was established in 2018. And our core mandate by that time was to introduce nutritious products into our household. The innovation, we came with it from Uganda and some part of Central Africa. And then when we were there, we found there is a gap here in Kenya where our consumers, like Professor had said, they only knew that it's only consuming whole nuts. That's the way they knew groundnuts can be used for. But we found there are so many other ways that can be used, especially in our kitchen. And that is the reason why we introduced peanut powder or peanut flour. We are the first company to retail or to produce and retail the peanut flour. I'm even surprised because at the tent there, I found that the product after 8 years is still not yet known. Kuna watu wanasema hawajui peanut flour inatumika aje. Si ndio? Because nimeenda pale kwa tent, I've interacted with some consumers who are saying, what is it used for? What is it for? But we are able to explain to them how it's used. And apart from that, we have other peanut products for other markets. We are producing different products. We have a range of products for different market segment. We are making products for key accounts like supermarkets, peanut butter, peanut flour. We are also making products for institutions like hospitals and schools. We are also producing a product for BOP market. For those who have been able to visit our tent, you have seen we have sachets. So those sachets, we are packing peanut butter in sachet and in whole nuts. That one we are targeting the BOP market, the economy, the Kadogo economy, where you find most private sectors normally ignore that market. And that market is very big. For those who are in business, you can testify to me that those 10 shillings, 20 shillings are, at the end of the day, at the end of the month, they make a lot of money. When we entered into the business, we had two challenges. Once we started, we found we have to work out on our quality, especially quality in raw material, because like Prof has just said, aflatoxin is a very, very dangerous chemical, and as much as we want to produce safety and nutritious product for our consumers, we had to mitigate on the way to manage aflatoxin levels. Because when we started, we found most of the groundnuts that were in the market, most of them had a lot of high-level aflatoxin levels. You can be shocked because after testing, you could find even some raw material going even beyond 100%, 100 parts per billion. And you know that is very, very dangerous. To mitigate that, like Prof has said, we have introduced, first of all, we mapped our farmers, we contracted our farmers so that we can be able to manage them, train them on GAPs, that is good agronomical practices. And along the way, we introduced them to afla-safe application, like Prof has said. And after that, we realized, or we noted a very good improvement in aflatoxin levels, because we could find even less than 5, even less than 1 at some point, which testifies that the new technologies like afla-safe applications is a very, very, very good innovation. And also managing moisture content, because in as much as we control aflatoxin at the soil level, if you also don't do post-harvest management, proper post-harvest management, we might also happen to find the multiplication of the levels, and we find our product being contaminated. We also worked on our quantities, because as we continue growing, we find we needed a lot of groundnuts to sustain the manufacturing. And along the way, we happened to find, when we were mapping around Kenya where we could be able to get enough produce for sustaining the factory process, is when we came around Dr. Kimolta at Kerio Valley, where he has just explained where some of the produce raw material we are getting. And I think he has been able to explain some of the intervention we added into the community, especially on mechanization. We found farmers were shelling using their hands, which is very tedious and it is not commercially viable. And we introduced a shelling machine. He was able to explain on that. And the shelling machine was able to turn around. For example, a farmer could shell 15 kgs in a day using the hands. And when we brought in the machine was able to do 5 tons in a day. So we are able to turn it around, like Prof has said. The other processors or other traders that were there who are taking advantage of the farmers, we are able to collect produce from the farmers with shells. So we reduce a lot of hassle for them. And then, like any other business, we started with 1 bag. Unaanza tu biashara unakimbia town, you get a bag, then you come and start processing. As of now, our processing annual demand is around 250,000 metric tons. Locally, it's not available. Sorry to say that we are only getting around 40% of the raw material locally. So you can see 60% we are bridging the gap through imports. And at the moment, what you're doing, if you go into our store right now, we are having groundnuts from Ethiopia, from Malawi, and from the Southern Sudan. Southern Sudan has just started coming this year, or rather, I don't know whether it was absorbed during transportation to Uganda, because when it was arriving in Nairobi, they used to say it's from Uganda. Later on, we have realized it's coming all the way from Juba. And you can see there is a lot of gap, especially for the processors. If you can translate like 60% of our annual import demand, it's around 250,000 USD. That is around 30 million Kenya shillings. So you see that money is going across the borders. And that money is supposed to be consumed by our local farmers, you see. So we have a gap there, and I think when we entered into Kerio Valley for aggregation, we found, like Prof said, they had introduced some GNAT there. Initially, farmers were used to do local varieties. And I can tell you, for the 40% that you're getting locally, 30% is we are getting from Kerio Valley, from the intervention that Egerton, through the leadership of Professor Kimulto, they were able to do that in 2014. It's around more than 10 years down the line. I think if those seeds have been recycled for quite some time, I know also the productivity can be affected. I would also maybe request, if that kind of an intervention in Kerio Valley, if it can be replicated to other regions in Busia, because there was a time we tried to take that seed into Busia and it backfired. I think the rosette and those kind of diseases and pests are very susceptible to some of the seeds in that area. I know it's something researchers can work on it. And yeah, in private sector, I can testify in front of you that some of our agronomists that you're working with are some students that are coming from this institution. So you can see as private sector also, we are also creating jobs. Also sales team are also getting young people who are finishing schools, and also the scientists. So you can see private sector are able to create job opportunities for our young. So from imports, like I was saying, the other day we are having an interview with American Peanut Council. They wanted to understand the Kenyan market because they can see a lot of gap here. They wanted to know more about our as private sectors, as people who are in the peanut value chain, some of the quality parameters that they will require so that they can be able to supply some of the peanut. You know, like US, they do a lot of large-scale farming. In US, they have a lot of good commercialization system for the GNAT. And like Prof was saying, here in Kenya, our farmers who is trying very much is doing around 500 and 600 kgs per acre. And in US, they're able to do around 500 pounds, or rather 200 kgs, or like 2 tons in an acre. So you can see the gap. And I remember there was a time in the morning the professor was asking, where are we going wrong? I know the answers are in this house. We have all the stakeholders in the peanut value chain, and I know we can get the answers. As I conclude, we have a tent there. You can visit and you'll be able to see some of the products that we are producing, and you can take some of them home. I can assure you, most of the products are very well hygienically produced, especially because of the, like I've said, we have been able to mitigate on aflatoxin chemical mitigation levels. And thank you.
A round of applause for Mike Gedenji. As we invite Dr. Bernard Karanja, I'm hoping the farmers in the house, wakulima mpo, anasema hana mazao ya kutosha. The demand is there, but the farmers are not producing the groundnuts. Dr. Karanja? And kindly take note. Let's know whether it is Githinji who is unable to absorb, or it is Kimurto and Owor who are not able to produce seeds. Because how can we be meeting only 40% of the demand? Na iko pesa tayari. Most welcome, Dr. Karanja. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. As you have been told, I'm Dr. Karanja. I am a team member of the Insights project. And just because I've been given 10 minutes, I'm not going to talk much. Just an introduction of the project is that Insights Egerton University. It is led by Professor Jojo Wall, together with other team members such as Professor Opio, I Karanja, we have Professor Steve. We also have our students, Monica, who is doing PhD, Rose, and also Charity. In brief, Insights is integrated circular technology for sustainable regional food system in Africa. It is a 4-year project that aims at improving food and nutritional security in Africa, and also reduce what we call food-related environmental footprints. Now, how are we able to achieve this? Yeah? We are able to achieve this through fostering collaboration between Africa and European Union, also scaling what we call circular agri-food business solution, and also creating a good environment for innovation, and also piloting demonstration in our living lab. We promote much of the resilient city food system. Maybe you can be able to see Egerton Living Lab, which is situated at Egerton University. And in contrary to our normal labs that we know, they are quite separate with the real life. But our living lab is so much close to the user, whereby we are able to incubate and also accelerate innovation. In the living lab, we carry out a number of training so that we can be able to introduce our farmers to the circular technology. And we have been able to onboard a number of farmers who have taken up the technology that we are trying to share. We have other partners in Africa. For example, in East Africa, we are representing Kenya. We have 2 living lab. One is here at Egerton and another one at KU. We have another one at Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and also Cameroon and Gabon. Now, the model that we are using in our technology is circular food system, whereby we are able to convert waste into useful resources, whereby we bring in the intervention of insects known as black soldier fly, whereby they help us in the decomposition of or breaking down of organic matter, all the waste into viable biofertilizer. And also, we also use the same to feed our fish. That means we have a complete or a circular aquaponic system, which is a closed loop, whereby we don't have any waste. We have almost 95% of water use efficiency. The fish are also able to provide us with additional nutrients, whereby they are enough to grow our vegetable. That means within a very small area, you can be able to produce your vegetable in the city center. Additionally, the fertilizer that is produced using the BSF, that is a FRAS, there can also be a source of income, whereby if you can produce enough, then you can sell. And that provides a very good opportunity for the youth, so whereby you can be able to convert waste into money. Sometimes I tell them, taka to pesa. Therefore, for youth that are claiming to look for employment, we have easy way of doing it. For those guys who are saying that we don't have land, we don't need a very big land when you're doing aquaponics. Therefore, we can't be able to solve that problem of food diversity. As we have been told in this morning, one of the greatest challenges that we have is that we don't have diverse food. And we are, most part of Africa, and we are suffering from what we call hidden hunger. We don't have enough protein, we don't have enough vitamin. Therefore, having this resilient production of food in the city center, we can be able to close that gap. Additionally, just a challenge to all of us. I know Egerton University and this fraternity is made up of agriculturists. There is no limitation that you cannot do agriculture even in the city center. And let it be a challenge to you that if at all you are in agriculture and you don't have any food production, either in your corridor or as a kitchen garden, I will term you as a quack researcher. How many quacks do you have in the house? If you know you are not doing agriculture and you are an agriculture profession, then we can say you are a quack. I'm sure we don't have quacks here, and if there is any from today, try to change. What you can see is a recirculational system in our living lab, whereby we have our food being produced in the use of aquaponic system. Then that is, I hope you can be able to see that we do carry a number of trainings. We have visitors who come into our lab so that they can learn from us. We have done quite a number of research together with our collaborators, such as the Insect Pro, who are here, and we are able to backstop with them when it comes to the liquid fertilizer. And it has proved to be very efficient in the production of organic vegetables. We were able to do an experiment using capsicum, cowpea, and cylinder leaf, which gave us very good results. Sometimes I said promising, but this is no longer promising. Talash, you are here. The results are not promising, but they have been confirmed that the liquid fertilizer from BSF contain optimum nutrient to grow good vegetables, which are of high quality. When it comes to the post-harvest characteristics, they can stay for long. And also because they are organic, we don't supplement them with any other fertilizer. For that reason, we can be able to say that our goods are quite healthy. I don't think there is much but to appreciate all the Insightive team, and because much will be said by our students who have done a lot of research about it. I know somebody also mentioned about the food safety. One of our PhD students is also carrying out that research to confirm how those food are safe when it comes to something like E. coli and salmonella. And currently the results are also promising, yet to be confirmed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Karanja. A round of applause for Dr. Karanja. Madam Charity Kelsey. Charity, 10 minutes, please, or less, as we get Talash to get ready. And my apology, time is not on our side, so go.
Thank you so much, Chair. Allow me to start with our Living Lab greetings to the thinkers who are the researchers in the house, to the doers who are farmers in the house, and to the enablers who are the policy makers, the financial partners, and the industrial partners. My name is Charity Kelsey. I am a master's student in limnology, coordinated by Professor Nzula Kitaka. My work focuses on assessment of black soldier fly larvae and water fan azolla diets, on growth performance of tilapia, and in smallholder aquaculture. Globally, protein food demand is projected to increase by 30 to 50% by 2050, exacting pressure on declining capture fisheries affecting sustainability of food system due to overfishing. Small-scale aquaculture farmers offers a promising local solution for enhancing protein access and supporting nutritional security. However, the growth is constrained by high cost of feeds, which is a major challenge, but novel proteins like azolla and black soldier fly offer a noble solution, yet their optimal inclusion levels to formulate fish feeds remain uncertain, further complex with heterogeneous production and feeding practice among smallholder fish farmers with low adoption rates. My research work, my research objective aims to contribute to food and nutrition security through utilization of novel protein-based formulated diets for small fish production. And my specific objective that I'm going to share with us today is to characterize smallholder practices of producing and feeding water fan and black soldier fly larvae to fish in Nakuru County. I'm going to focus today on knowledge gap and adoption patterns. And my work contributes to regenerative aquaculture, which is actually doing agriculture when you're environmentally sensitive, circular technology whereby nothing goes to waste. And my work contributes to the SDG number 2 and SDG number 14. I am looking forward to contribute to enhancement of regenerative tilapia farming in smallholder aquaculture and improving livelihoods. My work focuses in Nakuru County in 4 sub-county, that is Bahati, Njoro, Subukia, Kurosoi North, and Kurosoi South. For my objective one was on farm with farmers in the house, and since this is a new technology that is not already known by a lot of farmers, it was very hard to get the majority of the farmers. We had to identify a sampling frame, which was Nakuru Living Lab, who are already accelerating these programs to the farmers, and we had to now conduct a snowball sampling whereby one farmer who are producing this were to refer us to other farmers. As I've told you, my geographical area, and the target participants were about 50. So the amazing results that I found that 50% of fish farmers, smallholder fish farmers in Nakuru County were producing azolla compared to black soldier fly that was 22, and about 26 had attempted the production of azolla, but the ones that attempted black soldier fly were still 14%. There were more farmers who have never tried producing black soldier fly, that was at 62% compared to azolla, which was at 24%. And when you go to the nutritional awareness, 68% they were aware that black soldier fly is a protein source, but 32% were not even aware, they just know it's a feed. And when it comes to policy, none of them was aware that any policy that stands for azolla and black soldier fly production. Only 2% were aware, and the awareness came when they have to face a close down of their facility due to NEMA environmental charges. When it's come to sources of information, it seems that a majority of the farmers got the sources of information from the development partners and NGOs, and also research followed by research institutes and online resources. And it's also shown that some of the farmers had never received these trainings on azolla and black soldier fly production. And also what was really amazing was that there was a very small peer-to-peer training, peer-to-peer influence or peer-to-peer training among farmers. So my conclusion is farmers prefer azolla production over black soldier fly production, perceiving it's easier with limited challenges compared to black soldier fly production. And when it's come to nutritional awareness, majority of the farmers have partial awareness on the nutritional components of black soldier fly because they just know it's a protein source. So when it's come to azolla, you find they also have some higher fiber content that sometimes when they are not the higher fiber content, and also they have other minerals and vitamins, but they only know that it's a protein source. So that one brings an inadequate understanding how nutritional profile inclusion levels in fish feeds formulation. When it's come to policy awareness, majority of the farmers are not aware of any policy on black soldier fly and azolla production until they are faced or meet with policy standards. When it's come to the source of information, as I had told you, farmers rely more on NGO development partners
partners, research institutes, and online resources about the knowledge of black soldier fly and azolla. Some show no information at all. That shows a very low horizontal dissemination, peer-to-peer. My recommendation is that to the enablers or to the partners who are here to scale up azolla production and capacity building on black soldier fly. On nutritional awareness, we need to have targeted farmer trainings on nutritional profile of black soldier fly and azolla production. And in policy awareness, we need to have a collaboration between research institute and county government to disseminate simplified policy briefs to farmers and to source of information. We need to promote peer-to-peer learning to create ownership, making adoption more resilient to farmers, because it seems that these things are being pushed to farmers by NGOs and researchers. And I'm very grateful for your time. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you very much, Charity. Talash, I hope you can match Charity and just take 5 minutes. Okay.
Charity, you're hurting my feelings early in the afternoon by saying nobody wants to grow black soldier flies. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Talash Haibas. I am from the private sector, and I'm one of the biggest producers of black soldier flies in Africa. We started this business, next slide, so I can't see my own slides. We started this business because we believe there is a huge gap in the market for animal feed production. When I was 23 years old and a fresh graduate, I wanted to farm fish because I believe white meat is the next frontier in livestock production. And when I was looking at the cost of fish, it didn't make sense to me that we have good climate, good water, cheap labor, cheap land. All the conditions are conducive for us to be able to grow fish, but we're not able to do it because of the high cost of feed. So feed makes up 60 to 80% of the cost of production in East Africa. And most of that money goes to protein. Right now people use fish meal and soy, and I thought I can do this different, and I can do this with taka-taka. Next slide. So I started looking into the market and decided that this would be a good business to start at 23 years old. And we started this company in 2018. We currently actually have 5 billion insects under production across 2 locations. We're in 3 locations and building our 4th, hopefully in Nakuru, and we're now a team of 200 people. Our business encompasses many different sectors. Tumefika wapi? Chair, it's not my fault.
Okay. Insect Pro feed. You're on the 3rd slide?
Yeah, so the next slide, just to explain what the black soldier fly is. You heard with the insects?
Yes.
Yeah, you heard Professor Ben, Charity, you're going to hear from Rosa and Monica. They've all been involved in elements of the black soldier fly production. Does what I produce actually work? But the black soldier fly is this small, tiny insect that is able to eat garbage. So I know I don't look like a waste collector, but that's the most important part of my day job. In Limuru, we recycle 60 tons of garbage a day. In Thika 1, we're doing 150. In Thika 2, we're building it for 600 tons a day, and our 4th facility will be built for 1,200 tons a day. That is nothing. Nairobi alone does 6,000 metric tons of organic waste a day, so me with my 600-ton facility is just a drop in the ocean. They require very little space. I am the most productive smallholder farmer in Kenya. Our farm in Limuru sits on 1 acre, and that's where we have our 1.5 billion insects. They are quite clean and they grow quite quickly. Within 10 to 15 days, you have an end product that's ready to use. Next slide. How does this work? We create these circular ecosystems with all the guys who produce a lot of garbage. So we focus on agro-industrial waste. So our biggest sector is the guys making mango juice. So from January to March, I'm quite busy because our production in Thika goes from 60 tons a day to 150. And we partner with these guys to also make sure that the BSF poop or frass or liquid folia or the products that Ben and Rose have been using can be used back into the same fields. Next slide. This gives us two products, the dried feed, which are the dried insects, and the fertilizer. Next slide. The reason we're seeing such good uptake, charity.
Get from the next slide, please.
Substituting dry BSF, yep. The reason we're seeing such good uptake is we've been able to prove with our feed millers that 1 kilo of BSF can replace up to 3 kilos of fish meal and 2.5 kilos of soy in diet formulations. So they need less protein in 1 kilo, meaning I can sell my things for a little bit more expensive, but also then they can use things like wheat bran and maize. BSF is also a very good energy source, so we're also seeing a reduction of the amount of maize used by bag. I think Charity would be the experts on these numbers, but we're seeing higher weight gain in catfish, chickens are laying eggs for longer, and pigs are growing a bit faster. So all in all, quite exciting. And because we're here under the INCITES flag, next slide, black soldier fly is also a very good carbon credits capturer, because instead of letting the waste go to the dump site, it can come to us, but also it could save us as a nation quite a lot of forex. Next slide. So now the interesting part, and I won't talk too much about this, because Ben and Rose are going to cover it, the agricultural side. Next slide. We are seeing yield improvement. They've been focused on the foliar, but we've been focused on the solid fertilizer for a long time, of between 20 to 59%, depending on the soil type, depending on the location, depending on the altitude, depending on the water. I won't get into too many specifics because we're in a room full of scientists, so it's okay. But we're seeing big improvements in yield in tea, maize, coffee, and sorghum. In coffee, we've gotten coffee bushes in Muranga County from 5 kilos per bush to 12 kilos. In Meru County, they're at 18 kilos per bush. We're launching a very big farmer program in Bungoma, where we're going to work with 240,000 coffee farmers to improve their yield, but also make it more organic. Next slide. These are just numbers on maize. We can skip them. Pictures from the field. There are 4 pictures. You can see that the stalks are a bit thicker, making them healthier, but if you look in the bottom right quadrant, the black soldier fly also makes the sorghum more fluffy. So then yields are increased, but also the plant is showing better plant health. Next slide, which is also due to the fact that we are increasing the amount of carbon in the soil. So healthier soils means healthier plants. Our fertilizer is also full of all different types of microbials, and it has all the micronutrients needed for a plant to grow. So you're just creating healthier ecosystems overall. As per, next slide, you can see our coffee bushes are greener, more healthier looking, and more fluffy. Next slide. We've tested this, as I said, in 200 different types of crop. I'm very excited to now add the data on foliar to this list that we can give out. Next slide, which we can skip. That's Anne, she's my favorite farmer in Meru. Next slide.
Niko na furaha juu nikiangalia miaka hiyo ingine.
What we've been able to do so far, we're actually now at 30,000 tons of waste upcycled, capturing close to 40,000 tons of greenhouse gases. We're now 500 people employed in our ecosystem and value chain. Our BSF has fed 2 million chicken and 2 million fish and 450,000 chicken last year, and we've worked with 80,000 farmers across the country. Next slide. We're seeing this as not only an opportunity for Kenya, but for East Africa and Africa as a whole. As I said, my day job is takataka, and we have a lot of big dump sites across the continent, so we can take the same technology, build it modularly, install it in Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda, which coincidentally is also where we have pilots running right now, because we expect the global, next slide, the global black soldier fly market to reach around $4 billion by 2030. It is growing quite quickly. And as I said, people want to eat more nyama. We have plenty of takataka, and we have good weather to grow the insects. So last slide. We believe InsectPro is where sustainability and profitability meet, making us a company of the future. And I've quite enjoyed working together with the team here at Egerton over the past 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Talash.
Talash.
Okay. Lots of information. Rose, Sister Rose Ochier. I wonder whether you're using some of your products on the groundnuts to increase production on groundnuts, Talash. Professor Kimurto did not mention that, but we'll wait again to find out. Sister, 5 minutes?
10 minutes, please.
Okay, 10 minutes, sister.
All protocols observed, good afternoon. I'm Rose Ochier, an INSITES Food Circular System student, taking MSc in crop protection. Next slide. So I'm going to take you through effects of black soldier fly laviferans on bioactive compounds in African nightshade under bioponic system. So my presentation outlines introduction, objectives, materials and methods, results, conclusion, and acknowledgement. So food security and nutrition challenges in sub-Saharan Africa has been a great white elephant in the house, and every one of us knows 40% of them, of the population of Kenya, moves down to urban and peri-urban areas to search for jobs, and these people lack food. And now our system, or my research, concentrated on bioponic system using African nightshade to promote this system so that those that are living in such areas will get food and be sustained. So African nightshade is rich in calcium, iron, and zinc, and beneficial bioactive compounds in it. So bioponic system using black soldier fly, laviferans, can help in circulating organic waste, as it has been said, and enhance sustainable food production and nutrition. My broad objective is to contribute to food security through circular economy by utilizing BSF laviferans in managing aphids in African nightshade for sustainable food production in bioponic system. And the specific objective is to determine the effect of BSF laviferans, application rate on phenols, alkaloids, flavonoids, tannins, terpenoids in African nightshade. And these secondary metabolites helps in contributing to plant defense mechanism in a way that insects will be deterred or repelled from consuming from feeding on the leaves of the plant. Next, okay, statement of the problem, sorry. Our main problem here is reduced African nightshade leaves, which is caused by aphid pressure on the plant and aphid disease and vector thereafter. And this one results to overuse of synthetic pesticide dosage by our farmers here. So since that they face kind of problem, so they are forced to put more and more chemicals to take care of the insects. At the end of the day, the insects forms resistant towards the effect of the chemical, and the cycle continues and continues. So the research was done at Egerton University, horticultural research demonstration field. methods. So we have the sample preparation and extraction. First of all, plant leaves were collected and dried under shade. Then, as you can see in the photos, extraction was done, and now I have the results. So the results under effects of BSF frass on bioactive compounds in African nightshade showed that high frass level, next slide please. It showed that high frass level had stronger response on biostimulants in African nightshade. And the more the concentration was added, the higher the level of secondary metabolites, that is phenols, flavonoids, and all these increased in terms of concentration. And comparing this with aphid damage severity on African nightshade, we were able to find out that percentage damage severity increased over time in black soldier fly, in treatment under black soldier fly frass with zero concentration. While the other treatments with the higher concentration exhibited lower damage from African nightshade. And infested plants, on the other side, in bioactive compound, BSF frass, that is level 11, 10% concentration, applied after every 5 days, had the higher levels of secondary metabolites, which also help in defense mechanism in the plants, versus BSF level 7, which was 0%, which had only 41 milligram per liter. A similar increasing trend was observed across treatments, as the trends are shown in the graph, the previous graph. Effects on BSF frass on aphid damage severity in African nightshade, on the other side, declined progressively in BSF3, that is 75% concentration, 100% BSF concentration applied after 10 days, and BSF concentration 100% applied after every 5 days. So lowest damage observed in BSF 4, 5, and 6, which was the control. So for our discussion next, a significant relationship between frass concentration and biochemical accumulation was shown, and this is in the line with the Consol 2022. We also saw that BSF 100% concentration applied after every 5 days had 212 milligram per liter concentration of secondary metabolites. Shorter application intervals, therefore, enhanced biochemical accumulation, and plant infested with aphid exhibited higher biochemical levels than non-infested plants. So BSF5, which had 212 levels, comparing it with BSF 11, which had 100% concentration applied every 5 days, was able to show us this. This indicates an enhanced biochemical response under biotic stress, which was enhanced by black soldier fly, larvifrass, bioactive treatment. So effects of BSF RAS on aphid damage severity in Africa nightshade. Please, next slide.
You go back.
Oh. You've gone back.
On conclusion, yeah? Go back. IT. Yes, there.
So the response of the aphid to African nightshade is related to a triggered reaction initiated by induced systemic resistance by the effect of black soldier fly biostimulant, which was our treatment. So the repellent effect caused by secondary metabolites in the plant deterred aphids from continuous feeding, as discussed by Barragan, Fonseca et al. 2022. So for our conclusion, under effects of BSF RAS on biochemical and aphid damage severity, we can say that black soldier fly frass increased biochemical accumulation and reduced aphid damage in African nightshade. And higher concentration, that is 100% BSF in 4 and 5 treatments, showed the strongest effects. Therefore, more frequent application, that is every 5 days, enhanced performance, and infested plants showed higher biochemical responses than uninfected plants. And increased biochemical levels corresponded with reduced aphid damage. So thank you so much, and my acknowledgement goes to Egerton University, Insightis Food Circular System, and CSAM, together with all the team and the supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Rose Ochiel. Sister Monica, we are now reducing the minutes from 10 to 8. Kindly IT follow through with the presenter so that you are in line. Sister Monica's presentation.
Yes, I am Monica Mondi, PhD student horticulture, being supervised by Professor Arnold Opio, Dr. Bernard Karanja, and Ranka Yunge. And I'm also under the Insightis Egerton team, and I'm here at Egerton University. We go to the slide next. We find that indigenous vegetables, my topic I didn't say, the topic is production of African indigenous vegetables using the organic fertilizers in a bioponic system, and we look at growth and yield. And looking at African indigenous vegetables that we know we have more, they are very rich nutritionally, and also they support the household for nutrition and also income. They can also contribute to biodiversity and climate resilience. But in that, we also have some challenges that comes in with them, that there's declining of soil fertility that reduces the yields. There's also limited access to safe and affordable fertilizers. Therefore, we need a sustainable circular production system, as you can see in the photo. We can also say that the bioponic system has the advantages. If you look at the photos shown on the vegetables, we find that it is sustainable and circular because we circulate the waste. It is precise in nutrient management. It grows faster and higher in yields. The space efficient and also improved food security. But now where's the problem? Why are we doing this study? We want to do the study because we are looking for safe fertilizers. And these fertilizers that we have been using, they are synthetic, and we find there are risks, and also the inputs, they are also at a high cost. Organic options that we have, the ones we have used in our study, we have the frass, we have the fish sludge, and also we have the chicken manure. But looking at the literature that has been studied, there are limited research that has been done in the bioponic with the AIVs, and now we want to adopt this by coming in the gap by circular eco-friendly farming. Now, what was my objective for doing the study? I did the study because I want to determine the effects of the fertilizers with the different indigenous vegetables in a bioponic system. You can see in the photo that is the system that we used, that is the bioponic system. It was done in a greenhouse, and it was a RCBD 4x3. I had 4 treatments. I had the 4 fertilizers and 3 vegetables. And also the parameters that I looked, I had the leaf area, the plant height, and etc. The vegetables, we have the amaranth, the African nightshade, and the cowpea. The fertilizers were used in a liquid form, and therefore we had to do some preparations to prepare the fertilizers. We had the chicken manure that was sourced from Molo, from a farmer, and the black soldier fly frass that Insect Pro provided, and they still provide. And the fish sludge was from the Egerton University fish pond, and then the NPK we had, and that is how we mixed and got our nutrients. The nutrients were being applied in liquid form. As you can see, Sister Monica is applying the nutrients, and these were done once in a week, that is weekly basis. It was done manually by drenching, and the volumes could be adjusted equal to nitrogen supply because I had to get the content of nitrogen before the application. And this started after transplanting and stopped a week before harvest. Those who have never seen the indigenous vegetables, you can see the amaranth, the African nightshade, and the cowpea. I have some results that have already come out. Looking at our vegetables and our fertilizers in the graph, you can see, I was looking at the leaf fresh weight, and this is the piecemeal that I was doing in a bi-weekly basis. And you can see how the fertilizers performed. You see the NPK becoming the first, but then declines, but all they were deteriorating as per the weeks goes ahead. And this NPK responded faster because of the available nitrogen that they have faster. I also looked at the vegetables. How are the vegetables responding with the interaction of the manure? I looked at them, and we see the amaranth. Looking at the fresh leaves, we got the African nightshade, had very high yield for leaf yield. Significantly, when you look at the BSF, for example, there was no significant differences when you look at the African nightshade and the amaranth for the first BSF graph. And also when you look at the cowpea and the African nightshade, there was no significant differences. But when you come to NPK, there are some significant differences that are shown on the amaranth, bringing a high weight that is shown in the graphs. You can see that is different from cowpea. And in conclusion, we can say that the fertilizer significantly influenced the leaf yield and also the above biomass of the amaranth and also the other vegetables in the 2 circles that we had. And also the NPK recorded the highest leaf yield and biomass, and that I said because of the rapid nutrients that was being, like the NPK, they give the nitrogen very fast compared to the organic. But the black soldier fly frass performed best in circle 1, but you find there was a decline in circle 2. And this is because I sourced the nitrogen, the BSF frass at different times. So that could be the reason. And then the chicken manure and the fish sludge also improved the performance in circle 2. And we find that this improvement was linked to slower nutrient release and mineralization. For our results that we have up to this time, we say thank you, and we can have something better as the research continues. Thank you so much. And I acknowledge the Insights team from Egerton University for the support always given, the Egerton team for supporting my studies and letting me to study here, and the Insights Food Project that is worldwide. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Sister Monica. Treslin Jayo. We've now come down to 7 minutes. Treslin. Kindly put up the presentation for Treslin. Meanwhile, we expect one farmer who is doing BSF and a farmer doing GNATS to give some comments, as well as Dr. Okeo be on standby. Okay. Jayo.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I welcome you to my presentation today. My name is Treslin Jayo Manyasi, and I'm taking you away from insects a little bit and inside his living lab. So I'm going back to aflatoxins, and my topic is on the evaluation of aflasafe and its efficacy and host plant resistance in management of aflatoxin in different groundnut genotypes. So, next slide, please. Those are my co-authors. Yeah. Yeah, so peanut, as you have been told by Professor Kimurto, is a very important crop, a nutritious crop that can be utilized in ASAL regions. And it's not because of just its production, but it's also because it is a crop that is highly nutritious and can be adopted in various areas. And based on the project, this work was done in 2 areas, that is Koibatek and Baringo counties. And we are seeking to improve the yield. Just as you can see, the yield in Kenya and East Africa is quite low. That is, it ranges between 500 to 700 kilograms per acre. And this is quite low compared to what we expect, which is 3 tons per hectare. So peanut has been affected by different diseases, including rosette disease, including other diseases and pests. And one of the major concerns is of the food health systems is the aflatoxins. And aflatoxins have been recognized to be #1 carcinogens, cancer-causing organisms. And it affects various kind of crops, including peanuts, rice, various cereals, and even our milk products and others. Yeah, so its economic losses ranges to more than $750 million, which is kind of concerning to the world. Yeah. So, next, please. So the objective of this particular presentation was to evaluate the combined effect of host plant resistance together with the use of aflasafe as a biocontrol in order to manage the aflatoxin contamination in groundnuts. And what we did is that we evaluated the groundnut genotypes in the field. I had 81 genotypes, which were planted in a 9x9 alpha lattice design. And then we had aflasafe treated and aflasafe untreated plots. And as you can see, from the diagram, there was a separation distance of 300 meters per site. So this was a representation of one site, and the trials were conducted in Koibatek and Elgeyo Marakwet counties. So on my yield parameters, I assessed on biomass, I assessed on shelled weight, number of pods per plant, and I also assessed on shelled and unshelled weight, number of pods per plant, and biomass. So as you can see, the biomass comparison between treated and untreated plots, they had no significant difference, but you can see from the graphs that the green one, which was untreated, had quite lower biomass compared to the treated, and the number of pods per plant was significantly lower in the untreated compared to the treated. And also, the genotypes mentioned down there were among the highest in terms of number of pods per plant. Yeah. So on 100 seed weight, and you can also see that there is a significant difference between the treated and untreated. And also the unshelled weight, you can see the significant difference between the treated and the treated, whereby the treated performed best compared to the untreated. Yeah. So we also assessed the shelled weight, whereby there was also a difference, a positive difference between the treated and untreated, and a correlation was also performed, whereby the large blue circles just show a positive correlation, while the small and faded circles, meaning that they were quite low correlations. So we found that there's significant differences of significant correlations, positive correlations between the shelled and unshelled weight, and between also the 100 seed weight and the 100 seed weight and number of pods per plants. Yeah, so you can see medium to high to medium to low correlation effects between the parameters. Yeah. So after the field work, we did a rapid testing, rapid tests using a rapid test kit called AccuScan, which is at our animal science laboratory, where we assessed all the 81 genotypes of treated and untreated samples from Elgeyo Marakwet County and also from Baringo County. And we found that there are significant differences in the levels of aflatoxins. As you can see from the graph on my right hand, maybe your left, so you can see that the ones that were treated performed quite lower compared to the ones that were untreated in both sides. This just shows the effectiveness of Aflasafe in these particular sites. So I'm happy to say that these kits were very good, because we were able to analyze the 162 varieties within a very short time, within 1 week, and we got the results as soon as possible. So it was one of the rapid mechanisms we used. Although the work is still ongoing, so we intend to use various ways to also see if the effectiveness of these tools. Yeah, so we also did the soil microbiology test, whereby we collected soils from these 2 different sites and also compared to see the aflatoxin causing organism, that is the Aspergillus parasiticus and Aspergillus flavus from these sites. And we cultured them in the laboratory, and after culturing them in the laboratory, we identified this pathogen, this aflatoxin causing organism, and grouped them according to the sites where these soils were collected. So Meru and Siaya, we specifically analyzed soils from the farmers, and Baringo and Elgeyo Marakwet, of course, we analyzed from the field trials. So as you can see from the distribution chart, Baringo had quite high percentage of aflatoxin causing organisms, and then Elgeyo Marakwet and the samples from farmers represented 15% and 20% of aflatoxin causing microorganisms.
And the conclusion?
Yeah, so on the conclusion, we concluded that the use of Aflasafe can be used with good agricultural practices of groundnut in the field to reduce contamination by Aspergillus species, as well as also promote yield and yield parameters of groundnuts. I would wish to acknowledge our funders, which is the Food Safety for Africa, also Egerton University for allowing me to participate in this research, the European Commission, and the University of Nairobi, which is my university. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Dr. Milka Wambua, we are negotiating. 5 minutes? because we have two others and we need to be through by 5:25. Presentation for Dr. Milka Wambua, ICT, and go.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's good evening. Good evening. So my name is Milka Wambua, and I'm going to present to you about the variation in vitamin E content of groundnuts from different regions in Kenya. And my co-authors are Paul Kimurto, Miriam Cherimbu, and George Owar. So, onto my introduction, and I'm not going to dwell more on the introduction because most of the people have done that. So, groundnuts, as we have said, they are grown by smallholder farmers in Kenya, and mostly in the western Nyanza. We have farmers in Rift Valley and also farmers in Central. And mostly groundnuts are used for home consumption, and some of it is also used as an income. And we have our off-takers like the Delish. And when we talk of the nutrition or the nutrition importance of groundnuts, it's a heavy, dense food in terms of the oils, as we have said, and also protein. It's a good source of protein. The unsaturated fatty acids, that is the oleic and the linoleic acid. Those are good for the heart. And also it's a rich source of fiber and also minerals. When we talk of kids who are malnourished, we talk of groundnuts as one of the source, and we have the plumbing nuts that is used by some of the NGOs to treat issues of extreme malnourish in kids. And also groundnuts are a source of bioactive compounds and health-promoting compounds. Some of them are the phytochemicals, and also there is the vitamin E we are talking about. And vitamin E has two components, that is the tocopherols and also tocotriones. And the tocopherols are the alpha, beta, and all those that are shown. And of importance today is the alpha tocopherol, which is the most dominant form, and it has the highest biological activity and is used in the recommended daily allowance. So when we talk of vitamin E, RDA, we are talking of alpha tocopherol. So what are the roles of vitamin E in our bodies? They act as lipid-soluble antioxidants that protects our cells from oxidative damage and may reduce. Some studies have shown that the alpha tocopherol vitamin E could reduce the oxidative condition that favors the aflatoxin production. And a study shown also the antioxidants in green tea inhibits aflatoxin B1. And also part of the work we are doing is to see how the correlation between the alpha tocopherol in groundnuts and if it affects the release or it inhibits the production of aflatoxin. But what is the problem? What is the gap? We have limited information on the levels of vitamin E in the groundnuts that we grow in Kenya, and also the relationship between the physical traits. Here we are talking about the color, we're talking also of the size. We know there are different types of groundnuts, and we see how do they differ in terms of the alpha tocopherol content. And also the effects. Part of the work which we have not yet done is to see how it inhibits all the effect of alpha tocopherol on the production of aflatoxin. So that is the objective. Maybe I'll just go to the methods or the sample collection. So we collected 72 groundnut samples from different places in Kenya, from farmers in different areas and also from markets. This included Siaya, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, also some varieties we got from outside Kenya, that is Ethiopia and also Uganda. And in the picture, we have how we grouped the groundnuts. We have the small red, we have the large light red, we have the medium red, we have the medium brown, we have the large black, purple, and others, depending on the color and also the size. We have also the zebra red that came from Uganda, and we wanted to see how do they differ or how do they score in terms of the levels of alpha tocopherol. So the sample, we prepared the sample as shown. I don't want to go through that, and also extracted through a process called saponification and tested or quantified the alpha tocopherol using HPLC analysis in the chemistry lab in Egerton. And that is a standard. The next slide, please. Next. Yes, that one. So we were able to get the calibration curve using the standard alpha tocopherol as the standard to measure or to enable us to measure the amounts, the content of alpha tocopherol in groundnuts. So those are some of the curves we got from the standard curves. And for example, these are just examples. Next. Next. Yeah, those are some of the groundnut samples that we measured the aflatoxin. Those are the curves, and we were able to calculate the concentration of alpha tocopherol in the groundnuts. To the results, we categorized this on the varieties, the different varieties, the 72 groundnut samples that we collected from the different markets and also farmers, and there was significant difference in terms of the concentration of alpha tocopherol. And also the property, the size and color also affected the concentration of alpha tocopherol, but the market did not affect. This could be because most farmers, maybe the markets will get maybe the groundnuts from the same farmers or something like that. So the market didn't affect the concentration. And the next slide, please. So that shows the concentration. The highest concentration of the alpha tocopherol was 18.12, that is milligrams per 100 grams, and this was recorded in the medium red. And you can see from that table that majority of the medium red had very high concentration of the alpha tocopherol. When we talk of the lowest concentration of alpha tocopherol, then we have the light brown, and also the small red, also recording very low alpha tocopherol concentration, and also the ones that were a bit light or brown in color had a bit lower of the alpha tocopherol. So what we conclude on this is that the size and also the color of texture affects the alpha tocopherol, with the medium red and the large red seed showing higher concentration of alpha tocopherol, and the small red having moderate alpha tocopherol, while the brown and the light red showed very low concentration of alpha tocopherol. That is just, the next slide, please. Next. Yeah, that is just to show how it is called, with the medium red having the highest level of alpha tocopherol. So on to my conclusion is that alpha tocopherol varies widely in the Kenyan groundnuts, and maybe for those, the consumers of groundnuts, I will recommend you take the red if you want to maybe benefit from the high levels of alpha tocopherol. And this is an ongoing study, as Professor said, and we want to see, does the high concentrated groundnuts have also an effect? Does it inhibit maybe accumulation of the aflatoxin in the groundnuts? Thank you. So I thank Egerton for the chemistry lab for allowing us to do this experiment, food safety, and also the European Union for funding this work. Thank you.
Lastly, Dr. Okeo and the BSF farmer and groundnuts, the three of you kindly step ahead. One BSF farmer to give comments. BSF, mkulima, njoo. Keti pale, kuna microphone pale kwa kiti. Karibu pale mbele. Groundnut farmer, mkulima anayekuza njugu. Have a seat, Dr. Okeo. Yes, please, come. Talash, wameenda wapi? Talash? Unajua nimesikia kuna ajira, kuna upungufu wa njugu, na kuna taka nyingi sana, na hii taka ni pesa. Aya, Dr. Okeyo, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes at most. Dr. Okeyo, we go first.
Yeah, all protocol observed. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to share with you about what we are doing. I'm not presenting. Under Bakery Millers and Food Production, we are working on adding value addition to sorghum, cassava, and finger millet, which we've worked on to support food insecurity in northern parts of the country, and also in the schools within the country and the general market, so that we reduce the hunger which we are experiencing in the country. Number two, our products, we also work on chickpea, which we are importing directly raw from Ethiopia. Then we export them to America to some of our clients. So we have not presented it here because it's purely for export. And then we also have a product which we are working on, which we are presenting to some people that is for people who are not able to eat white ugali. We have combo ugali, which is very good for them. It's been accepted in the market. The only challenge we have there is that we don't have sorghum enough, we don't have millet and cassava enough in the country. The availability is very low. Therefore, we import from Uganda and some parts of Tanzania where the availability is very high. The reason why we are importing is that most of our products are purely organic. They are planted without fertilizer. And before we contract a farmer, we have to take a farmer through our system, so that when a farmer plants for us, you plant without fertilizer, because some of our consumers abroad recommend non-fertilizer products, organic. So that's what we are focusing on. Thank you. And every 3 months we import equivalent to 500 tons of sorghum, 500 tons of finger millet, and also 300 tons of cassava every 3 months.
How much money are you making?
Yeah, we are not making much money, but we are able to empower farmers to continue producing, and also in helping the students not to be malnourished. So we are not making money, but we are improving food security.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okeyo. I hope we can encourage the farmers to grow more and make more money as well.
Yes, actually some of our farmers, we have helped them through value addition. Their living standards have improved. Those who are living in the normal thatched iron sheet houses are now living in permanent houses, and they are able to take their children to school efficiently and effectively without any problem. And even the malnourished children in some of the regions where we are working have reduced.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Okeyo. BSF farmer, tell us your name and give us your comment. Hiyo mic haifanyi, fundi wa mitambo.
Hi everybody.
Yeah.
All protocols observed. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Jeffrey Murira, and I hail around this locality, that is Jokerio region. I have tried, and I'm still struggling with the BSF production, and I think the point was to comment about the farming. What there is in BSF farming, when I entered into it, and even my team, I think we thought the market was live, and that sooner or later maybe we would be bragging around and saying we are heading somewhere with the BSF. I don't want to say it is totally a fail, but I think we have met with a few challenges. And one main challenge is the structure, because these insects are prone to predators. It is very prone to predators, especially the small insects that crab, and they attack them. The next one, and I think there was a name like Tarash, who was mentioned something here about the same BSF, and maybe I would face him and seek for marketing opportunity, because I think also marketing is an issue, because in the locality not a lot of people know what really BSF is. We need to put off that, we demystify the shade where people don't really understand and accept BSF. So if we need more sensitization to the community so that we can also spread the market. The next one is the availability of the feeds. The availability of the feeds is not all that easy, because if you keep a good number of BSF, then you require to run up and down in the marketplaces and the neighbors to collect the product for their food. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Muliro. A round of applause for Mr. Muliro here. Professor War, how much taka do you have here in Egerton? Taka, which can be used for BSF production? I'm assuming Njokerio is very close to Egerton, isn't it? They can answer. We'll find a response so that he doesn't have to run up and down. He should actually get a ready market and get the product from Egerton. It's a lot. And it will be more than he needs even. We'll explore that, Bwana Muliro. Let's hear the groundnut, and then we come back to the other BSF farmer.
All protocols observed. Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Bernard Masulei from Rongai, so inward. And I do groundnuts. I am a farmer. And I think you will allow me to use Kiswahili, Professor.
Kiswahili ni
because my colleagues wanataka kutumia Kiswahili. So mimi ni mkulima pale na tunapanda njugu. Both the medium size ambao tumeoneshwa red na ile ndogo, the smaller, na pia hiyo kubwa, the lighter red. So pale mashinani tumepanda, this is our 5th year tukipanda, na the problem or the challenges which we were facing ilikuwa ni research ya which one do best. But the last, I think it was 2024, Egerton with our extension officer came and they assisted us and we reached somewhere. So now we are doing well, tunaendelea vizuri, na the only problem now is the market. The market there, wakati after watu bado wajapata the direct link ya market.
Mike Gedenji, uko wapi? Unasikia kuna njugu na kuna soko?
Yes. Our farmers, they lack direct market. We are still using the wale watu ambao ni brokers.
Asante sana. Sasa huyu bwana anaitwa Mike Gedenji alisema anatafuta njugu, 60% ya njugu anazohitaji ananunua kutoka nje, na wewe unasema hakuna soko.
Yeah, soko ndio imekuwa challenge. Mimi mwenyewe this year nilitoa almost 500 kilos ya njugu this year, ambaye ni ile ndogo, na nikatoa almost 200 ya ile kubwa, hiyo light brown.
Sasa hiyo shida yako ya soko inakwisha leo. Sema haleluya.
Haleluya.
Huyu bwana anapatana na wewe, tukimaliza huu mkutano anasemezana na wewe na kufanya mpangilio.
Yeah, 2024 njugu yetu ilitolewa pale pale na ikapelekwa show. In fact it was number 2. I think it is, yeah, ilikuwa number 2 kwa show Nakuru.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Bwana Mike, umesikia hiyo maneno? Uko na soko, uko na njugu upande huu, tuone tutaweza namna gani. Mko kama wakulima wangapi?
Wakulima sasa, maana the challenges ni ile mechanization ya kutoa pamoja na
Excellent. Sasa wewe utashikana na huyu profesa hapa na yule bwana, kisha hilo tatizo limetatuliwa mara moja. Sasa kazi ni wewe kupanda njugu zaidi.
Asante sana.
Sawa sawa. Haya, BSF.
All protocols observed. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mildred Day. I'm a BSF farmer. At Greencom, we believe waste is wealth. So we have partnered with the county government of Nakuru, and we have adopted one county market to demonstrate source separation of waste so that we can prevent the waste that is going to the landfill, to bring in circularity. So we also partner with urban farmers because, as we know, white meat is in high demand. So we find most urban farmers are having chicken, and the waste that they get, they usually have no place to take it. So we bring in the issues of incentives. So farmers are earning from their waste through Greencom. So we take the organic waste from the chicken manures from the farmers. We give a cashback, which they use for their feeds. And the market waste, we bring it and we feed it to the black soldier fly. We handle 30 to 40 tons of organic waste per month. And we major in fertilizer production, but we are seeing also farmers taking up BSFL feed for their chicken, and this is very encouraging. As at the point where we are is that we have higher demand of the BSFL more than we can produce. One thing also I would want to comment is that with the organic fertilizer that we are getting is really good and with high nutrient. We've been able to pelletize our fertilizer, but the challenge that we are facing, which I'd also wish to ask Talash if they have managed to go through, is the issue of standardization. We find that the nutrients always fluctuate, and at times we are not able to meet the recommended by KEBS. So how do we manage this challenge of standardization so that we are able to have our products freely in the market, have it in the agrovets, because that is our main challenge. Thank you.
Very interesting. Professor War says he has trained enough people to answer. Ndugu Bernard Njo. Professor Kimurtu, shika huyu bwana mkono. Hii maneno yake tumemaliza saa hizi. Ongea na Mike Gethenji, mshughulikie soko. Njo. Bwana Muliro, come please. Huyu ni mtafiti anayefanya kazi hapa katika chuo kikuu cha Egerton, na ataangalia mahali ya kutoa chakula ya BSF. Salimia huyu mzee na umshughulikie, ako hapa Njokeri. Unataka kutoa ombi?
Mr. Chairman, ni wakulima wangu na wananiona kila siku. Wangekuwa watu hapa kuwasaidia. kutatua hizi tatizo zao. Ningefurahia sana kama mwalimu wao. Asante sana.
Aya, mpigieni makofi Bwana Muliro. Bwana Okeyo njoo. Kulikuwa hapa Dr. Karanja. Njoo. Wewe na huyu bwana mshughulike mpate wakulima zaidi. Sio? Tuweze kuboresha hali ya afya na chakula. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Come Mildred. Where is Talash? Talash ameenda wapi? Profesa Andika njoo hapa. Profesa Andika. Huyu ni mtafiti kutoka Joust. Msalimie na shughulika naye. Anafanya utafiti wa BSF, akupe mawaidha zaidi na tuweze kusuluhisha hilo jambo, sio? Wapigieni makofi. Niliambiwa kufikia saa 11:30 tuwe tumetamatisha. Imefika saa ngapi? Juu ya alama. Profesa Munga, si uje unipe mkono bana. Si mnipigie makofi basi, hiyo kazi tumemaliza. Professor Were, are you still online? Dr. Were, Omamo, uko kwenye mtandao bado? He dropped off. Thank you very much to Professor Owo, Professor Munga. Makofi kwake.
Hata mimi nisalimiwe.
Hata Professor Owo nampa heko kwa kazi nzuri na wazidi kufanya kongamano kama hizi ili watafiti, wakulima, pia wale ambao wanaofaidi waweze kupatana. Na nafurahi Bwana Githenji ukisema kuwa uko na nafasi ya kununua njugu zaidi. Hivi karibuni nitakuwa mkulima wa njugu. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Chair, for the good work. Let us appreciate the Chair. Let us also appreciate our presenters. I think it has been a good session. We have seen different actors ending in connecting to each other. I think it is very nice so that when we have different actors and that they have different pain points, they are connected so that they can solve. So we have come to the end of this session, and I want to invite Professor Mwonga to give the closing remarks. Professor Mwonga.
Good evening, everybody. All protocols observed. I think this was a very interesting session. I personally have really liked the way the session went, and we traveled through the projects which are under SESAM. We talked about SESAM a bit. We talked about the Insightis project. We talked about the Safe Food for Africa project. And I think all these things were really connecting to one thing, that we are serving farmers. And I think we are doing a good job in the project. So let's clap for ourselves for this afternoon. I want to thank the Director, State Department of Higher Education and Research, Dr. Darius Mogaka, for accepting the invitation to come and participate in this conference, and more so for agreeing to even chair the session. And I've really liked the style of his sharing, especially at the end where he linked the people with the farmers with the necessary person who's going to help. I think that linkage was very important to show that we are not just here just to talk about science. We are not just here just to present our data, but we are also here for the benefit of our farmers. I think that's one focus which I think was very important. So, Bwana Director, we are very happy and that you came here, so feel welcomed. I know you have always answered our calls, but we don't take it for granted. Thank you very much. So let's give some round of applause to the Director for the good job he did. I also want to thank the participants. I think we have very good attendance, given that there are many sessions which are going on at this time. As SESAM, we are very happy about the attendance here. We had attendance from the academia. We had attendance from farmers. And we also had attendance from another group, which the director called consumers. So the participants, you did as well. We are really glad that you came, and at least we all know that everybody is going to go home with something. So let's give a round of applause to all the participants. There's a special group of participants which I left out a bit, was the county government. I think we really need to work with the county government, given that for example, in our projects here, we are in agriculture. The agriculture is a devolved function, and the county government, we really want to keep working with them. So county government, anytime, please be working with us. So county government, let's give them a clap for also here. The presenters kept us here. I think I was seated in front, but I think everybody was really was very captured by the presentation, which was very, very nice. We really liked the presentations from the SESAM team, from the Insights team, from the Safe Food team, and also, more important, we also brought in the industry, the private sector. The private sector presentation also gave us that connection. So we are very happy about the presenters. So let's give them a round of applause. Our MC did a good job. So let's give him a round of applause. Good job. So lastly, I want to thank SESAM for organizing this side event. SESAM, Insights, food safety team, led by Professor Ward. So let's give him a round of applause for organizing this. So I'll hand back to the MC. Thank you, MC.
Thank you, Prof. We appreciate you. And now we have come to the end of this session. I want to make an announcement that you are invited for a cup of tea. And all the invited guests are requested to proceed immediately to ALC. So tomorrow there are more sessions. You are also invited because this program is running up to tomorrow. And all protocols observed. Mabibi na mabwana, jioni njema.